Hello everybody, welcome back to PSM LRR today. So it's your last resort revision and this is a very important session for all the exams. So we have planned it together for INICT, for NEET PG as well as for FMG. Okay, so anyone who's preparing for any exam can attend this PSM last resort revision. It's a complete walkthrough, the entire PSM guys. We'll be covering everything in this session. We'll be covering epidemiology, we will be covering biostats, we will be covering healthcare delivery system, national health programs, a couple of important diseases. So everything would be covered in this session. Okay, so please stay for the entire session. So good to see all of you, and whatever doubts and whatever queries you have, you can put it in the comment section and I will discuss it once we finish with the class. Okay, is that all right, everybody? So before we begin, can I get a thumbs up from all of you so that you know it gives us the enthusiasm and the motivation to do this big challenging subject. Okay, but I'm sure I'm going to make it easy and interesting for all of you. Okay, yeah. So the duration of this session I would say would be 4 to 4.5, 4.5. Okay, 4 से 4.5 घंटे में we'll try to wrap this up everybody, but I will give you a short break in between so that you know you can freshen up, have a cup of tea, coffee, but then we'll try to wrap up the session by 4.5 hours. Okay, so before I begin, just those who've not yet attended the INICT exam, it is now live. Okay, the champions exam from 23rd to 27th April, it's now live, so you can definitely attempt this INICT exam. All right, and you shouldn't miss out on this mock exams. We have 4 sections, completely a replica of the exams, 50 questions, 45 minutes each. Also, you're going to get audio explanations. Okay, high yield questions are also going to be covered. Okay, it's for everybody. This LRR is for everybody, guys. It's for NEET PG, it's for FMG aspirants, it's also for INICT. Everyone can attend this LRR, okay, of PSM. So should we start, everybody? Good afternoon. So good to see all of you. Chalo, let us begin, guys. So the first question that we have today is are very basic. The first most important health worker, which of the following is not an ASHA role? Which of the following is not an ASHA role? Now you all know ASHA is a must question. It definitely turns up in your exams, right? It is one of the 4-star question, guys, that comes 4-star topic that comes in all the exams. Provides counseling on birth preparedness and safe delivery. Of course she does that. Mobilizing community for health awareness programs. So she is the mobilizer of the community. We all know she is the mobilizer of the community, right? That's her main function, to bring people to the health centers. Providing dots for TB. Of course she provides dots for TB. Can she administer vaccine to infants and adults? No, she has not been trained to administer vaccines. Okay, she cannot administer vaccines. Please don't forget that point. Can she conduct delivery? Cannot conduct delivery as well. Okay, cannot conduct delivery as well. Cannot conduct delivery. She has not been trained to administer vaccine. She has not been trained to conduct delivery. She carries a delivery kit, but she's not been trained to do so. Okay, now a couple of questions regarding ASHA worker. Like, see, this is a revision session. Okay, so we'll be quickly looking at some important points also, so that the topic gets into your head. Am I clear, everybody? Chalo. So let's have a quick look at some points about ASHA workers. So she's a woman resident of the local area. Of course, what is her age group? Please don't get confused. 25, 45 years. She could be married, divorced. She could also be a widow. She is selected by the village panchayat under supervision of medical officer. She is accountable to the village panchayat. Her training duration, everybody, is 23 days. No mixing up over here. She is trained by ANM, Anganwadi worker. Educational criteria, अच्छे से सारे कोई देखेंगे. It's 10th pass, not 8th pass. Okay, it's 10th pass. Also, existing population norm, 1 ASHA per 1000 population. Proposed is 2 per 1000, and she is an example of community participation. So this is a go-to slide for your exams. Okay, also roles and responsibilities you should remember. One or couple of things that you should know is that she helps in formulation of village health plan. Okay, this is very important. All right, she helps in the formulation of village health plan. This can come in your exam, village health plan. Okay, chalo, going to the next question of the day. So, pehla topic that we are going to do today is healthcare delivery system. Okay, we are doing couple of questions from that. Next, we will be proceeding to vaccines. Okay, so what's correct about this? All of the following are true about primary health center except think and answer. There is absolutely no rush, guys. Okay, सोच के सारे कोई answer करेंगे. Please don't be in any rush. Okay, so let's do this. Just a moment. Yeah, what are you writing? Can you please? Okay, sure, Anvesh, I will keep that in mind. Thank you, dear. All right, so what is it? The presence of an Ayush officer is not essential. Is this true? Absolutely true. It is not essential. This is a true statement. Ayush officer desirable hai, guys. Essential nahi hai. Desirable. If we have an Ayush officer, good. If we don't have, okay. All right. Okay, let's move to the next option. At least 2 staff nurse per PHC. Absolutely, we need to have 2 staff nurse per PHC. Now, what is type A PHC? Is it delivery load less than 15? No, this is the wrong answer over here. Delivery load has to be less than 20 deliveries per month. Okay, less than 20 deliveries per month is type A PHC. Alright, recommended bed count is at least 6 per PHC? Yes. So, depending on type A and type B PHC, okay, we have a type A PHC, we have a type B PHC. So, in a type A PHC, it is 4 beds, okay, and in a type B PHC, it is 6 beds. Good. Most of you answered this correctly. So, what I'm going to do in the next slide, I'm just going to revise the healthcare delivery system in rural areas as well as urban areas. So, I want each of you to answer, alright, each of you to answer. See, in rural area and urban areas, what do you have at primary level for rural areas? So, at primary level, we have a PHC and what do we have, guys? Sub-centers. What is the other name for sub-centers now? Health and wellness centers. Okay, very good. Health and wellness centers. What is the other name for health and wellness centers now, guys, under Ayushman Bharat? Arogya Mandir. Okay, it is now Arogya Mandir. All this is important. I will share the PDF. Don't worry at all. Sit down, relax, have a cup of coffee, enjoy the session, get PSM into your head. Okay, it's going to be a little longer session. So, I'm asking you, relax. I will share the PDF. Okay, you don't have to worry at all. Alright. Urban में क्या होता है? Primary level में everybody, we have an urban PHC and we never use the term sub-center in urban areas. It is what? It is urban health and wellness centers. Okay. At secondary level in rural areas, you have CHCs, you have sub-district hospitals, you have district hospitals. In urban areas, you have CHC, urban CHC, but you have it for a metro city, alright, and you have it for a non-metro city, okay, metro city, non-metro city. And of course, in tertiary level, what do you have? Medical college and super speciality hospitals, medical college and super speciality hospitals. Clear? Point to be noted over here is there is no sub-center term in urban areas. It is urban health and wellness centers. Okay. So, this is one 3-star slide for you, an overview right before your exam. You have to notice no sub-center term, alright. Remember this, no sub-center term used in urban areas. This is also a PYQ. Moving to the next important slide. Now, look at this. I've already written for you, so we'll just go through this, okay. In sub-center, what is the population norm, guys? 1 per 5,000 in plain areas, 1 per 3,000 in hilly areas. What about PHC? 1 per 30,000 in plain areas, okay, 1 per 20,000 in hilly areas, okay? Alright, what about CHC? 1 per 1,20,000 in plain areas, 1 per 80,000 in hilly areas. ठीक है. Next, very important classification, categorization. So, categorization is done on the basis of deliveries conducted, everybody, okay. Type A sub-center has no delivery, okay. What about type B sub-center? It has yes delivery. Let's move forward. Okay. What about type A PHC? Less than 20 deliveries per month, less than 20 deliveries per month. Type B PHC more than equal to 20 deliveries per month. Point to be noted, equal to 20 is in type B PHC, okay? Equal to 20 deliveries किस में आएगा? Type B PHC में आएगा, ठीक है? There is no such categorization in CHC. Rest of the points you can go through the total number of staff and all that. I will tell you who are the more important staff. Responsibility sub-center lies with the central government, okay? Number of villages, I have given you one additional point that you can go through later. Okay, guys, anybody has any queries, you know what you can do is everybody just keep noting down your queries. Let me finish the session. I will take all your doubts once we wrap up the sessions. Okay, in between sometimes I might miss your messages. Okay, so it's better to write down those. Also another PYQ which is important is the types of the number of beds. Okay, type A subcenter 1 to 2 beds, type B subcenter 2 to 3 beds. This has come many times. Type A PHC 4 to 6 beds. Rural CHC has 30 to 50 beds. Alright, we'll talk about CHC now. Let's move forward. Let me give you another question over here. Tell me, facilitating construction of household toilets is the responsibility of, okay? Facilitating construction of household toilets is the responsibility of multi-purpose worker male or multi-purpose worker female, ASHA, ANM, LHV. I am going to elaborate the staff, Dr. Syed, in this question. Alright dear, I'll elaborate all about the staff in this question. Okay, so now questions for you everybody. Where is a multi-purpose worker male posted? Where is a multi-purpose worker male posted? He is the same as health worker male, right? Where is he posted? Subcenter. And what are the responsibilities of multi-purpose worker male? One, which is a favorite PYQ everybody, conducts active malaria surveillance, right? Active malaria surveillance. This is a favorite PYQ of exams, active malaria surveillance. What other things does he do? Malarial slides, absolutely correct. Very good guys, keep it up. Conducts active malaria surveillance. What else does he do? Chlorination, okay? Chlorination. With one MCQ, we are going to discuss a lot of points, okay? Chlorination. Next, what does he do? Collects sputum samples, okay? Collects sputum sample. Collects sputum samples. These are the three most important functions of multi-purpose worker male. Multi-purpose worker female. What is the other name for multi-purpose worker female? I'm sure all of you know the other name for multi-purpose worker female. I don't have to tell you, health worker female, or she is our very own ANM. Where are they posted? Subcenter. Now, what is the most important PYQ that comes from this portion? ANM's main responsibility, guys. ANM's main responsibility is to register pregnant females, register pregnant females, register pregnant females. Make a note of these points, they are important. Register pregnant females, conduct deliveries, that is again a very important point, okay. Maintain eligible couple register, which is a favorite PYQ of exams. Maintain EC register, eligible couple register. There are almost 150 to 180 eligible couples per 1,000 population. And collect blood and urine samples, okay, blood and urine samples. All right, anything could come from this particular portion. IUCD insertion, very good, Avid Medic. IUCD insertion, great guys, keep it up. IUCD insertion, okay. Now, we've already discussed the job responsibility of ASHA. So, construction of household toilets is ASHAs, okay. ANM is the same as multi-purpose worker female. Who is an LHV and where is she posted? Can anyone put in the comment section? Let me see if you remember. Who is an LHV? Who is an LHV? What is the other term for LHV and where is she posted? My question to all of you. Where is an LHV posted? Very good guys. Som Subra has written health assistant. Bhakti has written PHC. Very good. I'm so happy. LHV is none other than health assistant female. Okay, in case you don't remember, this is assistant, health assistant female. And where is she posted? Very important question. She is posted at a PHC. So, what is the population norm for health assistants, everybody? It is 1 per 30,000 population in plain areas, 1 per 20,000 population in hilly areas. Good to go, guys. Good to go. Give me a thumbs up. All of you should like the session and give me some motivation as well. All right. Chalo. Can we move to the next question? Very important slide for the day. Next question. Which of the following healthcare providers is not working at village level? Let me see. Not working at village level, not working at village level. Which of the following healthcare workers, what are you going to select from this lot? ASHA, ANM, LHV, VHE, Anganwadi workers. What do you think is the answer? Think carefully. I want you to think very carefully. That's how they will confuse. Good, Aurora, Somu, Messi. Very good to have a Messi in the class. Paracetamol, okay. ठीक है. Great guys. Please remember village level का मतलब होता है, what do you mean by village level? Grassroots level workers. Okay, we mean grassroots level workers. Grassroots level workers means those who are working at the field level. So we definitely have ASHA at the field level. Now we definitely have VHG as village health guide. Okay, village health guide. Village health guide at the field level. Village health guide is present 1 per 1000 population. We also have a TBA, trained birth attendant. Okay, we have a trained birth attendant. Trained birth attendant is also present for a population of 1 per 1000. Okay, she is conducting deliveries, nothing else. Anganwadi worker also works at the village level. They are the 4 main important people. Out of ANM and LHV, what will you select? ANM is at sub-center, LHV is at PHC, which is 1 step higher. So which one are we going to select over here? LHV. Got it? That's how they confuse you in the exams. Okay, we're going to select LHV over here. Okay, so this was about the rural healthcare delivery system. Let's do one question for urban healthcare delivery system, which came in NEET PG 2022. Can you tell me the answer to this? Which is true regarding urban community health center requirements in an area? Which is true regarding urban community health center requirement in an area? One CHC caters population of 1 to 1.5 lakh, minimum 100 bed facility in metro city, referral center for 2 to 3 PHCs, no district hospital or sub-district hospital should be located in the area. Now, this is a very weird thing. Even if we have a CHC, that doesn't mean we cannot have a district hospital or sub-district hospital. We can have. Why not? Why not? Okay. Alright. So, let me take you to a preparation slide over here. Alright. Let's come to this slide. See, there is an urban health and wellness center in urban areas. Okay. In urban area. What is the population? 1 per 15,000 to 20,000. Instead of a sub-center, we have 1 per 15,000 to 20,000. Then we have urban PHC. Where do you have? What is the population? At least 1 per 50,000 population, 50k. Then you have an urban CHC metro city. That is 1 per 5 lakh population. Urban CHC non-metro city, that is 1 per 2.5 lakh population, and in between you have a polyclinic. Okay, in between you have a polyclinic, which is a new term which has come up, which is 1 per 2.5 say 3 lakh population. Clear? This is the setup. Now, what are the number of beds? This comes in exam. In metro city we have 100 beds. In non-metro city we have 50 beds. Okay, we also have one urban ANM who is posted for 10k population. Alright, and what is the population norm for USHA worker? Anybody? One USHA worker, one USHA. Instead of ASHA, urban areas mein kya hai? USHA. So one USHA is for what population? She is for every 1000 to, very good Shabdeep, 2500 population. In case they ask you one number, it will be 2000 population. In case you see that there is no 1000 to 2500 population written, it is just written one single number. So it will be 1 per 2000 population. Got it? ASHA यहाँ पे, USHA यहाँ पे. Alright, chalo. Telegram channel पे you will get the PDF. Okay. So what was the answer to this? One CHC caters population of 1 to 1.5 lakh. Wrong. It is 5 lakh in metro cities, 2.5 lakh in non-metro. Minimum 100 beds looks correct. Referral center. Now is it for 2 to 3 PHCs? No. Now look over here. Urban CHC acts referral center for 4 to 5 urban PHCs. Okay. This is again an important point. No sub-district district hospital. We can have a sub-district district hospital. Clear? I will discuss demographic bonus and gift. Don't worry. Give me a thumbs up for this first question, which is for this first topic session, which is over. So we have discussed a couple of questions from healthcare delivery system. I want everybody giving me a thumbs up. When you get to revise your last minute, these are the most important tables. We've discussed Asha, everything. Going to the next topic for the day. What is it? Vaccines. Okay, let's do a couple of questions of vaccines in another 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, I've covered entire vaccines in 10 minutes. Let's see if you can buck up with the speed and do those questions. Answer. Which of the following is true regarding vaccine disposal? कौन सा statement सही है regarding vaccine disposal? सब आराम से पढ़ो and answer करो. Everybody read this question and answer please. Thank you so much. Let's move forward. A hub cutter is used to dispose of vaccine vials. Empty plastic syringes should be categorized as white. Expired vaccines should be categorized as red. Okay. Empty vaccines vials should be categorized as blue. What do you think is the correct answer? Very good, guys. Hub cutter क्या करता है? Is it used to dispose of vaccine vials? No. Hub cutter is an instrument you must have seen in your labs. It's used to cut the needle part. Okay. It separates the needle. Okay. It separates the needle part. Okay. It separates the needle. Next, empty plastic. Plastic कभी भी white में जाता है, वो भी empty plastic syringes? No. Syringe with the needle will go into white, but plastic syringes, they will go into what? Red. Okay. Expired vaccines, will they go into red? Now, expired vaccines has vaccine in it. So, it becomes a biotechnology base. So, this will go into what? It will go into yellow. Now, empty vaccine vials, categorized as blue. Vaccine vials are what, everybody? Glass vials. Okay, vaccine vials are glass vials. And where does the glass vial go? The glass vial always goes into blue. But if it has the vaccine in it, it becomes a biotechnology waste. Even if you get the question broken vaccine vial, where are you going to put this broken vaccine vial? This is also going to go into blue. Unless it has the vaccine in it, it will go into yellow. Clear? Alright, now I've tried to summarize biomedical waste for you. So you can just have a look at this, your 3-star slide topic. Okay, this is for your last minute revision. It will be there in the PDF. What are the things which get disposed in yellow bag? Yellow bag के contents को क्या करते हैं? जला देते हैं. Incinerator. Okay, incineration. Alright, anatomical waste, everything. Cytotoxic drugs, expired medicines, blood bags is very important over here. Okay, red bag, all the RPTs, okay, vacutainers without bloods, gloves, okay, remember this, gloves, soiled, unsoiled, go into red bag. Blue, I have written glass, broken vaccine vials, also remember this, artificial pacemakers and metallic implants. Got it? Okay, how do you manage blood spills, guys? Anybody can tell me, how do you manage blood spills? How do you manage blood spills? So, for blood spills, what do we use? We use sodium hypochlorite. But how do you manage mercury spills? How do you manage mercury spill? Anybody can tell me in the comment section. Mercury spill कैसे करते हैं? Yes, 1% से 10% का range में we can manage with sodium hypochlorite. How do you manage mercury spills? I'm going to write it somewhere over here. Remember, whenever you have to manage mercury spill, everybody, as soon as there's a broken thermometer, wear your PPE, switch off all the fans, never broom, remove anything metallic from your hands, okay? Collect the mercury with the help of 2 cardboard boxes and put it in a cardboard plates, I would say, X-ray films or something. Put in tube, alright, put in tube half filled with water. Put in tube filled with water and send it back to manufacturer. Send to manufacturer. Send to manufacturer. How are you going to clean the floor, everybody? How are you going to wipe the floor? So remember, floor is wiped with, wipe floor with, is it sodium hypochlorite? Not at all. It is wiped with sodium thiosulfate. Okay, this is the one point I wanted to discuss with you. Sodium thiosulfate. Wipe the floor with sodium thiosulfate. Got it. ठीक है, मैन्युफैक्चर को इन्फॉर्म करना है. वेरी गुड एवरीबडी, समझ में आया ना? ब्लड स्पिल सोडियम हाइपोक्लोराइट, मर्क्यूरी स्पिल में फ्लोर हैज टू बी क्लीन विद सोडियम थायोसल्फेट, इट हैज टू बी कलेक्टेड इन अ ट्यूब एंड इट हैज टू बी सेंट बैक टू द मैन्युफैक्चरर. गॉट इट? All right. Any question, just keep it guys for later. What are these logos? A quick revision. You might get it, might not get it, since we are targeting all the exams right now in the LRR, so we won't miss out on the images. This is biomedical waste. This one is radiation hazard. Okay. And the last one over here is recycle. And biomedical waste is under Ministry of Climate and Forest Change. Okay. Going to the next vaccine question. Which of the following can maintain vaccine temperature for the longest duration? Any idea? I wanted to discuss a few images over here. Alright, now this time I am expecting a couple of questions on cold chain, guys. You know, it's been quite long they have not given any question on cold chain. Why not? Okay, so we are hoping that you might get this time. Can you answer this? Vaccine carrier, day carrier, cold box, ice packs. Good everybody, it is cold box. Great, it is cold box. So I wanted to discuss the difference between cold box and vaccine carrier. Can you just go through the slide once with me, everyone? Cold box supplies vaccine to all peripheral levels. Vaccine carrier supplies vaccines to outreach programs. Cold box की capacity होती है 50 to 75. That's a huge, okay? Because it's meant to carry vaccines from the site of manufacturer also. And इसकी है 16 to 20 vaccine vials. Lined with 4 to 36 ice packs, 4 ice packs. 48 to 96 hours, temperature 24 to 48 hours. And in case you got day carriers is lined by how many ice packs, everybody? 2 ice packs. And how many vials does it carry? 6 to 8 VVs, 6 to 8 vaccine vial. And what is the next image that you can see beside you? What is this next image? This is nothing but ice pack. One question that I can expect from ice pack, what are these holes meant for? These holes are meant for what? Keeping the vaccines, okay? Keeping vaccines. इसमें हम लोग क्या रखते हैं? Vaccines रखते हैं. Now, I would want to ask you a question. Would you keep heat sensitive vaccines in this, or would you keep the freeze sensitive vaccines in this? Which vaccines are you going to keep over here? The heat sensitive vaccines or the freeze sensitive vaccines in the hole that you can see? Heat sensitive or freeze sensitive? Think and answer. Heat sensitive, would you want to keep pentavalent or would you want to keep measles over here? Great guys, you will keep the heat sensitive vaccines, okay? Heat sensitive vaccines. Like we can keep measles, okay? Heat sensitive measles, OPV, alright? RBCG, reconstituted BCG, not the T series vaccines. T series vaccines are all freeze sensitive. Great. Okay, moving to the next question. If a healthcare worker, if a healthcare provider temporarily uses a domestic refrigerator to store vaccines, where should OPV and measles vaccines be placed inside the refrigerator? Every time you get the question on ILR, why not domestic refrigerator? If I don't have space in an ILR, where do I keep the vaccines? I will keep them in a domestic refrigerator, right everybody? So where will you keep it? Think. Next to the freezer compartment, will you keep the heat sensitive or the freeze sensitive? Freezer के just नीचे heat sensitive रखना चाहोगे या freeze sensitive रखना चाहोगे? Of course heat sensitive रखना चाहोगे, ठीक है? So कहाँ पे रखोगे? Middle shelf में रखोगे? Bottom OPV and measles are heat sensitive or freeze sensitive? They are all heat sensitive, right? They are all what? Heat sensitive. Alright, so where are you going to keep the heat sensitive vaccines? Let me show you an image. What are the heat sensitive vaccines? R-bomb. I hope you remember the mnemonic. Reconstituted BCG is the most heat sensitive. Reconstituted BCG is the most heat sensitive. Then it is OPV. Then it is measles. Okay, then it is measles. Reconstituted BCG we can use only up to 4 hours. Okay, but OPV and measles. So where are you going to keep? Look over here in the image. What can you see? OPV, BCG, measles. Where are we keeping them? In the top shelf. The freeze sensitive vaccines, where are you going to keep? DPT, DT, TD, hepatitis B. All these are freeze sensitive. So where do we keep the freeze sensitive? We keep them in the middle shelf. And lowest, kabhi mat bolna. Lowest mein we keep the diluents. Okay? We keep the diluents like distilled water, normal saline. We keep them in the lowest shelf. So the question that came in your, that I asked you was OPV and measles vaccine, where are you going to keep them? So they are going to be kept in, very good, over here, as in the image that you can see, we have kept them in the top shelf. Okay, so OPV and measles will go in the top shelf. Clear? But if I have space, of course, I will keep in an ILR. So look at this ILR image, everybody. This you all know is an ILR. What is the vaccine kept at the topmost of an ILR? When you open an ILR, all the cold air goes and settles at the bottom. Okay, cold air bottom में जाता है. तो जब सारा cold air, all the cold air goes and settles at the bottoms, what would you like to keep at the bottom? Freeze sensitive or heat sensitive? Of course, we will keep the heat sensitive. So have a look at this. At the bottommost of ILR, you have OPV. In the middle, you have TTs and TDs in the middle, and at the topmost, you have hepatitis B. For all the three exams, at least you should know this. At the bottommost, because cold air नीचे गया है, so at the bottommost, we will keep the heat sensitive vaccine, which is OPV. In the middle, exactly in the middle, TT, TDs, and in the topmost, the most freeze sensitive. Which is the most freeze sensitive, everybody? Which is the most freeze sensitive? What is the most freeze sensitive? So the most freeze sensitive is hepatitis B. So it's kept at the topmost. Okay. Now what about all right. Yes, Aditya, listen to me once, dear Aditya. Dekho, why in the refrigerator it is at the top, bache? Because look at the image of the refrigerator. Look at the image of the refrigerator. This is the deep freezer. Okay, so next to the freezer, you can't keep freeze sensitive vaccines, and T series vaccines are freeze sensitive, so they are at the lowest. Heat sensitive vaccines are kept at the next to the freezer. But in an ILR, what do you do? In an ILR, when you open an ILR, cold air नीचे चला जाता है. So if cold air goes to the bottom, you will keep heat sensitive vaccines, not the freeze sensitive. Got it? Somebody who asked? Dr. Aditya, give me a thumbs up if all of you understood this. And this, of course, we know is a dial thermometer. This is used to monitor the temperature of an ILR, okay, and this monitoring is done twice per day. And who is going to monitor this? Medical officer. This is based on the principle of thermocouple. Okay? Alright, going to the next vaccine question. Let's revise the schedule once. A 10-month-old infant came to the clinic for a regular follow-up visit. He missed his most recent vaccine, which was scheduled for 9 months. According to the NIS, which of the following vaccines is not administered to a 10-month-old infant? Now, he should have come at 9 months, but he missed his 9 months vaccine. So, I am asking you that what are the vaccines which are given at 9 months, or indirectly I am asking you, कौन सा इनमें से vaccine आप 9 months में नहीं देते हो? ठीक है, so he should have come at 9 months, but he has come at 10 months. So no problem, I can give the vaccines which are given at 9 months. I can give measles, I can give PCV. Do I need to give DPT at 9 months? No. DPT's first booster, when do you give it? DPT's first booster is given at 16 to 24 months, alright, and DPT's second booster, everybody, DPT's second booster is given at 5 to 6 years. So he was supposed to come at 9 months, he came at 10 months, so I will only give the vaccines which were supposed to be given at 9 months. DPT is supposed to be given at 16 to 24 months, alright. So let's revise once NIS, everybody. Look at this national immunization schedule. Who are the beneficiaries of NIS? Who are the beneficiaries of NIS? Who are the beneficiaries? We've kept the freeze sensitive vaccines in the middle shelf vertica. Bottom mein we keep the dial ones. Okay, we can't keep the freeze sensitive vaccines next to the freezer compartment. Okay? Now, who are the beneficiaries? 0 to 16 years, alright, pregnant females, 0 to 16 years and pregnant females. What are the vaccines which are given at birth? Just keep writing with me, revising with me. BCG, OPV birth dose, hepatitis B, alright, hepatitis B. What are the vaccines given at 6, 10 and 14 weeks? So, we give OPV 1, OPV 2, OPV 3, alright, Penta 1, Penta 1, Penta 2, Penta 3, Penta 1, Penta 2, Penta 3, rotavirus 1, rotavirus 2, rotavirus 3. What else do we give at this time? We give PCV 1, alright, then we give PCV pneumococcal conjugate, not polysaccharide, fractional IPV 1, fractional IPV 2. Fractional IPV means 1/5 of full dose, okay, means 1/5 of full dose. 9 completed months, we give measles, rubella first dose, JE first dose. Now we are giving killed JE vaccine also. And what else do we give over here? We give fractional PCV का booster, fractional IPV third dose, fractional IPV third dose. Along with this, at 9 months we give vitamin A, all right, 1 ml or 1 lakh international unit. Thereafter every 6 months, till how many years? Every 6 months, till 5 years, how much do we give? Till 5 years we give 2 ml or 2 lakh international unit. Okay. 16 to 24 months we give measles rubella second dose, JE second dose. Now we give DPT first booster and we also give OPV booster, the only live vaccine which requires a booster. 5 to 6 years we give DPT second booster. And what do we give at 10 and 16 years? Do we give TT or TD? I've taught you many times in your national immunization schedule, क्या आप TT देते हो या TD देते हो? In your NIS we give TD. In trauma cases we give TT. So 10 years TD1 and TD2. Never forget this. ठीक है? Tetanus, diphtheria. TD1 and TD2. Clear? Okay, now there is one more thing I wanted to discuss with all of you guys. Now we have introduced JE killed vaccine. So where is Japanese encephalitis killed vaccine given? Anybody can put in the comment section. Let me see if you remember. Pregnancy we are going to discuss, Chandra. Just give me a moment. We'll discuss pregnancy related question. Where do you give JE killed vaccine? Where do you give JE live and where do you give JE killed? So have a look at this image, everybody. This is for your revision. Okay, oral route we give OPV, Rota and vitamin A. OPV ke 2 drops we give, rotavirus ke we give 5 drops. Okay, then what do we give in the right upper arm? In the right upper arm we are giving MR, R say right, measles rubella hai but R IPV right upper arm. Left we give BCG, but look, JE live vaccine which is given in the left upper arm. But in the thighs, what do you give in the thighs? We give all the T series vaccine. And JE killed, everybody make a note of this. JE killed vaccine is being given in left thigh. Don't forget that. JE killed vaccine is given in left thigh. We'll discuss the strains also. Chalo, moving to the next question. Which of the following vaccines is appropriate to be administered to an 18-month-old child who has not received any prior vaccination according to NIS? I'm going to discuss the strains. Everything will be discussed. Just chill, relax, बैठे रहो आराम से, ठीक है? And keep attending the session. Okay? So what is the answer to this? बताओ. Don't mark the option which has maximum number of vaccines. It's nothing like that. Okay, guys? You have to think and mark 18 months olds. Now, I've told you BCG, direct BCG can be given only till 1 year. So, this is out. OPV, MMR, you can give 5 years. But BCG, 1 year. Penta, most important, 1 year. So, again, this is out. Here, I wrote PCV. Pneumococcal, again, we can give till 1 year. Rotavirus, till 1 year. So, this is out. This is the correct answer. OPV and MMR, we can give up to 5 years. So, let's revise this short table of delayed immunization, everybody. Like birth doses, if you talk about, okay, if you talk about birth doses, OPV 0 can be given till 15 days. Hepatitis B का birth dose कब तक दे सकते हो? Hepatitis B birth dose can be given till 24 hours. Till 1 year, we can give BCG. We can give the ones to remember, Penta, Rota. You will remember these. Mostly asked, Penta, Rota. Okay, IPV, PCV. Okay, it rhymes. Penta, Rota, IPV, PCV. ठीक है? 5 years तक we can give OPV, MMR, okay, measles, rubella, whatever you say, vitamin A. 7 years we can give DPT. Till 15 years we can give J. And lifelong we can give TT/TD. Okay, TT/TD. Any confusion in this one? Don't go and end up marking the option which has the maximum number of vaccines. ऐसा नहीं करना है. ठीक है? चले आगे? चलो. कोई भी doubt हो, any doubt, please write it. I will help you with them. Next question, a quick look at the pregnancy protocol, everybody. A 28-year woman at 16 weeks gestation had a history of 2 prior pregnancies and her last delivery was 17 months ago. Make a note of this, 17 months ago. Which of the following is the most appropriate vaccination schedule for this patient? Will you give 2 doses? Will you give 1 dose? First tell me that. Will you give 2 doses or will you give 1 dose only? Now look, she has her last delivery 17 months ago. That means she is what? She is a multi. Okay, with last childbirth when? With last childbirth within 3 years. Okay, within 3 years. So she is a multi and her last childbirth was within 3 years because her youngest baby is 17 months old, right? Last childbirth within 3 years. So in this case, what do you give? You give a single booster dose. Yes, you give a single booster of TD around which month? 7th month. So what is your answer over here? 2 doses? No. When do you give 2 doses? 2 doses are given for a primary, someone who is pregnant for the first time, or you can also give to a multi with last childbirth when? With last childbirth more than 3 years ago. In that case, we give 2 doses. First dose as soon as possible and second dose 4 weeks later. But over here, she has a youngest baby who is 17 months. Alright, so it is less than 3 years. So what do we do? 1 dose of TD vaccine. Please don't write TT. TT is not given in NIS. Okay, there has not been any change. The cutoff is still 3 years. Abhi bhi cutoff kitna hai? 3 years. Got it? The cutoff is still, everybody what? The cutoff is still 3 years. It's not 2 years. It is 3 years. Okay. Chalo, moving to the next question. Can we go to the next question? All right. Which of the following diseases is not part of the pan-Indian diseases covered under Mission Indradhanush? So, which is not a disease which has not been included under Mission Indradhanush? Why not B? What was B? 1 dose of TD vaccine now. Not now. You don't give it now. Okay. In case of a multi who's had a baby more than 3 years old, less than 3 years, then you give a booster only around the 7th month of pregnancy. Got it? क्या नाम था? Somebody was asking, I missed your name, sorry dear. Alright, everybody understood that? Yes, that's a rule, Bhakti. 3 years ही follow करना है, ठीक है? Which of the following diseases is not part of Pan India? Come on. पैन इंडिया में कौन सा डिजीज नहीं आता? एक्स्ट्रा पल्मोनरी टीबी तो आता है ना? एवरीवेयर थ्रू आउट इंडिया एवरीबडी वी गिव व्हाट? थ्रू आउट इंडिया यू गिव BCG. That's the why I gave to confuse you a little. BCG vaccine protects from extra pulmonary TB, not from pulmonary TB. Rotavirus diarrhea throughout India दे रहे, most common cause of infant diarrhea. J is given in selected states. Now, did you understand the question? In pan India, we do not give J. Alright, pan India, how many diseases? 11 diseases. J is given only in endemic states. But if somebody asks you, Mission Indradhanush is protecting you from how many diseases? This is Mission Indradhanush, a baby with a rainbow. This is protecting us from 12 diseases. And currently we have Mission Indradhanush 5.0 running. Don't get confused with Abhiyan Indradhanush. This is an Indradhanush with a hospital bed. Okay, this is change in the bed sheets. All right, bed sheets have to be changed according to the color of rainbow in ESI hospital. Okay. Got it? All right. So that is Mission Indradhanush and Abhiyan Indradhanush. Let's do some updates, some IT initiatives which have come up in our, which are there in the exam now that they have asking. Very good, Rupa. Bed sheets are changed according to the color of the rainbow. Yes. What is the answer to this? Most expected, I would say, one of the most expected things. Dekho, aajkal everything is on the app. So why miss out on app for vaccines? Which of the following diseases is not included in the IT initiatives following under Mission Indradhanush? Even, Anmol, SafeVac, AEFI. Please remember, AEFI was something which was introduced by WHO. It is not a part of Mission Indradhanush. That is AEFI, we don't say adverse event following immunization. We say the IT initiative as SafeVac. Okay, so I'm going to show you the image for all of this. That is why I brought this question. The image question is important over here. Can you see this first one? Even, most expected, a couple of images, guys. Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network. So this is an app which maintains or tells us about the stocks of vaccine. Okay, where the vaccines are available. Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network. They can ask you the logo, they can ask you the full form. What is UN? Anyone? UN. UN has been introduced for 0 to 5 year old. It's like a online immunization card, okay, online immunization card. I don't have to carry the immunization card of my baby every time I go to the hospital. It's an online immunization card, but it's only for 0 to 5 years old, okay. All the details, growth chart, everything is on this app. You win. What is Anmol? Anmol is A&M online, okay. She uses this. This is a tab. Can you see this small image over here? This is a tab. She carries a tab in which she is doing all the real-time data entering, okay. She doesn't have to write anything in registers. She tracks pregnant females and children. Tracks pregnant females and children. Yes, tablet-based software. Very good. We can write this over here. Tablet-based software. This is tablet-based software. Tracks pregnant females and children. Tracks pregnant females and children. And instead of AEFI, what are we saying? SafeVac. Surveillance and action for events following vaccination. Surveillance and action for events following vaccination. You could be asked the full form. And this one is Kilkari app. Okay, this is the logo of Kilkari app. Any woman who's conceiving, who's conceived, who's pregnant, information is sent out on this app to the pregnant female. All these images, please read and go for your exams. All right, can we go to the next question? Give me a thumbs up so far. We're just going to wrap up vaccines in 3 to 4 minutes now. Next important question. Which of the following is incorrect about vaccine while monitor? All logo images, तो आसिम ऐसा है ना कि अभी topic wise I'm doing the images, okay. One session I will take separately where we'll just have images, okay. So you can keep revising images as I teach you in the class today. अभी numericals भी आ जाएंगे, ठीक है. No, bacha, Bhakti, the first child is like she had the last delivery 18 months ago. So the baby is less than 3 years. So we just give one booster dose. Okay, you can write it down, Bhakti. I will tell you once the class finishes. Okay, you're down. Alright, VVM is a heat sensitive chemical indicator placed on the body of the vial, neck of the ampule, cap of the vial. Absolutely correct. It records cumulative heat exposure by changing the color in the monitor. Very good. Now, the VVM number is the time in days for inner square to reach the color indicating a discard point if the vial is exposed. Yes, VVM 27, VVM 14. So what do those numbers represent? The time in days. This could also be asked in your exams. And if the inner square of VVM is of the same color, it can be used? No, you cannot use it. Also guys, can anyone tell me where is the chemical? Is it in the square or is it in the circle? Is it in the square or is it in the circle? VVM, vaccine vial monitor. This is an example of appropriate technology. This is an example of what? Appropriate technology. Alright, principle of primary health care. Where do you have the chemical? It's in the square. और हमेशा याद रखना दुनिया गोल है. The world is round और हम लोग उसके अंदर है. We are all inside it. So never forget it's outer circle, inner square. If inner square is lighter than outer, you will use. If inner square starts to change color but is still outer than the outer circle, you will use. If it's of the same color, alright, if it's of the same color, we have to discard, and of course if it's darker, we have to discard. There is absolutely no doubt, darker है तो discard करना ही करना. और VVM ऐसे body में हो सकता है. If you have it in the body, it is liquid vaccines. If you have it on the neck of the ampule and the cap, then these are what guys? These are the freeze-dried vaccines, alright, or the reconstituted vaccines. These are the freeze-dried vaccines or the reconstituted vaccines. So whenever you have a liquid vaccine, it will always be on the body. Okay? Okay. Alright. VVM, match the vaccines with the side effects. Let's quickly revise a couple of side effects and contraindications and open vial policy. Then move to a slightly easier topic. Okay, tell me the answer to this. Yes, Dhruv, this is much for the NEET. Let the session finish. If you revise this 2-3 times, Dhruv, you will be good to go for your exams day. ठीक है, पूरा PSM पढ़ेंगे ना. We have a couple of hours with us. Alright, till 4:35. I think it will go up to 5. So let's revise आराम से. Revise this, go for your exam, good to go. Alright, what is the answer to this guys? Rotavirus, one of the most commonly asked, interception. Okay, BCG. BCG क्या कराता है? We all know scar formation. Pertussis, inconsolable cry and convulsions. Measles, toxic shock syndrome. So what is your answer? ठीक है, क्या है इसका आंसर गाइज? गुड, D. Now, why did I give you this question? What about this? Inconsolable cry and convulsions, update. Okay, is it an absolute contraindication or is it a relative contraindication, guys? Is it an absolute contraindication or is it a relative contraindication? Inconsolable cry and convulsions following pertussis is no longer an absolute contraindication. Okay, it is no longer an absolute contraindication. You can definitely give the vaccine. Okay, it is no longer an absolute contraindication. पहले ये था, अब नहीं है. It is no longer an absolute contraindication for subsequent doses. All right. चले आगे बढ़े. Okay, let's go to the next question, everybody. So you can just go through this table as well. I have put out a few important points over here. BCG vaccine का most common side effect is ulcer. Remember that most common side effect BCG vaccine, ulcer formation. 8 to 12 weeks it takes for the scar to फॉर्म गाइस. ठीक है, एक क्वेश्चन ये भी आ सकता है, स्कार कब तक बनता है? स्कार फॉर्मेशन टेक्स एटलीस्ट 8 to 12 weeks. ओके, बट मोस्ट कॉमन साइड इफेक्ट ऑफ BCG वैक्सीन इज अल्सर फॉर्मेशन. गॉट इट? मीजल्स, दिस हैज कम. टॉक्सिक शॉक सिंड्रोम, tetanus, toxoid, brachial neuritis, you can't move your shoulders, intersusception, pertussis may we have already done. So you can go through this chart once. Okay, moving to the next question, which of the following vaccines cannot be given to a pregnant female? Which of the following vaccines cannot be given to a pregnant female? Can anybody answer this for me? Which of the following vaccines cannot be given to a pregnant female? Which of the following vaccines? ध्यान से बड़े प्यार से पढ़ के आंसर दो. We are going to discuss one topic here also. What are the live vaccines and what are the killed vaccines? Good, good. Which of the following vaccines? Now KFD. KFD is, you remember the mnemonic? KILLED, killed. Killed vaccines का mnemonic क्या था? KFD. Absolutely correct. Key is not forest disease. I से क्या था everybody? IPV. L से क्या था? Influenza killed. Influenza killed. What about E? What about E? Encephalitis. J, Japanese encephalitis killed. What about D? D से कौन सा वैक्सीन आ गया? A for apple, B for boy, C for cat, D for dog. Dog से मतलब we are talking about rabies vaccine. So rabies you have to remember is a killed vaccine. Okay, this is very important. IPV. Rotavirus is definitely a live vaccine which you cannot give. Now what is the mnemonic for live vaccines? Who's going to tell me? What is the mnemonic for live vaccines, guys? याद है सारे कोई को? Everybody remembers? I love chick. Okay, embryo, embryo. I love chick, embryo. I से क्या था? What was I? Influenza live. Okay, I is influenza live given by the nasal route. Love is of course live. Chick से chicken pox. Chicken pox. Zoster. Okay, chicken pox. Alright, E से Japanese encephalitis live. M से measles. Measles, MR. B, BCG. R, rotavirus. Y, yellow fever. O, OPV. Got it? Hepatitis A is available as live and killed both. Alright, just have no make a note of this. Hepatitis A is available as live and killed both. Live and killed both. Okay? Alright, so over here the answer becomes rotavirus. Now let me give you one more question. Moving forward, can I go ahead, everybody? I hope we are not going too fast. Sab badhiya, all good, everything nice. Let's move forward. Quick me the answer to this. NEET PG 2022. A child is having recurrent yeast and respiratory infection since she was 2.5 months old. Considering her immune system status, which of the following vaccines is contraindicated? What is your answer, guys? What is your answer? Now, there's a very big hint over here, recurrent yeast and respiratory infections. That means she is immunosuppressed. She has some immunocompromised conditions. Okay, immunosuppressed. She has some immunosuppressed condition. So, what is the vaccine that I'm not going to give over here? The live vaccine. Live vaccines are contraindicated. Which is the live vaccines over here? Measles, MR, MMR. Okay. Generally, अगर किसी भी बच्चे को ना गाइस कफ होता है, कोल्ड होता है, vaccines you can give. All right. Anyone who's having diarrhea, so you can go through this chart later. This is again your slide which you should remember. Pregnancy, all live vaccines contraindicated except yellow fever. Lactation may be yellow fever contraindicated, but look at this. General fever, diarrhea, PEM, you don't have to contraindicate any vaccine. Please give it. ठीक है. Asymptomatic HIV, none of the vaccines contraindicated. Symptomatic HIV में all live vaccines contraindicated, but you will give measles and OPV group. ठीक है. Now, an important point over here, remember one thing, egg allergy. Which vaccines are contraindicated in egg allergy? Egg allergy में आप कौन से vaccines नहीं देते हो? In egg allergy, which is a famous PYQ. Egg allergy, yellow fever and influenza. Okay, yellow fever and influenza. Okay, this is contraindicated. So I have shared all the important charts with you for vaccines as well, so you can revise it later. Two topics are left from vaccine: strains. Let's go to the strains question. NEET PG again. A 32-year-old person traveled to Africa. He reported a fever followed by chills. Which vaccine, if he had taken before travel, he could not have developed the disease? What is the strain of the vaccine? Very good, 17D. 17D is yellow fever vaccine. We will discuss yellow fever vaccine separately also. Gerillin, everybody, is for mumps. Edmonston Zagreb is for measles. Oka, KSA, chicken pox. Another expected question, what is JE Live? JE Live is SA 14-14-2. JE Live is SA 14-14-2, and JE Killed, the one which government has introduced, Jeev, and Jeev also uses SA 14-14-2 strain. Okay, Jeev. And Genvac. Genvac is which one? Genvac is your Kohler strain. Don't forget this. Genvac is your Kohler strain. Some of the common strains that could come in your exams. Got it? Moving ahead. Open vial policy. Let's quickly revise this last question from vaccines. Open vial policy. An A&M worker has to conduct vaccination camp in a village. She received 2 open vials. One is Penta and the other is MR. Expiry date has passed in Penta. Which statement is true regarding utilization of these vials? No, I won't get angry, Anvesh. Anvesh, it's just that there we have a lot of topics, okay? So, in case you don't get anything, just note it down. I will extend and I will tell you, okay? I will try to go, but you know, we have to revise the entire PSM in a couple of hours. So, whatever you don't get, just note it. I will come back and help you out. Don't worry at all. Rest assured, okay? Chalo. What is the answer to this? Now, there was a catch over here, guys. Open vial policy. Expiry date has passed. Now, open vial policy means once the vaccine vial has been opened, you can reuse up to how many days? You can reuse it up to how many days? So, let us go to this one slide over here. Vaccine vials opened. Okay, this is open vial policy. Open vial policy. Vaccine vials opened in session site can be used in more than one session in 4 weeks, up to 4 weeks. 4 weeks means how many days, everybody? 28 days. 28 days. Provided expiry date has not passed, storage and transport are appropriate, +2 to +8. The cold chain storage temperature, no contamination has been reported, asepsis has been in withdrawing, VVM has not reached the discard point. Now, मैंने आपको question में बहुत important point लिख दिया था, that expiry date has passed. Now, what are the vaccines that follow open vial policy and what are the vaccines that don't follow? So, please remember, vaccines that follow open vial policy, which you can reuse. Vaccines that follow open vial policy. Anybody, what was the mnemonic for this? All T series vaccine. ठीक है? All T series vaccine. All T series vaccine. Okay? Plus PIO, PO, plus JE killed, Genvac. Okay? JE killed. Live JE follow नहीं करता है. Killed JE follow करता है. Killed JE. And what about the T series vaccine? Now, rotavirus vaccine follows. Rotavirus. Don't forget, don't go by the old video lectures. Rotavirus vaccine follows. Rotavirus, TT, TD, Penta, alright, DPT, hepatitis B. All of these have T series, hepatitis B, letter T, they follow. What about PIO, PCV, what about IPV, O से क्या हो गया, OPV, and आपका हो गया J killed. J killed मतलब Genvac, okay, Genvac, that follows, Jeev, that follows. Clear? J live does not follow. So what are the vaccines that do not follow open vial policy? So that do not follow. Can you tell me what are the vaccines that do not follow open vial policy? Everybody, do not follow. They are the reconstituted vaccines. Which ones are they? Reconstituted vaccines. What are the reconstituted vaccines? Are BCG. BCG में diluent कौन सा डलता है? Normal saline. I am revising it here only. Okay, measles. Measles में कौन सा diluent डलता है? Distilled water, sterile water. Okay, then remember J live. J live does not follow. SA 14-14-2, phosphate buffer, it does not follow. Phosphate buffer. Yellow fever vaccine, that also does not follow. Okay, BCG and measles, we have to use it up to how many hours, everybody? 4 hours. Okay, J has to be used up to 2 hours. Yellow fever has to be used up to half an hour. Got it? So you have to know what are the vaccines that follow open vial policy, guys. The vaccines that follow open vial policy is all T series plus PO plus J killed. Live J does not follow. So here you had MR. MR vaccine cannot be used. Okay, it can be used only up to 4 hours. Okay, but Penta could be used. But over here expiry date has passed. So what am I going to do? I am going to discard both. COVID also does not follow. Clear? I am going to discard both. Why? Although pentavalent can be used, but what has happened in pentavalent, everybody? It has expired. Got it? Give me a thumbs up if you all understood open vial policy. Once the vials have been opened, you can reuse up to 4 weeks provided expiry date has not passed, VVM is not damaged, cold chain condition is proper, aseptic techniques have been used. And what are the vaccines that follow open vial policy? All T series plus PO plus J killed. ठीक है? Reconstituted follow नहीं करता. Done the entire vaccine revision over. So we've done healthcare delivery system, we've done vaccines. Both are important for your last minute revisions. Now before I go to EPID, let me take on a slightly easier topic. Okay, let me give you a couple of questions first. Okay, then we'll move to EPID. Can you answer this? Let's see. A public health specialist is investigating an outbreak of acute respiratory illness in a community. She is concerned with the virulence and communicability of the causative agent. Which of the following indicators is used to measure virulence and communicability? Favorite. Now we've gone to concept of health and disease. Okay, let's revise a couple of questions from that. Concept of health and disease. Anybody? क्या है इसका आंसर? विरुलेंस को कौन मेजर करता है? विरुलेंस इज मेजर्ड बाय हु मेजर्स विरुलेंस? केस फैटेलिटी रेट. एंड कम्युनिकेबिलिटी इज मेजर्ड बाय secondary attack rate. Nowadays, they are very fond of asking you numerical. So, let me take you to numerical. Okay? Case fatality rate is virulence or severity. Like rabies has 100% case fatality. Okay? Let me take you to an MCQ. Can you answer this? A village has a total of 100 under 5 children. Now, even if you don't, you can please use a paper and pen. Right now, you're in your practice session. It would be better if you don't use, but if you want to use, it's up to you right now because we will have a separate numerical session also. But try to do this. A village has a total of 100 under 5 children. The coverage with measles vaccine in this age group is 60%. Following the occurrence of measles case in a child after a visit outside, 26 children developed measles later. Secondary attack rate of measles is, what is it, the secondary attack rate over here? All I want you to know is secondary attack rate ka formula. Okay, what is secondary attack rate? Total number of secondary cases, total number of cases that develop, okay, that develop following exposure to a primary case, following exposure to a primary case, everybody, to a primary case within one incubation period of the disease, within one incubation period of disease, out of the total number of susceptibles, And what are you going to multiply it with? 100. Towards the end of the session, I will sum up for you where do we have 100 as the multiplier, where do we have 1000 as the multiplier, where do we have 1 lakh as the multiplier. Okay, that I am going to sum it up for you at the end of the session. So, total number of secondary cases that develop following exposure to a primary case. Now, see, there are 100 under 5 children. Coverage of measles vaccine is 60%. So, how many children are safe? How many children are safe? Safe कितने बच्चे हैं? 60. Right, they have been vaccinated. How many are susceptible, everybody? How many are susceptible? There were 100 under 5 children, so 100 minus 60, 40. They are not vaccinated, so they can go on to develop measles. अब क्या होता है? Following the occurrence of a measles case in a child, some child goes and visits some community outside, develops measles. So this becomes a primary case. This becomes a primary case. Now following exposure to him, 26 other children develop measles later. So these 26 become what? Secondary cases. What are they? They are secondary cases. They are what? Secondary cases. So what will you use in the numerator? It is 26. But how many are susceptible? 40 were susceptible, but out of that 40, 1 became the primary case. So you will always subtract that 1. Never forget to subtract the primary case from the number of susceptibles. और 100 से multiply करोगे कितना आएगा? 26 upon 39 into 100. So what did your answer come, everybody? 66.6%. Point to be noted. Please don't forget to subtract the number of primary cases from the number of susceptible. Agar if the question had said that there are 5 children who developed measles on a particular day, they are the 5 primary cases. You always have to subtract it from the number of susceptibles. Everybody got this question into your heads, right? Sabko samajh aaya? Give me a thumbs up. If all of you understood this question, everybody, don't forget to subtract the number of susceptibles, number of primary cases from the total number of susceptibles, right? Okay, based on this, a couple of points that I wanted to revise with you. What is the answer to this? Time interval between entry of organism and appearance of first sign and symptom. Time interval between entry of organism and appearance of first sign and symptom. What are you going to call this? Incubation period, right? Incubation period for non-communicable disease. Now, ideally, non-communicable disease ka there's no incubation period, but what is the term that we use over here? Latent period. Okay. First case of infectious origin introduced in the population, it is always a primary case. First case of infectious origin. Cases developing following exposure to a primary case. What is this? A secondary case. Time interval between occurrence of primary and secondary case. It's like a episode going on. Serial interval. First case to come to the notice of an investigator. The first case that comes to the notice of an investigator is an index case. Don't say a primary case. Epidemiologist, the first case that comes to the notice is index case. Time interval between entry of organisms and maximum infectivity, guys. Maximum infectivity, generation time. This is a favorite question of NEET, FMG exams both. Okay. Time interval between entry of organism and 50% of cases to occur. This is nothing but median incubation period. 50% cases, median incubation period. Time interval between entry of organism and coming lab positive. Lab positive means detecting viral markers in the blood. Okay, जब तक कि blood में markers मिलते हैं. This is what, everybody? Window period. This is window period. Just a quick revision of some important terms. All these are MCQs. Serial interval has come, index case has come, generation time has come, median incubation period has also come. Okay? Let's go to one more calculation. Ready for another calculation? Right on clock. Do this calculation because now they are giving a lot of calculations, so we cannot leave them. Okay? Alright. An epidemiologist, while conducting routine surveillance, noticed that there were 300 new cases of diarrhea in a year. The total population in that area is 30,000. So what is the incidence? Okay? What is the incidence? Can you tell me the answer to this of diarrhea? किया किसी ने? इंसिडेंस का फॉर्मूला क्या होता है? व्हाट इज इंसिडेंस? इंसिडेंस इज नथिंग बट न्यू केसेस, राइट? सो इंसिडेंस इज द टोटल नंबर ऑफ न्यू केसेस ऑफ अ डिजीज, total number of new cases that develop in a community over a specified period out of simple total population at risk, all right? Total population at risk. The multiplier, however, in incidence is 1000. I'll sum it up at the end, where we multiply 1000, where 100 and where 1 lakh. Numerator is a part of denominator, multiply 1000, so it is a rate. So how many are the new cases? 300 new cases. And what is the population, everybody? 30,000 multiplied with 1000. Now I completely understand, you might end up telling me, ma'am, paper and pen नहीं होता. मैं बिल्कुल समझती हूँ guys, paper and pen नहीं होता. I'm with you in this, that you don't get. The only aid to that is the formulas have to be here in your head. Write it in a piece of paper, put it in front of your study table, or make it a screenshot, लेके phone का cover बनाओ. Keep looking at the formulas every day, because once you are sure with the formulas, trust me, you will be able to do the answer. Okay, this is 10 per 1000, and every time it is not necessary that all numbers will be used, whichever they have given in the question. Okay, 10 per 1000. Good. What about prevalence, guys? What is the formula for prevalence? Prevalence is nothing but total existing cases. Okay, what is prevalence? Total existing cases. Existing cases का मतलब होता है new plus old out of the total population. Out of the total population, multiply it with 100. Okay, multiply it with 100. Okay, going to another MCQ. Let me see if you can do this. A new drug was approved for treatment of bladder cancer. This is something that we can expect in INICET as well. Okay, the drug does not, however, cure the cancer but prevents early death. Identify the correct statement. Now here we have a use of the equation. What is the equation that you have to look over here? P is equal to I into D. Prevalence is dependent on duration, incidence is not dependent on duration. Okay, P is equal to, this is a famous PYQ. Now we have introduced a new drug for the treatment. The drug does not cure you but prevents death. That means it's not curing the person, but it's allowing the person to live longer. All right, person doesn't, but prevents early death. That means lives longer. That means what happens, everybody, if you're not getting cured but you're going to live longer with the disease, that means तुम ठीक तो नहीं होगे but तुम काफी दिन उस disease के साथ जी लोगे. ठीक है, you're going to live longer with the disease. D increases. All right, so what happens to prevalence over here? Of course, P increases. But what about incidence? It's a drug. It's not acting on the risk factors. If something acts on the risk factors like vaccination, it acts on the risk factors. All right, then incidence will decrease. Over here, the rate at which the cancer was occurring, that will remain the same. Okay, the drug will not act on the risk factors. The rate at which new cases will occur, वो तो same ही रहेगा. So what is the answer over here? Increase in prevalence, no change in incidence. However, if the person got cured, okay, if the person got cured, अगर cured हो जाता, okay, then D would decrease, P would decrease, I would remain the same. Clear? ठीक है? So this equation you should remember. Going to the next MCQ, everybody, let's see this one. Good indicator of availability, utilization and effectiveness of health service in a country is. What is your answer to this? What is your answer to this? In fact, this is a very important question for NEET, for FMG, for INICET, everybody. Very good. This is IMR. We'll discuss all these formulas also in a couple of time, but I wanted to discuss something over here. Dekho guys, I've made a slide for you. I want as quickly as possible the answers to those questions that I'm going to ask you now. Okay, let's see. Suppose in the exam they give you best measure for burden of disease. What is your answer? Best measure. This is a highly important slide of the day. 100 नहीं बच्चे, 1000 है ना, 1000 होगा ना, 10 per 1000, क्योंकि incidence में the multiplier is 1000. Okay, Tanishq? Okay, best measure for burden. Very good, Dali. Simplest measure for burden. I missed one. Let me ask you. Simplest measure for burden of disease. Anybody? Simplest measure of burden of disease. Simplest measure. Simplest measure आ गया अगर burden of disease का. What will you mark? Very good, Shabdeep. Proportional mortality rate. Proportional mortality rate. That's the simplest measure. Good. Best measure of cost effectiveness of interventions, like is it working, we've launched some chemotherapy, some physiotherapy, whatever, some radiological something, is it working? Cost effectiveness में क्या होता है? QALY. Good guys. Overall development of country and population, what is the index that we will look at? Overall indicator, overall it is IMR. But in case they use the word UN indicator, United Nations uses which term? Does it use infant mortality? No. United Nations, जो पढ़ोगे international health में, that uses which one? This uses under 5 mortality rate. Alright? Or you could also say child mortality. Okay? Child mortality. Next one. Best measure for quality of healthcare delivery services in a population. Quality of healthcare delivery services. Quality of healthcare is always maternal mortality ratio. I will discuss all these formulas. Don't worry at all. MMR वगैरह सब पढ़ेंगे, ठीक है? Maternal mortality ratio. Good. Combined pediatrics and obs care. Which one? The care which is given to a mother while the baby is in the womb as well as when the baby is outside. मतलब वो care जो दिया जाता है जब बच्चा माँ के womb में है और बाहर भी. What is that combined indicator? That is PMR. Very good. Perinatal mortality rate. Perinatal mortality rate. Anybody in the class, yardstick for assessment or standards of therapy? Any idea? Important for INICT. To be very obvious, it could come in INICT. But everybody should know this. Standards of therapy means we are treating some person, koi cancer ho gaya, giving chemo, radio. What do you look for? Kaplan-Meier curve. Where do you make a Kaplan-Meier curve, guys? What do you check in Kaplan-Meier? You check. Very good, Ritika. You check. Very good, Dr. J. Survival rates. Okay, survival rates. Very good. Yardsticks. Kaplan-Meier क्या check करता है? Survival. ठीक है? Efficacy of health programs. If they clearly use the word health programs, efficacy, the answer will be incidence. Okay? Best measure of efficacy of health programs. Is the health program running well? The answer is going to be incidence. This is a very important slide of the day. Okay? Got it? Okay. Moving ahead, everyone. Let's go to the next question. Let's go to an important question. Morbidity indicator, mortality indicators. Morbidity indicators can be used to measure overall health status of a community. Which out of the following indicators does not measure morbidity? Attendance rate at OPD, duration of stay in the hospital, notification rate, number of days of restricted activity. Which one are you going to mark? Morbidity indicator. Morbidity is a measure of spells of sickness of a disease. Okay. So, which one is not a morbidity indicator? Good. Number of days of restricted activity. I have told you many times, when activity gets restricted, it is what? Disability indicator. This is a disability indicator. It is actually a event type disability indicator. Activity का word में क्या होता है? Disability. Rest all of them are what? Morbidity indicators. So check out another important slide of the day. Another important slide of the day is this one. Whenever you have free time, go through this slide. I have summed up indicator का slide है ये. All of the things in this session has a lot of tables, guys, which is must for your last minute revision. What are the morbidity indicators? Incidence, prevalence, notification rate, attendance rate, OPD rate, admission, duration of stay in the hospital, sickness, absenteeism. All these are morbidity indicators. Mortality, I am sure you will be able to make out. Please remember this one, life expectancy at birth. It is a positive mortality indicator. Okay. Healthcare delivery indicator, which you just studied. Doctor population ratio, population bed ratio, population per health centers. Those are healthcare delivery indicators. Healthcare utilization, bed turnover rates, bed occupancy rate. Okay. Health policy indicator, percent of GDP on health. What is the question related to this? India has promised to spend 2.5% of GDP on health by 2025. Alright, and one you have event type or disability indicators. Don't forget this slide of the day, guys. Moving ahead, can we go to the next question? Everybody? Okay, now we'll just quickly look at Daly and Qualley and Sullivan's index. Okay, so our question to all of you is this one, NEET PG 2022. Due to recent advances in testing for breast cancer, life expectancy has been reportedly increased by 20 years in a country X. The healthcare utility value for the country was 0.7. Which indicator can be calculated from the parameters given? Now there is a very simple way to remember this. Whenever you have an intervention, you just studied that Qualley is a measure of cost effectiveness of interventions, right? Cost effectiveness of interventions. So whenever we have an intervention, we calculate something which is known as utility value. This is your buzzword, okay? Whenever you have an intervention, you calculate something that what will be the utility value for this intervention. That means if I take, let's say, chemotherapy, how many years is it going to add to my life? Okay, so those are your buzzwords. In that case, how many years because of a medical intervention, how many years got added to my life? Life expectancy increased. In such case, the answer is always Qualley. Okay, for your answer to be Qualley, you have to remember cost effectiveness of interventions, utility value. If I take that intervention, how many years my life gets extended by? Okay, now when will the answer be Daly? Okay, so let me take you to a very short concept. Look at this question. Look at this question and try to do it. Mr. Rajesh is diagnosed with cancer at the age of 40 years. Alright. The average life expectancy in the country where he resides is 70 years. Once diagnosed with cancer, Rajesh dies at 50 years. Had Rajesh taken a medical intervention X, he would have survived till age 60 years. Can you calculate Daly and Qualley? Most expected are Daly and Qualley, guys. And abhi you saw NEET PG mein aa bhi chuka hai, so we cannot omit that question, Daly and Qualley. So what is your answer over here to Daly as well as Qualley? Anybody can do this? What can anyone do this question? Daly kya hota hai? Daly is nothing but years of life lost to premature death plus years lived with disability. Okay, years lost to premature death, years lost to premature death, years lost to premature death. All right, and what is YLD? Years lived with disability or lost to disability, years lived with disability, years lived with disability. Okay, now let us look at Rajesh ka story. Mr. Rajesh was leading a good life. Unfortunately, his life was going on like this. At 40 years, what happened, guys? He suffered from cancer. Now, his quality will start declining. So, his quality started decline and Rajesh died at 50 years. But he was staying in this country. He should have gone on to live till, how many years he should have lived till? 60 years. He should have lived till 70 years. The life expectancy of this country is 70 years. So now can you calculate Daly? Years of life lost. So how many years of life he lost due to premature death? He should have lived till 70 years. So he lost 20 years. And how many years did he live with the disability? He died at 50, he was diagnosed with cancer at 40. So 10 years. So what is the Daly over here? The Daly is 30 years. Okay. Now what is Qualley? Had he taken a medical intervention, suppose when he was diagnosed, he took a medical intervention, his life would have still been maintained and now he would have died at 60 years. So how many number of years of life got added? He was dying at 50 years. If he had taken medical intervention, he would have survived till 60 years. So how many years got added? 10 more years got added, right? So what is the Qualley over here? The Qualley over here is 10 years. Did you understand? So the correct answer is 10. समझ में आया? Everybody, this is an important concept. Okay, Daly and Qualley. Daly means what? Daly means years of life lost to premature death, and Qualley means because of a medical intervention, how many years of life got added. Why not Qualley 20? Because he was dying at 50, but now if he took the medical intervention, he died at 60 years. Okay, so right now because of that intervention, how many years got added to his life? Okay, that is 10 years. Okay, everybody, did you understand? ठीक है, so that is DALY and QALY for you. One more question, suppose they give you life expectancy free of disability. Anybody, life expectancy free of disability, what is it? Life expectancy minus duration of disability. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Life expectancy minus duration of disability. Is it DALY, QALY, Hale, Sullivan's index? What is it? Life expectancy free of disability. Is it DALY, QALY, Hale, Sullivan's index? What is it? So this one is Sullivan's index. This is Sullivan's index. And the buzzword for Hale is full health. Buzzword for Hale is full health. Again, now just look at me once. Guys, don't get confused. There are a couple of indicators. Let me just revise with you. One is DALY, disability. Years of life lost to premature death plus years lived with disability. Okay. QALY is what? Because of a medical intervention, how many years get added to a person's life, okay? And we take the utility value for it. What is Sullivan's index? Life expectancy minus duration of disability. And when will Hale be the answer? When your buzzword would be full health, ठीक है? Hale में जब buzzword होगा full health, it is Hale, ठीक है? Just remember these buzzwords and you're good to go for your exams, all right? Okay, let's go to another question. INICET 2021. Which out of the following is the best measure of standard of living? Which out of the following is the best measure of standard of living? What is your answer? Global Hunger Index, HDI, PQLI, DALY. Standard of living के लिए what is it that you're going to mark? Standard of living. Good. Standard of living में the answer is what? HDI. Standard of living में HDI. Because in HDI we have standard of living included. So let's quickly do a difference between PQLI and HDI. One of the questions that keeps coming in your exams, PQLI and HDI. PQLI is Physical Quality of Life Index, HDI is Human Development Index. PQLI के साथ the mnemonic is IL. Okay, what is IL? Infant mortality rate. What is L? Life expectancy at age 1. Infant say 1 year, so life expectancy at age 1 year. What is L? L is again literacy rate. Okay, L is again literacy rate. Now, if somebody is ill and you don't cure him, he will kill. So, KIL, HDI. HDI का mnemonic क्या है? Kill. कोई नहीं भूलना. Ill के बाद kill. Kill में क्या आता है? What is in K? K is knowledge index. Okay, K is knowledge index, or you could also call it as education index, knowledge index or education index. And what are the things that you use in knowledge index, guys? Two things we use. One is expected years of schooling and mean years of schooling. Expected years of schooling, mean years of schooling. So here you have two things, expected years of schooling, expected years of schooling, and mean years of schooling, mean years of schooling. Instead of knowledge index, they can write this, expected years of schooling, mean years of schooling. What is I? Gross national income. ठीक है? In purchasing power parity. And if you are talking about development, let's look at right from birth. So, life expectancy at birth. Life expectancy at birth. If you are talking about development, look at it right from birth. HDI is 0 to 1, PQLI is 0 to 100. HDI keeps on changing. Currently, it is 0.644. Alright, India's rank is 134. Concept of HDI was given by UNDP, United Nations Development Program. Alright, and the question over there asked about standard of living. What is the best measure of standard of living? The income that a country makes. Alright, so the income that a country makes. Therefore, standard of living is reflected by income. And income is a part of what? Income is a part of. One second, guys. Just a second, guys. Okay, till then we can talk a bit. Income is a part of HDI, right? So there was one PQLI, there was one HDI. So PQLI is this thing. Now, can you tell me the three indicators of? Just give me 1 second, okay? I don't know, this has stopped. Okay. Can you tell me the next question, global hunger index? What are the indicators in global hunger index? Kupu Swami भी बता देंगे, अभी तो बहुत time है हमारे पास. Okay, I'll tell you Kupu Swami as well. Can anyone tell me about global hunger index? The next MCQ was on global hunger index. What are the indicators which are included in global hunger index? In the comment section, everybody. Yes, Dr. Doom, I know it happens. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, I'll continue the session this way also, just by talking and teaching you PSM. So, what are the indicators in global hunger index? In global hunger, gaya start? Hello, okay, thank you so much guys, welcome back. So let us resume the session. All right, let's wrap up the session, then I will take up your questions as well. Okay, I hope all of you had a break. So now no more breaks, I hope. Let's continue with the session, everybody. So chalo, the next question that you have, I will share the PDF on Telegram group, don't worry, okay. So what is the next answer to this question, everybody? The global hunger index, the global hunger index does not include which of the following component? IMR, under 5 mortality, child. Yeah. नहीं अब है चलो global hunger index does not include which of the following component, everybody? What's the answer? An infant mortality rate. Okay, infant mortality rate it does not include. All right, so when you talk about global hunger index, you have to remember that inadequate food supply. All right, like there's a baby who's not getting adequate food supply, inadequate food supply, which reflects proportion of population that is undernourished, child undernutrition, which includes wasting, stunting, and all of this leading to child mortality or under 5 mortality. Currently, the global hunger index of India is 27.3 and the rank is 105th rank. India is currently 105th rank. It is serious level of hunger. All right, I'm going to speed up a little if that's okay with all of you, just a little speed up so that you know we can do all the important questions quickly. All right, okay. So this is global hunger index. It includes 3 things: inadequate food supply, which hints on undernourishment. Then there is child nutrition, undernutrition, which is wasting, stunting, and child mortality, which is under 5 mortality. So infant mortality rate is not a part of global hunger index. Let's do an epidemiology or epidemics question. Now we're going to have a look at epidemics and epidemiology, guys. What is the answer to this? Which of the following is not a characteristic of common source epidemic with a single exposure? Common source epidemic. This is a 3-star question. All the exams give you this question in your exam in the papers, whether it's NEET, FMG, INICT. Epidemic curve shows a rapid increase and decrease in cases. Cases are spread across multiple incubation period. The epidemic often appears as an explosive outbreak with cases clustered quickly. Most cases occur within single incubation period of the disease. So we know that for a common source single exposure epidemic, which is this one, as you can see in the image, the cases rapidly rise and rapidly fall. All cases occur within one incubation period. So there is clustering of the cases. It is explosive in nature. What is the example of this? This is a point source single exposure epidemic. Point source single exposure. What question do they ask you? They ask you like very important food poisoning. Okay, food poisoning is an example of point source single exposure, or maybe Bhopal gas tragedy, Chernobyl tragedy, any tragedy. All right, Bhopal gas tragedy, any tragedy, Chernobyl tragedy. But when cases occur over multiple incubation period, it could be something like this. Okay, cases occur over what? The cases occur over multiple incubation period, like this, like this, like this. Cases rise slowly, fall slowly. They occur over multiple incubation periods. So you can see multiple peaks. What is the example of this, everybody? The example of this is commercial sex workers. Gonorrhea outbreak due to a commercial sex workers. Then there is contaminated well. People drinking water from a contaminated well. There is infected milkman. Okay, infected milkman. All these are example of common source. The source is common source. And what is the exposure? It's continuous. It's continuous exposure, common source continuous exposure. But sometimes what happens, cases can occur over multiple incubation period, okay, but it's not a smooth rise. It's like we are driving a car. So this image has come in your exams as well. This is a PYQ, it's like driving a car, okay. So here it's a bumpy rise. It's like one person to another. This is propagated epidemic. This is what? Propagated epidemic. Person to person transmission. Here also cases occur over multiple incubation period, but it's not like a plateau. Here there is a shorter plateau. It's not a prolonged plateau. It's a very short plateau, okay? And you can see a very tall peak over here. Propagated epidemic. What happens over here? Person to person transmission occurs. Person to person transmission. It's a very short, it's a very tall peak. Epidemics of polio, hepatitis A, all this follow what? Hepatitis A. All this follow propagated epidemic, person to person transmission. Now for you to revise, I have given you a table also. You can look over here. What are the differences between the three types of epidemic? Point source single exposure, common source continuous exposure, as well as propagated epidemic. Alright, which one is explosive in nature? What are the non-explosive in nature one? Which one has the taller peaks? All these differences are given in the table. Image identification as well as the differences can come in your exam. So over here the question was, it was very simple, that which is not a characteristic. So epidemic curve shows a rapid increase and decrease. Yes. Does it occur over multiple incubation period? No. It just occurs over a single incubation period. It's explosive in nature as well. Okay, so that is what is the types of epidemic which can come in your exams. Alright, now let's have a quick look at some of the epidemiology question, guys. In another 10, 15, 20 minutes, we will try to look at revise epidemiology, and then we will go to the health program sector. So tell me the answer to this one. 15 minutes we will take to revise EPID. And epidemiology, an epidemiologist is investigating the association between air pollution and asthma in children. The researcher collects data from a population over several years, documenting the levels of air pollution and incidence of new asthma cases. Which of the following best describes the study design? Come on. Think and mark. It's very easy. It's not a difficult question, guys. Always I've told you, figure out the approach. Okay, so the first thing that you have to see is कि ये किस तरीके का study है. Alright, what is your exposure? Air pollution. And what is your outcome? You're seeing at asthma. Over several years, that means what are we doing? We are doing a follow-up. And the buzzword for follow-up, which is the study design where you have a buzzword for follow-up, everybody. Where do you do a follow-up? You do a follow-up in a cohort. What are you calculating? Incidence. Where do you calculate incidence, everybody? You calculate incidence in a cohort. So what is the answer over here? Instead of asking you directly classify cohort study, I gave you a question where you had to identify that, okay, this is a cohort study, and based on the classification, it is analytical study cohort. Please don't answer ecological study over here, because in ecological study, we don't do a follow-up. We stand at the same point of time. Here it was clearly written that there is a follow-up happening. Our exposure is air pollution. We are following them up for the occurrence of asthma over the years. Two buzzwords, follow-up, incidence. So that is a cohort study. Got it? Everyone, always try to figure out exposure and outcome and then accordingly mark the answer. This again is an important table of classification of study designs. You have two broader classifications, observational, experimental. In observational, you have descriptive studies. Descriptive का example होता है case report and case series, okay, case report and case series. And then you have analytical studies. In analytical, there are four types of analytical: cohort, case control, cross-sectional, ecological. What do you have to remember about ecological? Unit of study in ecological study is a population. Okay? In experimental, where you actually do an intervention, guys, it is randomized control trials, field trials, community trials. Field trials are vaccine trials, which are done on healthy people. Randomized control trials are done on patients. Got it? Okay. Let's go to the next question and see if you can answer. The following bias are reported in a case control study except, one of the most favorite MCQs of exams, following bias are reported in a case control study except. Which one do you not see in a case control study? Which bias you do not see in a case control study? Anybody can answer? Which one do you not see? Except पूछा है मैंने, except guys. The following biases are reported in a case control. Why is it that you're marking C? I asked you which is not reported in a case control. Hawthorne bias तो cohort में दिखता है ना? Hawthorne bias. What is Hawthorne bias? Hawthorne bias. Why did you answer C? सब कोई फट सी लगा दिया. Why guys? Recall bias is one of the most important bias of case control study designs, right? Recall bias, selection bias, Bergsonian bias is due to different hospital admission rate. It is due to different hospital admission rate. Okay, it is due to different hospital admission rate. That is Bergsonian bias. Okay, hospital admission bias. Hawthorne bias क्या होता है? Subjects modify their behavior on being observed. Modify their behavior on being what? Subjects modify their behavior on being observed. Like the people who are smokers, what do? They quit smoking. It's a good thing, but it will be a problem for me, right? For me as the investigator, it's going to be a problem. ठीक है? Hawthorne bias is seen in a cohort study design. Bias is always a systematic error. Okay, it is a systematic error. How do you eliminate bias, guys? B for blinding. How do you eliminate? Blinding. Remember, bias is eliminated by blinding. Single blinding, double blinding, triple blinding. Double blinding is most common and triple blinding is the best. B for bias. That is eliminated by blinding. Let's go to the next question. Which of these is the best study to evaluate effect and outcome? Which of these is the best study to evaluate effect and outcome? अब इसमें क्या follow करोगे? What is it that you're going to follow over here? Who will tell me? What is it that you follow? Which is this topic? This topic is evidence-based medicine. Effect and outcome. Okay, best study to evaluate effect and outcome. Over here, effect could be an intervention. Okay, so over here we have to follow evidence-based medicine, guys. I am not asking exposure and outcome. I am asking effect and outcome. Father of evidence-based medicine is David Sackett. Father of evidence-based medicine is David Sackett. So you need to arrange your study designs in a hierarchy. What do you have? The least important one is descriptive epidemiology. Case report. Okay, then you have which one? You have case series. After that, what do you have? You have ecological, the analytical study designs in which you have ecological study. Then you have cross-sectional study, After that, you have case control study. After that, which cohort? Prospective or retrospective? Prospective cohort. What is the other name for prospective cohort? You can also call it as longitudinal cohort. Then you have which one? You have retrospective cohort. After that, you have RCT. Then you have systematic review. And what is the gold standard of evidence-based medicine? The highest in the pyramid is meta-analysis. So whenever they say evaluate effect and outcome, effect में you have to always follow evidence-based medicine. Here they are wanting causality. Okay, they are not asking association, they are asking causality. If you see the word causality, if you see the word effect and outcome, what is your answer over here? Highest in the pyramid is RCT. Okay, effect. Alright, effect and outcome. Effect and outcome may you always, effect could also be due to an intervention. Okay, Dr. Ashraful, effect can also be due to an intervention. But I'll show you the different ways and the questions can come. See, read this one. If I ask you, this is a 4-star slide, okay, a lot of questions can come from this. Look at the first, tell me each answer. Agar question aaya, best study designed to assess natural history of a disease, what is your answer? How a study progresses or evolves, okay. If I don't vaccinate children for measles, how will measles occur? So don't go by the word history and write case control. No, natural history के लिए answer क्या है? Cohort study. Okay, how a disease evolves. What is the best study designed to establish temporality, guys? Temporality क्या होता है? Cause precedes effect. Okay, what is temporality? Cause precedes effect. If you smoke, then only you will go on to develop lung cancer. That means exposure will happen before the outcome. So temporality, cohort. What is the most important Hills criteria? Everybody, temporality. Okay, most important Hills criteria, temporality. What is the least important Hills criteria? The least important Hills criteria, of course, is specificity. Smoking does not only lead to lung cancer, it leads to so many other things. So that is the least important. Best study designed to evaluate effect and outcome. Effect के लिए हमेशा you have to look at the pyramid, okay, which is meta-analysis. Best study designed to demonstrate association. अगर question में आया exposure and outcome. For exposure and outcome, it is cohort. If the question says intervention and outcome, it is RCT. Did you see how the questions could be twisted and asked to you in your exams? Exposure and outcome. If they use the word exposure, it is no doubt cohort. But if they use the word intervention and outcome, it is RCT. Clear? Everybody, gold standard of evidence-based medicine, what is the answer? Gold standard of evidence-based medicine. So, the gold standard of evidence-based medicine is meta-analysis. Always follow the pyramid for it. Okay. Let's do another question. A study was conducted in 3 villages with 3 different water sources. Proportion of typhoid carriers were studied in these villages. Let me teach you the studies and then I will give you the buzzwords which will help you to reach your answer, guys. ठीक है कि अगर ये follow up दिखेगा तो answer ये होगा, history दिखेगा तो answer ये होगा, past records होगा तो what will be the answer, personal history होगा, what will be the answer. I will just sum up it for you in 5 minutes. Okay, let's do the answer over here. So I am doing it in 3 villages. Okay, a study is being conducted in 3 groups, all right, group 1, group 2, group 3, in 3 different water sources. What am I studying, guys? Proportion of typhoid carriers. Proportion is nothing but percentage. Percentage over here means what? Prevalence. Which study design helps you calculate prevalence, everybody? It is none other than cross-sectional study. See, it cannot be a cohort or a case control. Why? Because in a cohort, the same group is divided into exposed and non-exposed. Okay, the same group you divide into exposed, non-exposed in a cohort, and you follow for the outcome. Same group. You can't divide 3 different groups. In a case control, same group you divide into diseased and non-diseased. यहाँ पे था group 1, group 2, group 3. There we are looking at typhoid carriers at the same time. Why is it not ecological? Because I am collecting the data myself. I am relying on primary data. Cross-sectional, we always rely on primary data. Okay, it helps us calculate proportion, prevalence or burden. Whenever I have to find out the burden of a disease, I am always going to conduct a cross-sectional study design. Ecological mein, you always rely on secondary data. I'll show you a couple of more questions. See, do this one. A researcher is interested in examining the prevalence of hypertension among adults in a city and wants to identify associated risk factors at a single time. Can you see this? Prevalence cross-sectional study at the same point of time. When you determine exposure and outcome at the same point of time, single time means same point of time. You're looking at exposure and outcome at the same point of time. And collects the data from large samples. So, he is collecting the data himself. When the researcher collects the data himself, everybody, ये क्या data होता है? Primary data. When we rely on previously collected data, it is secondary data. ठीक है? So, over here, what is your answer? Cross-sectional. It cannot be ecological because in ecological, we rely on previously collected data. यहाँ पे मैं खुद से data collect कर रही हूँ. So the buzzwords for cross-sectional is burden, same point of time, okay, same point of time. It is, we are calculating the prevalence, we are calculating the proportion, okay, collects the data himself, that means primary data. All of this, your answer is cross-sectional. Now, when we do a study at same point of time, it could also be ecological. बट इकोलॉजिकल में हम लोग कौन से डेटा पे रिलाई करेंगे? विच डेटा आर वी गोइंग टू रिलाई फॉर इकोलॉजिकल? सेकेंडरी डेटा, नॉट प्राइमरी डेटा. हैव अ लुक ओवर हियर. Look at this question. A person wants to study about relationship between smoking and lung cancer. So he collects data about people diseased with lung cancer. From where is he picking up? He is doing the study at the same point of time, but he is relying on which data, everybody? He is relying on secondary data. So now if he relies on secondary data at the same point of time, ये क्या हो जाएगा? What is this going to become? This is going to become ecological. Am I clear? At the same, check कर लो, चल रहा है ना, चार्ज हो रहा है ना, check कर लो एक बार, ठीक है? So if you do the study at same point of time, okay, so if we do the study at same point of time using primary data, it is cross-sectional. If we do the study at same point of time using secondary data, it is ecological. ठीक है? Okay, let us have a look at another question. What is the answer to this? Read and tell me the answer to this. A research team conducts a study to investigate the association between smoking and blood cancer. They select a group of patients with and without bladder cancer and compare their smoking history. Look at the buzzwords. Which statement best describes the significance of this study? Now see, earlier question कैसे पूछते थे? Earlier question would be odds ratio is calculated from, relative risk is calculated from. Nowadays what they are trying to do, they are going to give you an example like I have given you and indirectly ask you that this is which type of study design. So can you tell me which type of study design are we talking about and how did you conclude that it is that particular type of study design? See, you have to first always look at approach. Approach में हमेशा याद रखो, approach में तुम्हें पता करना है, you should know कि exposure क्या है, outcome क्या है. So what is the exposure यहाँ पे? Smoking. What is the outcome? Bladder cancer. ठीक है? Now group of patients with and without bladder cancer. So now we have a group of patients who have cancer and who don't have cancer. And what are we doing? We compare their smoking history. Alright, so we are going back and we are asking them, did they ever smoke or not? We are taking their smoking history. We have started with diseased, non-diseased. So which type of study it is? Case control. Now, does a case control allow you to calculate incidence? No. Incidence is calculated from a cohort study. Does it help you establish temporal relationship? No. Temporality is established from a cohort study. Can it be used to follow patients over time? No. Because the cases have already occurred. So, it is case control and case control is cost effective and efficient way to study association between smoking and bladder cancer. Got it? You have to, since you're starting with diseased and non-diseased, it automatically becomes with study design everybody case control. ठीक है? Always try to look at कि exposure क्या है, outcome क्या है. What is your comparison group? If your comparison group is exposed, non-exposed, it is cohort. If it is diseased, non-diseased, it is case control. Now let me give you a NEET PG 2023 question and then I will give you the buzzwords. Can you do this? A study is being conducted to find association between aniline dye exposure and bladder cancer among workers who have worked in the factory for more than 20 years. For the study purpose, two groups बनाए गए हैं. One directly handling dyes and other office workers not directly exposed to dye. Years of occupation including other exposure details were collected by examining past records, guys. Now, which study design is this? Anybody? पहले तो बताओ ये कौन सी study design है and how do you do it? Guys, always follow the approach, ठीक है? Approach follow करो. The approach में you have to first find out what is the exposure and you have to find out what is the outcome. ठीक है? Exposure is dye and non-exposed is office workers. Outcome is again bladder cancer. Now, can you see any buzzword? Past records. Past records means we are going backwards. Now, whenever we go backwards, you could have a case control also or a retrospective cohort. However, in a case control, you always start with diseased, non-diseased. And in case control, we never say past records. In case control, you will always take information from personal histories. Okay, case control mein you will go and interview and take personal histories. Past records is mostly used for retrospective cohort. Like I start in the present time, I go back and divide the data on the basis of past records. So I have divided it into what? Die and clerical staff. And at the present time, I am looking at bladder cancer. So what does this become? A retrospective cohort. Let me show you an image. Look over here, everybody. Just look at this study and this study. Okay. Now look at the second one. I start study over here, alright, but then there is an arrow which is going backwards. So I use the past records. कभी भी exam में ये buzzword आया ना, past records. It means it is retrospective cohort. In case control, it will be personal histories. हम interview करके लेते हैं. Okay, we will take the personal histories. So I go to the past records and I look for tire makers, divide them into tire makers and clerical staff, or die makers and clerical staff. And again at the present time, I look at death. So this is what? A retrospective cohort, or you could also call it as a non-concurrent cohort. But over here, if I start at the present time, divide into obesity, leanness and follow up into the future. What is this, everybody? Prospective cohort. Okay. Now just once more I will repeat it for you. Whenever you get any question on EPID, look at the exposure outcome. Exposure देखो, outcome देखो. फिर क्या देखोगे? Any direction, any buzzword, follow up, histories, past records. Look at comparison group. If your comparison group is exposed versus non-exposed, it will always and always be a cohort, guys. And agar it is diseased versus non-diseased, okay, diseased versus non-diseased, what is it going to be? If it is diseased versus non-diseased, it will always be a case control. Okay? Let me sum up the buzzwords for you. Now, I want answers. As I say these lines, you have to give me the answers. Suppose exam में question दिखा, burden के लिए which study design am I going to use? For burden, which study design am I going to use? I have to calculate the load. I have to look at the prevalence. Which study design will be your answer? Very good, guys. Cross-sectional. Good. Very important slide of the day. Population study. I am conducting study in Noida. I am conducting study in Delhi, Rajasthan, America, UP, ऐसे करके, ठीक है? So population study मतलब what am I talking about? Ecological study. Okay, country, city. What about incidence? Incidence study means what? Incidence study cohort. Which one helps you study multiple exposures, guys? Multiple exposures. Think and tell me. Multiple exposure. So, breast cancer, no breast cancer. Did you smoke? Did you drink? Did you use OCP? A lot of things. Multiple exposure, case control. Multiple outcome, alcoholic, non-alcoholic, follow up for hypertension, diabetes, multiple outcomes, cohort. Okay? Then rare disease. If you ever talk about a rare disease, like I want to study about some cancers, why wait for the cancer to occur? I want to talk about, let's say, neural tube defect, cancer. My study of choice would be to start with that, case control. Suppose I want rare exposure ka example like occupational exposures, okay, occupational exposure. So what should I do? Like abhi dye workers, clerical staff, okay, asbestos, all of this I will always do a cohort. Where do you do a matching? If you ever see the word matching, you do it in case control. Matching eliminates only known confounders, okay. Matching is a technique to eliminate known confounders. Best study to evaluate intervention and outcome. If I ask you intervention and outcome, so best study to evaluate intervention and outcome, RCT. Best study to evaluate exposure and outcome, best study to evaluate exposure and outcome, cohort. Evidence to establish causality, evidence-based pyramid, meta-analysis. Did you see how in different manners the question can be asked? Ye hai summed up slide. ठीक है? Any doubt anybody has, please keep it in the comment section. Now we just have to do EPID में 5 more minutes. We'll be spending on certain numericals. Okay? Alright, let's see if you can answer this. The difference between incidence of disease among exposed and incidence of disease among non-exposed. गलती मत करना. Don't make a mistake in this. Read and answer. Nested case control is rare investigation. Okay, let me first do this. If time is left, I will teach you, I will revise nested case. Okay, it's not very important for LRR, but in case you want to go through that video, you can check out on the app. But time होगा तो मैं बता दूंगी nested case control भी. ठीक है. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ahir Megha is the first one to give the correct answer. Guys, we cannot expect a mistake over here, bache. What is it written? Is it written ratio? What is it written? Difference. Relative risk. सारे कोई relative risk. What is relative risk? Relative risk is incidence among exposed. Alright, that's how they trick you. That's how they trick you. Please don't get caught in that. Incidence exposed, non-exposed. This is relative risk. Is there written a difference over here? Is there any difference over here? No. Relative risk, the other name is risk ratio. मैंने यहाँ पे क्या पूछा guys? Difference. What is difference between incidence of disease among exposed and non-exposed? Attributable risk. What is this? Incidence among exposed. नहीं, game over बिल्कुल नहीं. The game is still on. Okay, that is why we have these sessions, so that you don't make these mistakes in your exams. I'm there to help you. Don't worry. ठीक है. Incidence exposed, non-exposed by incidence among exposed. ठीक है. So this is what? Attributable risk. Am I clear? This is what? Attributable risk. This is a PYQ. It's the difference between incidence of disease among exposed and incidence of disease among non-exposed. This is what? This is attributable risk. Alright. Now, let's calculate this. So, incidence of disease, this we have already done. Let's do this one, everybody. Try out this numerical, please. Try out this numerical, everybody. Just give me 1 second. Can you try out this numerical? Okay, try out this numerical. What is your answer to this one? And try to do it without a paper and pen. If you can, try to do it without a paper and pen, guys. A study was conducted over 10 years to evaluate the risk of mesothelioma among people working in the ship-based industry. The study included 200 workers exposed to asbestos and 300 workers not exposed to asbestos. Among those exposed, 40 developed mesothelioma and died at terminal stage, while only 5 of the unexposed group developed mesothelioma and died. Sabse pehla rule, don't panic, don't get worried. Okay, you have to calculate what? Relative risk. Try to remember the formula of relative risk. What is the formula of relative risk, everybody? Relative risk is nothing but risk ratio. So what is the formula of relative risk? It is incidence among exposed. Okay, incidence among exposed out of incidence among non-exposed. Now over here, can you see how many people have been exposed to asbestos? 200. So 200 are exposed. And how many are not exposed to asbestos? 300. Now among those exposed, how many developed mesothelioma? 40. And out of those non-exposed, how many developed? 5. So 40 by 200 upon 5 by 300. So what did your answer come out to be? Your answer comes out to be 12. So is it a positive association or is it a negative association? Now whenever you get relative risk more than 1, it is a risk factor. It is a positive association. Whenever you get it equal to 1, it is no association. And whenever you get relative risk less than 1, it is a protective factor. What is relative risk less than 1? It is nothing but a protective factor. Alright, so don't worry whenever you get a numerical, incidence exposed upon incidence non-exposed. Let's also revise what is the formula for odds ratio, everybody. Where do you calculate odds ratio? So odds ratio is also known as a cross product ratio, and this odds ratio or a cost product ratio is what is the formula? AD upon PC. So you always have, let's say, disease, yes, no, okay, positive, risk factor present, risk factor positive, risk factor not present. What is the order of ABCD? It is always like this. Don't mess it up. It's a Z. It's never a no. If you write ABCD like this, sab galat ho jayega. It's a Z. Okay, A, B, C, D. So what is the odds ratio over here? Cross product. So that is AD upon BC. And the interpretation is the same like relative risk. Odds ratio more than 1, equal to 1, as well as less than 1. ठीक है? Chalo, next question. Project Monica, NEET PG 2020. So, I have brought up a few names of the projects, guys, which could come in your exam. Project Monica is related to CVD, cervical cancer, road traffic accidents, breast cancer. What is Project Monica? Yes, odds ratio is calculated from case control, Vedahi, okay, which is cross product, AD upon BC. So, this is CVD. We are not spending too much time over here. You can just go through this slide later, guys. This is Monica project. These are just names of certain trials which can come in your exams, like what is the Stanford 3 community trial, what is MR Fit trial, what is North Karelia project. Since they ended up asking Monica, multinational monitoring of trends and determinants in CVD, they could ask you about the other trial. So, it's only for your revision, okay, just go through it in the last moment. Alright, one more question which is not a reporting format, which is used in systematic review and meta-analysis. This is more important for INI set, but we are going to see it, we are going to have a look at that. FMG2, yes, Monica project FMG exam may be aa sakta hai Bhakti, theek hai, repeat, they can just, it's the same board making the exam, so they can just copy paste the question, theek hai. So, which is not a reporting format in systematic review and meta-analysis, please remember it is consort. Prisma use hota hai, again a table, alright, again a table for your last minute revision. Consort is for RCT, guys. It's just the names of a few techniques, okay. Consolidated standards of RT से reporting trial है. Prisma systematic review में होता है. Quorum is also there. Cochrane is also there. CARE is for case report. Okay, so you can just go through this one also later. These last two slides I've just given you so that you know once when the exam approaches, you can just go through the names of this, because sometimes they do have a habit of picking up these questions and giving you. Alright, one more question from this. What is the name of this image? Can you quickly tell me the name of this image? Identify the image, interpret the image. What is the name of this image? So, this image is none other than funnel plot. Where do you draw a funnel plot, guys? It is drawn for both systematic review and meta-analysis, not a scatter plot. This is not a scatter plot. Scatter plot we will see. This is a funnel plot. And what does a funnel plot do? It checks for publication bias. For NEET, PG and FMG exams at least, you can remember it checks for publication bias. See, all these dots, you know, they are studied, individual studies. Now, if the dots are scattered like over here, okay, no publication bias. But if they are clustered at one end, publication bias is present. But there is one image which is only drawn in a meta-analysis. What is this image, everybody? There is one image which is only drawn in a meta-analysis. Can you tell me the name of this image? What is the name of this image, guys, which is drawn only and only for a meta-analysis? So, this is a forest plot. This is a forest plot which is drawn only for a meta-analysis. And how do you interpret this image? They will give you this image and they ask you, can you tell me how many risk factors are evident from this? Okay, identify the risk factors, or they will ask you what are the number of risk factors over here. So, how do you do it? Please look at the intervals, okay? Look at the intervals. When you look at the interval, जैसे एक interval लिखा है 0.5 से 2.6. What you have to do is, you have to look at the interval. Then what you will see is, does it include 1? If it includes 1, not included, okay? 1 not included. अगर interval में 1 आता है, like over here 0.5 से 2.6, if I start counting 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 1. So, 1 came. It is not significant, okay? It is not significant. This is important. But if it does not include 1, it is significant. It is significant. Like look at this one. What is the value given? 1.9 say 2.7. Does it include 1? No, it does not include 1. Interval mein 1 nahi aaya. So this is significant. Now is it a risk factor? It could be a risk factor also or a protective factor. So over here it is 2.3. That means it is more than 1. Odds ratio over here is 2.3. It is more than 1. So it is what? A risk factor. If it was less than 1, it would have been a protective factor. Look at this one, 1.8 say 2.5. If you look over here, 1.8 say 2.5. Does it include 1? It does not include 1. So, it is significant. And this is 2.1. So, what is it? It is a risk factor. This rhombus gives you the overall effect, guys. This rhombus gives you the overall effect. all you had to do is, there are two risk factors over here. All you have to do is look at the interval. If it includes 1, it is not significant. If it does not include 1, it is significant. Then look at more than 1 or less than 1. If it is more than 1, risk factor, less than 1, protective factor. Let me give you one example. Suppose exam mein ye aaya. Can you tell me, is this significant or not? You get a value, relative risk, they have given you this. The interval is 0.1 to 0.9. Is this significant or not? In the comment section, is this significant or not? Everybody, 0.1 से 0.9. क्या इसमें 1 आया है? इसमें 1 नहीं आया. Has this interval included 1? No, it does not include 1. So this is what? This is definitely significant. And what is the next thing that I told you? Everyone, look at this value. What is it given? 0.2. So 0.2 means it is less than 1. So what is this, everybody? This is definitely a protective factor. ठीक है? Systematic review में you don't do an analysis. ठीक है? Meta analysis में you always do an analysis. Okay? There's systematic review, we never do an analysis. In meta analysis, we always, do an analysis. So meta analysis is nothing but a systematic review plus quantitative analysis. Okay? I think this much is enough for your last minute revision. If you want to go in detail, you can of course refer to the PrepLadder app. But अभी के लिए इतना याद रखो, funnel plot checks for publication bias. Meta-analysis में you draw an image which is a forest plot. This helps us to calculate and identify the risk factors. You have to look at the interval. If it does not include 1, good, significant. Then look at more than 1, less than 1. If it includes 1, it is non-significant. Done, everybody? Alright. Now let us move to a lighter topic before we go to biostats and all. Let's quickly have a look at some of the images. Insect shown below is a vector of which disease? Let's quickly revise entomology, everybody. The insect shown over here. The insect shown, diamond is the overall effect, Bhakti. Diamond या जो rhombus होता है ना, it tells you the overall effect of the risk factors combined. Okay, that is what diamond tells us, or the rhombus. That you can expect in NICT. That what is the rhombus telling us? Overall effect size. I've written it over there. Okay, dear. All right. Now, what is this? What is this vector? First, tell me the name of this vector, guys. This, of course, is Culex. Why is it Culex? A short body, long legs. Can you see this? This is hunchback also. Short body and long legs. Okay, this is Culex, short body, long legs. Now, if you talk about chikungunya, chikungunya is transmitted by, what is the vector? Aedes. Yes? Yes, Aedes. Visceral leishmaniasis, Kala Azar, sandfly. Malayan filariasis, Mansonia. This is Culex. This is Japanese encephalitis. I'll show you a table also. First, let us do some identification features. See, whenever you get a image, always look at the way the vector is sitting. So, over here, like you can see, it's a hunchback. White stripes on black body. This will be what? Aedes, or you could also call it as tiger mosquito. Okay, now we are starting with diseases and NHPs, guys. Okay, so we'll be revising diseases and NHPs now in another 30 minutes mostly. Alright. So first look at the hunchback appearance. White stripes on a black body, Aedes. Now this also has hunchback, but there are no white stripes. Okay, this is what, everyone? This is nothing but Culex. It has short body and it has long legs. Next, look at this. This is sitting at an angle of 45 degree and it has spotted wings. It has spotted wings. 45 degrees spotted wings. What is this? Anopheles. But now there is a very big mosquito. It has a large body and it is doing squats. Its body itna bada hai, needs to lose weight. So what is it doing? Squatting, not hunchback. Squats maar raha hai. So this is what? Large body, long legs. Okay, large body, long legs. Large body, long legs. What is this, everybody? Mansonia. Okay, Mansonia. Mansonia is responsible for Brugian filariasis. Brugia malay, not Wuchereria bancrofti, not Bancroftian filariasis. It's Brugian filariasis. And look at this over here, short body, long legs. This is what? Culex. But there is another vector which has all these hairy wings. Can you spot over here? This is what? Hairy wings. So if you spot this hairy wings, what is it? This is sandfly. We'll talk about Kala Azar in just a while. Sandfly. Okay? Now another MCQ comes in exam. Can you solve this one? Water from a stagnant drain is collected in a container and observed for breeding mosquitoes. The image of the larva is given. Identify the species of the mosquito over here. So what is it? Is it Anopheles? Is it Aedes? Is it Culex? Is it Mansonia? ए भी लिख रहे हैं सब. ए क्यों लिख रहे हो? ए कैसे है? बच्चे, everybody look at this. This is a siphon tube, a breathing tube, and this is longer. Okay, this is what? Culex. Anopheles has no breathing tube, guys. Anopheles has no siphon tube. Let me show you this. Look over here. This is Anopheles. It has no breathing tube. It rests parallel to the water surface. This is Culex. It has a longer breathing tube. Okay, it has a longer siphon tube. It has a longer siphon tube. But if you have Aedes, Aedes has what? Aedes has a shorter siphon tube. Okay, Aedes has a shorter siphon tube. But Anopheles has no siphon tube. It rests how? It rests parallel to the water surface. So this is the larva which would come. Last but not the least, eggs of mosquitoes can also come. So let us look at the eggs over here. Now, if you talk about Anopheles, Anopheles likes to, is a sophisticated mosquito. It breeds in clean water. Alright, and so it likes to enjoy a boat ride. Boat ride. इसके eggs कैसे होते हैं? Boat shaped, like over here. Alright, boat shaped with lateral floats. Boat shaped with lateral floats. Its eggs are how? Boat shaped with lateral floats. If you talk about Aedes, and it lays its eggs single. Aedes is like, because of us, artificial collection of water. So इसके eggs कैसे हैं? Like this, cigar shaped. Okay, and if you talk about Culex, it's the nuisance. It flies too high, it breathes in dirty water, it lays. CU से clusters में अपना egg lay करता है. ठीक है, लार्वा वीव ऑलरेडी डन, एंड दिस इज मैंसोनिया. दिस इज मैंसोनिया. मैंसोनिया का एग कैसा होता है? स्टार शेप्ड एग होता है. ठीक है, मैंसोनिया एग इज हाउ? मैंसोनिया एग इज स्टार शेप्ड. नाउ व्हाटएवर आई जस्ट टोल्ड, एवरीथिंग यू विल फाइंड इन योर गो टू टेबल्स फॉर एग्जाम्स. Anopheles, Aedes, Culex, Mansonia. What is the difference? Breeding zone. Anopheles, clean stagnant water. Aedes, artificial water. Culex, dirty polluted water. Paddy fields. Long standing. If you see this word, long standing water collection. Which machhar is breeding? Culex. Mansonia, it is under aquatic plants, Pistia plants. Okay, resting we have already discussed. Eggs we have already discussed. Okay, cigar shaped cluster. Larva we have already discussed. So this is your go-to slide for exams. Bite you can go through. I would want you to know the biting time of Aedes, guys. 2 hours after sunrise and 2 hours before sunset. Okay, flight range is again important, that you can go later. ठीक है, mosquitoes you must know, they definitely come in your exam. Are you in for a numerical? Then we'll go to health programs and diseases. Quick, let's try to revise a couple of formulas over here. Let's do this numerical, everybody. You have to calculate maternal mortality ratio. Can you do it for me, please? Can you calculate maternal mortality ratio over here? In a town, there were 2,500 live births in last 6 months. During same period, there is death of 5 women due to peripartum infection, 5 due to electrocution, 2 due to obstructed labor, and 3 due to PPH. What is MMR? Now, is it rate or is it ratio? If you look at the multiplier over here, it is live birth. So, what is it? Is it rate or is it ratio? Anybody? Can't see your messages. Are you doing it? सोच के करो guys. What is maternal mortality rate and ratio का formula? Maternal mortality rate and ratio. What is the formula for maternal mortality rate and ratio? Let me do one thing. Let me revise the formula once. Maternal mortality rate ratio and come back to the question. Okay, so important formulas. The first one is rate and the second one is ratio. Let me just quickly revise the formula. See, in both guys, what is the multiplier? 1 lakh. Okay, both the formulas, you have to remember one thing. There is only one formula in PSM where the multiplier is 1 lakh. ठीक है, वो है maternal mortality. Nowhere else. Okay, whether it is rate or ratio, your multiplier is 1 lakh. Nowhere else. It is in maternal mortality. Now, what is rate? Numerator is part of denominator. So, this is what? total number of maternal deaths, alright, total number of maternal deaths per 1 lakh. Numerator has to be part of denominator. So, how will it be? Women in which age group? Reproductive age group. Numerator is part of denominator, 15 to 49 years. But what is ratio? It is the total number of maternal deaths. Everything is the same, but the multiplier is, the numerator is not part of denominator, live births, per 1 lakh live births, and this is the one that we use in our RCH programs. Okay? Now, what do you mean by maternal death? What is maternal death, guys? Death that occurs during pregnancy, okay, during antenatal period, during delivery, and up to how many days post delivery? Very important question. कितने दिन तक लेते हैं post delivery? Up to how many days post delivery? Everybody in the comment section. Up to how many days post delivery? Up to 6 weeks post delivery. Okay, up to 6 weeks maternal, 6 weeks, or you could say 42 days post delivery. But it excludes what? It excludes accidental / incidental causes. Excludes accidental / incidental causes. Excludes accidental / incidental causes. If a woman slips down in the washroom and dies, or suppose falls from a stair, you will not calculate that. Okay, now let us go back to the question. So, let's go back to the question over here. Number one thing, you have to remember the formula, and you've been asked live birth. So, multiplier is 1 lakh. Okay, now there are 2500 live births. So, this is your denominator. 2500 is your live births. Okay, so that becomes your denominator, everybody, because it's already written. Okay. Now, during the same period, there is 5 death of women due to peripartum. So, you will calculate that. 5 due to electrocution. This you will not add. This is what? Accidental. You will not add that. 2 due to obstructed labor. 3 due to PPH. Okay. So, this is what? 10 upon 2500 per 1 lakh. Okay. Now, this comes out to be how much? If you look at this question, this comes out to be how much? So, if you do this calculation over here, it comes out to be 400 per 1 lakh, guys. 400 per 1 lakh, but it is given in terms of 1000. So, this will become what? 4 per 1000 live births. Don't get confused कि मैम ने तो बोला था 1 lakh होता है. Of course, the answer is 400 per 1 lakh, but over here I can't see that. So, what does this become? Cut this 4 per 1000 live births. The point to be noted, please don't add up this one, electrocution. Anybody who slips, suffers from electric shock, all those are not meant to be included. Okay? So, 4 per 1000 live birth. Let me give you another calculation. So, what is the answer to this? In a given population, total births in a year are 4050. There are 50 stillbirths. 50 neonates die within first 7 days of life, whereas the number of deaths within 8 to 28 days of life is 150. What is the neonatal mortality rate in the population? Can you tell me the neonatal mortality rate in the population? Anybody? How do you calculate the neonatal mortality rate? So, neonatal mortality rate means death first, how many days? 0 to 28 days. Always for child health formulas, the multiplier is 1000, the denominator is live birth. Okay, the denominator is live birth. Now, over here if you see, total births have been given. What is the total births? 4050. There are 50 stillbirths. So, what is the live birth over here, guys? 4050 minus 50. Please don't forget to subtract stillbirths. Okay, because total births is this much. So, this will become 4000. Now, 50 neonates die within first 7 days. So, 50, whereas number of deaths between 8 to 28 days is 150. Alright, this I am sure you can do it without a cap, this thing also. So, how much does it come to everybody? It straight away comes to 50. Why did you say 49.4? No, not 49.4. It straight away comes to 50. Alright, what you had to remember, the multiplier for child health is always 1000, and what is the denominator? The denominator is always live birth. Here, don't forget to subtract this stillbirth from the total births. Okay? So, you have a couple of, formulas that you should know. If you look at neonatal mortality, it is 0 to 28 days deaths per 1000 live birth. What is early neonatal? 0 to 7 days death per 1000 live birth. What is late neonatal, guys? 8 to 28 death. per thousand, everywhere per thousand live birth. What is post-neonatal? Post-neonatal is from the 29 day onwards to 1 year per thousand live birth. And what is child mortality? This is nothing but under 5. Under 5, everywhere you will have 1000 and the denominator is live births, it is 0 to 5 years. Okay? Alright, weight criteria is for perinatal mortality. Don't get confused. Weight criteria is for perinatal mortality. What is perinatal mortality? Perinatal mortality is death beyond 28 weeks gestation plus first 7 days of life, okay, per 1000 live births. That is perinatal, when the baby is in the womb as well as when the baby is outside. So to and stillbirth bolne ke liye, the weight should be at least 1 kg, it should be 28 weeks gestation, or the length of the baby should be 35 centimeters to call it as a stillborn. Yes, stillbirth ka definition, okay, to call it as a stillborn, everybody, you look at 3 things. The gestation age should be 28 weeks, okay, kam se kam 7 months, or the weight at 7 months of pregnancy is 1 kg, the weight of the baby this much, or the length of the baby should be 35 centimeters. Then only you can calculate or you can say that it is stillbirth. Clear? तभी तुम उसको क्या बोल सकते हो? Stillbirth. Stillbirth में ये 3 criteria आते हैं. Gestational age beyond 28 weeks, okay, or the weight of the baby should be 1 kg, or the length of the baby should be at least how much? 35 centimeters. Okay. Chalo, now let us have a look at some of the questions from contraceptives. Then we will go to diseases and all. Demography and contraceptives ek baar kar lete hain. Then we will go to the diseases and NHPs. Are you ready, everybody? Can I get a thumbs up? Can I get a thumbs up? I hope everybody is enjoying the session. Alright, if you haven't liked, please do like. Okay, that gives us a sense of happiness, alright, that you are enjoying, because I know PSM could be a vast subject to study, but then trying to make it easy for all of you. Chalo, let's go to this one. So, demo and family planning are the next. In 10-15 minutes, we're going to revise demo family planning, okay. True about total fertility rate is. What is the answer to this? Total fertility rate. Sensitive indicator of family planning achievement. So, what is the great? Okay, let's move ahead. Sensitive indicator of family planning achievement. Kya hota hai? Is it TFR? No. Sensitive indicator of family planning achievement is NRR, net reproduction rate. Okay. Completed, look at the question carefully. Number of live births per 1000 married women in reproductive age group is not TFR. This is general marital fertility rate. Total fertility rate is an indicator of complete family size. How many number of children a couple is going to have throughout their reproductive lifespan from 15 to 49 years. Out of those children, how many are girls? Isko kya bolte hain? Gross reproduction rate. Let me revise with you. There's no rush. Kyunki fertility rate is a 4-star topic, guys. It comes in all the exams. Okay, so we have to revise this. Absolutely no rush. Look at this table over here once. Look at this table, guys. The first one that you should know is crude birth rate, okay. These are the fertility indicators, okay. These are the fertility indicators. Must for all the exams. What is crude birth rate? See, I'll write it here. Crude birth rate is total number of live births per 1000 mid-year population. When do you take mid-year population? 1st of July. Now, mid-year population mein, there are elderly, there are children, there are adults, everybody. Can everybody give birth to a baby? No. Everybody cannot give birth to a baby. So, we will make it a little more specific. What do we have? General fertility rate. What is general fertility rate? Okay? What is general fertility rate? It is total number of live births per 1000. Now, not mid-year population. अब क्या करोगे? Who can give birth? Women in reproductive age, 15 to 49. But now, a 20-year-old girl and 25-year-old married girl, who is more exposed to giving birth? 20 साल की लड़की या 20 साल की married girl? Who is more exposed to giving birth? The married female. ठीक है, the married female, right? So let us make it little more specific. GMFR, general marital fertility rate. What is it? Total number of live births per 1000 married women in reproductive age. What do we do? Married women. So remember these 3 formula like this. ठीक है. Now what is TFR everybody? I have written it or everything here for you. TFR is total number of children. Right from 15 to 49 years, how many children a woman is going to have? That is TFR. Alright, it is an indicator of family size. Family size means number of children. Now out of those children, how many are girls? Girls, that is gross reproduction rate. But how many of them are going to remain alive? That is what? Net reproduction rate. How many are going to remain alive? So what do you consider over here? Mortality dependent fertility indicator is which one, guys? Net reproduction rate. Okay, and for a population of a country to stabilize, TFR should always be 2.1. This is the desirable TFR. Okay, desirable TFR. That means 2 child norm country ने achieve कर लिया. अगर 2 child norm achieve कर लिया है, उसमें से 1 is going to be a girl. Law of probability, if there are 2 children, 1 is girl. So NRR is equal to 1, and this will be possible when couple protection rate or use of contraceptives is more than 60%. Okay, so a couple of questions over here. Currently India has a TFR of 2. जो शब्दीप ने लिखा है, currently India का TFR is 2. That is absolutely correct. Currently it is 2. Okay, but what is the desirable TFR if anybody asks you? 2.1. ठीक है. So now let us do one more question and see if you can do it. The average number of children, this came in FMG June 2021, the average number of children a woman would have if she were to pass through her reproductive years bearing children at the same rate as the woman in her age group is called as, what is the answer to this? The average number of children a woman will have. The buzzword आ गया तुम्हारा, children. What is children? Everybody, children के साथ buzzword क्या है? Total fertility rate. Very good. अगर children की जगह होता, if it was instead of children, it was average number of girls. Okay, if it was girls, then your answer would have been gross reproduction rate. If it was mortality dependent, it would have been what? Net reproduction rate. If it was mortality dependent, it would have been net reproduction rate. ठीक है? Okay, all right. Let us do one more calculation if you are up for it, everybody. One more calculation. Mr. X is 67 years old and Mrs. X is 57 years old. Mr. X has a son, Mr. Z, who is 29 years old. Mrs. Z is 25 years old. Mr. and Mrs. Z have a 4-year son named Rohan. Calculate the dependency ratio. Anyone can do this. Dependency ratio is a टू मच इन टॉपिक, बहुत आता है. बोलो डिपेंडेंसी रेशियो का आंसर, इसको कैलकुलेट करो. हाउ डू यू कैलकुलेट दिस? व्हाट इज द डिपेंडेंसी रेशियो ओवर हुआ? ठीक है, क्या है डिपेंडेंसी रेशियो बताओ, कर रहे हो कि नहीं? Som Subhra has come up with the answer 40%. Okay, let's see. Guys, I will try to okay, first आप लोग करो. Okay, Jency, चलो. What, Renu? Any doubt? देखो guys, what is dependency ratio? Dependency ratio होता है children who are below, okay, 15 years and elderly who are beyond 65 years are dependent on the working class. What is the working class? Working class is, ठीक है, 15 to 64 years. इसकी trick यही है. Samreen, सुन, dependency. Who are the dependents? What do you understand by dependent, Samreen? That means people who are dependent on someone. So who are dependent? The children and the elderly. So children below 15 years. Okay, elderly beyond 65 years. Who is the economically productive group? 15 to 64 years. Now here see, Mr. X is 67. So Mr. X is elderly. He is an old age dependent. Okay, Mrs. X is 57. Is she a dependent? No, she is a working class. She is a working class. ये क्या है? Working class ले रही है. Mr. X has a son, Mr. Z. Mr. Z कितने साल का है? 29 years. So he also falls in this working class, right? Mrs. Z is 25 years old. She is also working class. But Mr. and Mrs. Z का बेटा Rohan 4-year-old है. So 4-year-old is again a dependent. So how many total dependent can you see? Samreen, you tell me. How many total dependents बच्चे can you see over here? Total dependents कितने हैं? There is one baby and there is one elderly. So total dependents 2. How many working class can you spot over here? How many working class adults can you spot over here? 3. So what is the dependency ratio? If I ask you ratio, it is 2/3. But if it was given in percentage, what will you do? You will simply multiply this with 100. तो कितना आ गया everybody? 60, yeah, 0.66. Over here it becomes 0.66. If it was in percentage, बस multiply कर दो 100 से. Don't think कि मैम ने बोला है ratio, so ये percentage में how is it coming answer? Whenever anything is given in percentage, all you have to do is multiply with 100. समझ में आया? Just count the number of dependents, count the total working class and put it in the formula. ठीक है, Samreen, I want a heads up from you. Did you understand? Everybody got this? All right, let's go to another question over here, a little bit of contraceptives, okay? Which of the following, no, one second, I missed one question, this one first. Which of the following is not an emergency contraceptive? What is your answer over here? Contraception, you will definitely expect one MCQ. Which of the following is not an emergency contraceptive, guys? Ulipristal, mifepristone, levonorgestrel, desogestrel. Now, desogestrel, very good. Desogestrel can be used, you know, as a contraceptive, but it is not useful as a emergency contraceptive. Ulipristal is a selective estrogen progesterone receptor, okay? It is a selective, it is a प्रोजेस्ट्रॉन रिसेप्टर. मीफेप्रिस्टोन का डोज 10 मिलीग्राम में यूज होता है. लीवोनॉर्जेस्ट्रल वी ऑल नो सिंगल डोज आईपिल. ठीक है, कितना डोज है इसका? 1.5 मिलीग्राम पिंक कलर सिंगल टैबलेट टू बी टेकन विद इन 72 hours. All right, but what is the best emergency contraception, guys? You all know it is IUCDs, okay, which can be used up to 5 days of unprotected sexual intercourse, okay, but most preferred is IPIL or easy pill. ठीक है, this is the most preferred. Now these set of questions I'm going to go a little quickly because these are simple direct questions. I want quick answers over here. Okay, let's have a look at this. A missed pill question, very, very important. A woman missed 2 pills in the second week of a contraceptive pack. She has unprotected sexual intercourse yesterday. What should she do? She has missed 2 pills. Is there a problem if somebody misses 2 pills? If somebody misses 2 pills, is there a problem if somebody misses 2 pills? Discard the pack and start a new one immediately. Take 2 pills at the scheduled time. Skip the missed pill and continue with the next pack. Use emergency. Guys, there is absolutely no problem if a woman misses 1 or 2 pills. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है यहाँ. She can take the 2 pills at the scheduled time. When does the problem arise? When a woman misses 3 or more than 3 pills. Okay, then the problem arises. Even though she had unprotected sexual intercourse, absolutely no problem at all. So what you can do is, this is your go to home slide. Okay, this is your revision slide. Just read this with me, everybody. Missing 1 to 2 pills, no problem. Take 1 pill as soon as possible or take 2 pills at the scheduled time. No risk of pregnancy even if somebody had sexual intercourse. If somebody misses more than equal to 3 pills, that's where the problem arises. 3 or more than 3. ठीक है? You will take 1 pill as soon as possible. Nobody would pop in all 3 pills together. No, take 1 pill as soon as possible. Continue with the scheduled pill. Use barrier method for the next 7 days. This is important. And in case unprotected sex in the last 72 hours, use emergency pack. But if she misses 3 pills in the 3rd week, not in the 1st and 2nd week, here she missed in the 2nd week, but if she misses in the 3rd week, she has to take 1 pill, but she has to finish rest of hormonal pill. The non-hormonal pills or the iron tablets, that has to be discarded. This is the difference. Use a barrier method, and in case of unprotected sexual intercourse in the last 72 hours, use emergency contraceptive method. Am I clear, everybody? So 2 pill, कोई problem नहीं, absolutely no problem, no barrier method, nothing, no emergency contraception, nothing. If you miss 3 or more than 3 pills in the first 2 weeks, you have to use a barrier method, and in case of emergency contraception, somebody has to, in case of unprotected sexual intercourse, use emergency contraception. But the problem arises if you miss it in the, somebody misses in the last week, okay, in the 3rd week. Then you have to discard the non-hormonal pills. Everybody got this question? I want a thumbs up from everybody over here. यहाँ पे there was absolutely no problem because it was 2 pills, so take 2 pills at the scheduled time. Must know question for NEET, FMG, INI, CT. ठीक है? Next question. question, which of the following are additional long-term benefits of OCP other than birth control and symptomatic relief? So again an expected MCQ, what is the additional long-term health benefit of OCP other than birth control and symptomatic? So OCPs, do they reduce risk of hypertension? Do they reduce risk of thrombosis? ये तो danger है. Do you reduce risk of cervical cancer? No. What is the answer over here? Risk of endometrial and ovarian cancer. OCPs, please remember, increase risk of, ठीक है, increase risk of cervical cancer, cervical and breast cancer. Okay, if you have to mark then cervical and breast cancer, but OCPs decrease the risk of, remember, ovarian. Why and how some other time we'll discuss. Ovarian and endometrial cancer. ठीक है, this is why I brought this question. ठीक है, so here you have non-contraceptive benefits, ovarian cancers, endometrial cancers. Ectopic pregnancy, PID, you can advise OCPs. ठीक है. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Try to solve it, everybody. 29, no, this has not come in FMG June, sorry, by mistake it's written, but it's a question nearby to it. A 29-year-old reports a history of DVT 5 years ago but is otherwise healthy. Okay? She does not smoke and has no other significant medical history. She desires a reliable long-term contraceptive method. Which of the following contraceptive options is most contraindicated? आप बिल्कुल नहीं दोगे. आप बिल्कुल नहीं दोगे. Which of the following is the most contraindicated in this patient? Anyone. Anyone. It's not at all difficult. बच्चे, she has a history of DVT. History of DVT. Present or past history, which is absolutely contraindicated, everybody. Combined OCPs, right? Combined OCPs. Contraindication of OCPs are very, very important for exams, guys. So I've given you, I have made it a list over here. You can go through this later as well. Look over here. Absolute contraindications of OCPs. It is very important topic, guys. Breast and genital, मतलब cervical cancer में कभी मत देना. Cardiac, C में ये तीनों हो गया. Cardiac abnormalities, congenital hyperlipidemia. The heart problems are due to estrogen, guys. Cardiac abnormalities is due to estrogen. ठीक है? The metabolic problems are due to progesterone. Undiagnosed abnormal uterine bleeding, liver disease. Look, thromboembolism, past or present, you will never give it. You will never advise it. ठीक है? Okay. Now, which one is provided freely by the government of India? Mala N or Mala D? Which one is provided freely by the government of India? Mala N or Mala D? So, look at this over here. You'll not forget this. This is family planning ka logo. After this, we are just going to diseases and programs. So, there we will revise all this. This is family planning logo. Mala N is no. N say no cost. This is provided freely. And this D say dukan. If you go to a dukan, you have to give paisa. Okay. So, this is being promoted under the social marketing scheme. This is being promoted under the social marketing scheme. Also know the value of progesterone and estrogen. Levonorgestrel 0.15 mg, ethinyl estradiol 0.03 mg. And you have iron tablets. Iron tablets kiska hota hai, guys? Iron tablet is ferrous fumarate. Okay, iron tablet is of ferrous fumarate. Okay, next question. Contraception of choice in a breastfeeding woman. What do you want to put her? As early as 6 weeks after delivery. ठीक है? In a breastfeeding woman. What is your answer? IUCD, OCP, condoms, POP, Chaya. I will ask you some. Okay, Jency. Sure dear. Sure dear. I'm so sorry, Jency. Let me do that. Okay. All right. Contraception of choice in a breastfeeding woman. Contraception of choice, guys. अब IUCD नहीं है ना? IUCD नहीं है. IUCD can be inserted within 48 hours of delivery or after 6 weeks of delivery. What is the answer over here? It is now progesterone only pill. It is now progesterone only pill. Let me show you a chart. You don't have to memorize everything from the chart, but I want you to know something. Look over here. IUCD, which are provided freely by the government of India, is copper T 380A and 375. It can be given within 48 hours of vaginal delivery, concurrently with C-section or after 6 weeks of delivery. Pehle IUCD was being given in between also, up to 6 weeks. But now IUCD can be inserted within 48 hours of delivery or after 6 weeks. बीच में नहीं लगाते हैं. इसीलिए what is the choice now? Progesterone only pill. It can be used earlier than 6 weeks. That is your answer now. ठीक है. Injectable contraceptive DMPA. You all know DMPA is Antara. This is a newer contraceptive which has been introduced freely. It is provided freely till subcenter level. This you can give at 6 weeks after delivery. Within 6 weeks, what is the choice? POP. Combined OCP आप कब देते हो? Combined OCP will be given only after 6 months of delivery. ठीक है. So progesterone only pill is the one which is given within 6 weeks of delivery also. ठीक है. Alright. Let's go and have a look at this one. Which of the following is an absolute contraindication for the device shown in the image below? Which device is this? Which of the following is an absolute contraindication for the device which is shown in the image below? What is this? Absolute contraindication. Anemia. Most common side effect of IUD insertion. Most common side effect बताओ IUD insertion का क्या है? Most common side effect of IUD insertion, everybody, is bleeding. So what will you do if a woman comes to you with bleeding? Will you immediately remove the contraception? No. Will you immediately worry and say, oh, no, I will remove your copper T? No. You have to reassure the woman. This has come many times in your exam. Reassurance. It's a famous PYQ. Okay, what is the second most common side effect? It is pain. And most common cause of removal? Most common cause of removal, everybody, most common cause of removal is pain. Most common cause of removal is pain. But most common side effect is bleeding. So here I asked absolute. Anemia, uterine malformation, uterine fibroids, they are all relative. Vaginal bleeding is absolute. Okay, so have a look at this chart, guys, just to revise. Now previous ectopic pregnancy relative हो गया है. ठीक है, previous ectopic pregnancy is relative. Previous ectopic pregnancy is relative contraindication. Previous ectopic pregnancy is not absolute, it is relative. ठीक है, cancers are absolute, malformations are relative, vaginal bleeding absolute, but cervix से discharge वगैरह आ रहा है, that is relative. Current PID, very important, current PID absolute, history of PID relative. ठीक है, of course suspected pregnancy is not. No Bhakti, if breastfeeding is written, our choice is POP. ठीक है, if they specially mention 6 weeks, definitely POP. Okay. Alright, let's go. Yes, you will get the PDF, don't worry. Chalo. Which of the following are distributed freely under National Family Welfare Program? Anyone? Can you identify the images? Can you identify the images and tell me Government of India कौन सा property freely provide कर रहा है? A, B, C, D में. It can be one answer, it could be two answers. What is it? Which of the following is being provided freely under A? A क्या है? Now if you have a straight wire like this, if you have a straight T, there's copper wire on the horizontal and vertical stem, there's a ball, there is a thread, white color thread, very important, copper T 380A. What is its shelf life? More important, 10 years. Okay, what is this? A tilted T. This is copper T 380 AG. Shelf life is 5 years. Silver reduces inflammation. But look at this one. This is U-shaped. And which color thread it has? It has a blue color thread. There's a blue color thread. U-shaped. This is what, everybody? This is multi-load. This is multi-load. What is the other name for multi-load? Copper T 375. And what is its till which shelf life? 5 years. But what is this? Completely white in color. There is no brown color thread over here. This is LNG20. LNG20 is what? Mirena. So which one is being provided freely by Government of India under the National Family Welfare Program? It is copper T 380A and it is copper T 375. A couple of questions that I wanted you to do from this particular image was two questions. The shelf lives which you have done, copper T 380A 10 years hai, and what are provided freely? Copper T 380A as well as copper T 375 multi-load. Mirena freely नहीं मिलता है, ठीक है, and Mirena का shelf life is now 5 to 7 years. Okay, Mirena is 5 to 7 years. Levonorgestrel 20. ठीक है, 380 and all these are surface area of copper wire. Okay, let's do one more question. Which of the following is false about the contraception shown below? I think the image has got a little hidden because of me. It is like this. ये क्या है? What is this? I'm sorry, my drawing is not that good, but this image is like later on you can see in the PDF. What is this? It has a V-shaped band like thing. So what is this V-shaped band wala? Ye kaun sa image hai? Vaginal sponge. So now you tell me which of the statement is false. It is made of polyurethane foam and is saturated with a spermicide non-oxanol 9. Of course, vaginal sponge में spermicide non-oxanol 9 होता है. Must be left in space for at least 6 hours after intercourse. Of course, offers no protection from STI. That's the problem. It offers no protection from STDs. Okay, it has to be left after sexual intercourse for 6 hours. And if suppose a woman forgets to take it out by 24 hours, it will lead to toxic shock syndrome. Has lower failure rate in women who have given birth before? No. It has higher failure rate in women who have given birth before. Okay, higher failure rate in multiparous than nulliparous. Higher failure rate. Why? Because it's available in only one size, not different sizes, and after birth the cervical canal diameter changes, the vaginal diameter changes. Okay, so that is important over here. What is it's available by the brand name of what? Anybody? It's available by the brand name. What is the brand name by which it is available? Vaginal sponge. Yes, it is Today. Very good, Dhanushri. It is the same thing, Today. Okay. Either you can get NEET PG mein they asked identify image vaginal sponge, and in FMG exams they asked about this brand name Today. It has spermicide non-oxanol 9. Okay. Okay. Last question from contraceptives I wanted to discuss. Vasectomy is the most cost-effective method of contraception. Eligibility criteria for male sterilization includes all of the following except. Guys, I wanted to give you a couple of questions from vasectomy. Please remember, vasectomy is the most cost-effective, least failure rate. Okay, most cost-effective, least failure rate. Vasectomy सबसे अच्छा method है. Least failure rate. How do you calculate the failure rate, guys? Pearl index, right? So this has the least failure rate, but it is least practiced. Which is the most prevalent contraceptive method in India? Most prevalent contraceptive method practiced in India. Most prevalent contraceptive method which is practiced in India, everybody. Most prevalent contraceptive method which is practiced in India is tubectomy. You don't need your husband's approval for tubectomy. A husband doesn't need the wife's approval for vasectomy. Okay. So client should be married, okay, has at least, for vasectomy or tubectomy, we can have one child more than 1 year. Never say 2 child, it is 1 child, okay. Clients can be between 18 to 60 years, alright. Clients or the spouses must not have undergone sterilization, okay. So over here, the incorrect answer is this one, because look over here, for male sterilization the client age has to be 22 years, okay, 22 years to 60 years. That was one point I wanted you to know. Even for the females, alright, the female's age could be up to 49 years. And how many children? One child more than 1 year of age. Okay? One more question over here, guys. After vasectomy, the person is advised to use a contraceptive method or use barrier method for how many months post vasectomy? Post vasectomy, कितने दिन तक barrier method use करना है? So use barrier method for 3 months. Very good. Or at least how many ejaculations free? Or at least 20 ejaculations free. How many ejaculations? Not 30, 20. 20 ejaculations free. Please don't say 30. Also, according to MTP Act, contraceptive failure की वजह से MTP is allowed up to how many weeks? MTP Act most commonly asked contraceptive failure. MTP is allowed up to how many weeks in case of contraceptive failure? Please remember, MTP only till 20 weeks, not 24. In other situations, it is 24 weeks, congenital malformation or some woman has been molested or things like that. But for contraceptive failure, it is allowed only up to 20 weeks. Done. Contraception, thumbs up. Okay, one more question. What is the contraception of choice for a newly married healthy couple? Contraception of choice in a newly married healthy couple. I am going to write over here. Contraception of choice for a newly married, contraception of choice in a newly married healthy couple. What is your answer? Newly married healthy couple. Contraception of choice in a newly married healthy couple. क्या होगा? Newly married healthy, I want less failure rate. So, OCP. ठीक है, कॉन्ट्रासेप्शन ऑफ चॉइस इन ए न्यूली मैरिड हेल्दी है तो OCP. कॉन्ट्रासेप्शन ऑफ चॉइस इन अ couple who meets occasionally, couple in long distance. So considering failure rate, okay, long distance में अगर कोई couple है, the best is you will advise IUCDs, okay, because of lower failure rate. ठीक है, all right. चलो, let's go to the next question now. Quickly, a couple got married 3 years back and had a child today. IUCD for long distance because of lower failure rates. ठीक है, IUCD long distance because of lower failure rates. All right. Let us do this. Then we are going to do the next diseases and NHP. A couple got married. What was the past question, dear? नहीं, उससे ज़्यादा better is option C, guys. क्योंकि married तो criteria है ना. It's one of the criterias. Okay, you have to be married. Even if you're divorced, you can get it done if you have one child more than 1 year of age. But then 18 years is not the correct age. Okay, what is this? Family cycle, not demographic cycle. Family cycle. So family cycle में it has entered extension. Okay, always remember you will go how. What is the family cycle? Family cycle has all these stages, guys. Formation, extension, complete extension, contraction, complete contraction, dissolution. Each of this stage is determined by what happens in the first part. Formation, marriage है. Extension, birth of first child. Complete extension, birth of last child. Contraction, first child leaves home. Complete contraction, last child leaves. Okay, so you always have to go by the first part. Now over here, what was the question? Which stage got married 3 years back and they have a child today? So what is the birth of the first child? Birth of the first child is where? Birth of the first child is in extension. Okay, where is birth of first child? Birth of the first child is in extension. You will always denote it by what happens in the first phase. Okay, so that is birth of first child is extension. Clear? Going to the next question. Which organization is primarily responsible, this is not by mistake it's written, sorry, primarily Niti Aayog was a question for FMJ exams, but this is a newly framed question. Let us see what it is. Primarily responsible for developing the health index in India. Please remember, health index is a cumulative index in which we categorize our states, our UTs and everything. So health index को develop किया है Ministry of Health and Family Welfare नहीं, नीति आयोग ने. ठीक है, नीति आयोग ने डेवलप किया है हेल्थ इंडेक्स. बिकॉज नीति आयोग हैज बीन आस्क्ड बिफोर, इट कैन गेट रिपीटेड फॉर यू गाइज एज वेल, फॉर एनीबडी. सो लुक एट दिस. दिस इज नीति आयोग. व्हाट आर द क्वेश्चंस दैट कम फ्रॉम नीति आयोग? नंबर 1, व्हाट इज इट्स फुल फॉर्म? इट इज नेशनल institution, not institute, National Institution of Transforming India. ठीक है, National Institution of Transforming India, not institute. When was it framed? When did it come into existence, everybody? It came into existence Jan 1st 2015 and it replaced Planning Commission. Okay, it replaced Planning Commission. What did it replace? Planning Commission. Also, this is known as the think tank of India. All right, this is the think tank of India. And who is the chairperson of Niti Aayog? The chairperson is the PM. The chairperson is the Prime Minister. Replace the Planning Commission. It is also known as the think tank of India. And who is the chairperson of Niti Aayog? Prime Minister. ठीक है, Niti Aayog is important and it has given the health index. Okay, it frames the health index. All right. Starting with diseases and NHP now, everybody. Can we go to diseases and NHP? Enjoying? मजा आ रहा है? ठीक है? Some time more you have to sit, concentrate. Now we are going to diseases and NHP. All right. A patient comes with a history of category 3 dog bite. He received prophylaxis for a monkey bite 6 months back. What is the next step in the management? What is the next step in the management? चलो बताओ, इसका आंसर बताओ. Wound cleaning only. Wound cleaning plus rabies vaccine on day 0 and 3. Wound cleaning plus rabies vaccine on day 0, 3 and 7. Wound cleaning plus IM vaccine plus RIG. Now, what is this a question of, guys? Whenever you get a question of dog bite, okay, post-exposure prophylaxis, the person has not yet developed rabies. We have to save the person from developing rabies. ठीक है? So, risk factor है, dog bite एक risk factor है. So, any form of exposure prophylaxis, whether it is post-exposure, pre-exposure, re-exposure, any form of prophylaxis is a primary level of prevention. Risk factor is present. The first thing that you have to do is categorize the bites. Okay, so first let us look at this. Category में category 1 क्या होता है? This is very very important guys. Let's have a look at this slide. Touching, licks on intact skin, कुछ नहीं करना है, just wash the wound. ठीक है. Category nothing, actually it's just a lick, so nothing has to be done. Category 2, nibbling, minor scratches, there is no bleeding, local treatment and vaccine has to be given. But what is category 3 guys? Single bite, multiple bites, licks on broken skin, licks on intact skin is category 1, but broken skin में अगर dog is ऐसे licking, that is category 3. Mucous membrane contact with bats, bleeding present, what is this? Even if a drop of blood is present, it is local treatment, immediate vaccination, rabies, immunoglobulin. ठीक है. Now what do we do after dog bite? What do we do in re-exposure cases? ठीक है. Now look at this slide over here. Post-exposure prophylaxis. Post-exposure prophylaxis means after dog bite. What is the program recommends in India? India में हम लोग कौन सा regimen लेते हैं? Intradermal. How will you remember this? National Rabies Control Program. This is what? Updated Thai Red Cross regimen. Okay, this is what? Red Cross regimen. This is what is preferred in India. How can you remember guys? Thai, I say India, Indians going to Thai, India, and D say red, ID, dermal, this is intradermal. Now how many times you have to go to the doctor? Thai has 4 letters. So how many times I am going to make a visit to the doctor? Everybody, 4 visits. What are the days? Look at it very nicely. Day 0, 3, 7, 28 days. Okay. Adults may we give on deltoid muscles and small children anterolateral aspect of the thighs. Okay. And it is given on 2 sides simultaneously. If you go to private hospitals or something, they'll give you intramuscular. M से कर दो N, SN regimen. अब intramuscular में कितने doses हैं? SN में 5 letters हैं. So how many visits are we going to make? 5 letters. We are going to make 5 visits. Day 0, 3, 7, 14 and 28. And it is given on 1 site. Okay. So number of visits, total number per visits कितने? 5. ठीक है. 1 site simultaneously. Pre-exposure means, suppose I am a veterinarian, I am a forest officer, I need to be safe. So I am going to take intradermal or I can also take IM regimen, whatever. But what are the days that we take this on? Okay, you can take this on 0, okay, 7, 21 or 28 days, whichever is earlier. Okay. The question arises on re-exposure prophylaxis. Re-exposure means you can take ID, IM. Now you have to check, is it within 3 months or beyond 3 months. अगर within 3 months हो रहा है कुछ नहीं करना है, अगर beyond 3 months हो रहा है सिर्फ 2 dose लेना है. ठीक है. So if we go back to this question, everybody, let's go back to this question. He suffered a monkey bite 6 months back. So what is this an example of? This is an example of re-exposure prophylaxis. Okay, re-exposure prophylaxis. Now in re-exposure, everybody, you have to see 2 things. What are the 2 things that you have to see? Is it being done within 3 months, okay, or is it being done beyond 3 months? Within 3 months, nothing, none. Just wash the wound. Beyond 3 months. Now re has how many letters? Re has 2 letters. So how many visits? 2 visits. कौन से दिन जाएंगे? Day 0 and 3. So wound cleaning plus rabies vaccine on day 0 and 3. And re-exposure cases में you don't need to give immunoglobulin. Immunoglobulin once given in life is enough. You don't need to repeat it. ठीक है? Alright, which immunoglobulin do you prefer? Human immunoglobulin or equine immunoglobulin? So guys, please remember, हम लोग prefer करते हैं human immunoglobulin, जिसका dose कितना है? 20 international unit per kg body weight, and most of it is given around wound site, okay, around wound. Alright, equine is 40. If we don't have human, we prefer equine. And always remember, immunoglobulin can be given up to 7 days from day 0. ठीक है. डे 0 क्या होता है? डे 0 इज फर्स्ट डे ऑफ वैक्सीन. ओके, डे 0 इज फर्स्ट डे ऑफ वैक्सीन. ऑलराइट, एंड इम्यूनोग्लोबुलिन यू कैन गिव अप टू 7 days फ्रॉम डे 0. Immunoglobulin can be given up to 7 days. Now, what is the best way to control dog rabies, guys? Dog rabies को control करने के लिए, remember, I'm writing it over here, dog rabies, okay? Dog rabies को control करने के लिए, the best way is to vaccinate stray dogs, okay? Vaccinate stray dogs, because this came in NEET PG, everybody, vaccinate stray dogs, because 85% of dog population is accessible. 85% of dog population क्या है? Accessible है, okay? So, to control dog rabies, we should vaccinate the dogs. 85% of dog population is accessible. Okay? ठीक है? Rabies कर लेंगे सारे कोई. Any form of prophylaxis is primary level of prevention. Alright, let's go to another disease. A 10-year-old child presented to the pediatric OPD with fever and rashes and Koplik spot on the buccal mucosa. Identify the diagnosis. What is the answer to this? Identify the diagnosis. Measles. Option C क्या था? Can I do it later? Okay. Just note it down, I'll do it. What is the answer over here? Very good, measles, सबको पता है. Now, just a couple of points I wanted to discuss with measles, guys. Measles में your buzzword would be retroauricular in origin. ठीक है, the rash is retroauricular in origin. It starts behind the ear. It is maculopapular confluent. Maculopapular confluent rash है. ठीक है, कैसा rash है? Maculopapular confluent rash. All right. Now, Koplik spot occurs in the buccal mucosa, opposite the lower second molar. Koplik spot comes before rash or after rash? Can you tell me? Koplik spot comes before rash or after rash? So remember, spot पहले आता है, फिर rash आता है. Rash is a bigger thing, okay? Koplik spot comes before rash, alright? Koplik spot comes, very good. Koplik spot comes not after, before rash. It disappears by the time the rash comes. Another question. Most common complication of measles in young child. Most common complication of measles in children. Anybody? Most common complication of measles. Measles पे question आता है complication. Most common complications of measles in children. What is it? Most common otitis media. Very good. Otitis media. But if it is written most common complication of measles. Most common complication of measles. अगर सिर्फ इतना लिखा है most common complication of measles, तब otitis media नहीं लिखना. Most common complication of measles क्या है guys? Diarrhea. ओके बट अगर लिखा है मोस्ट कॉमन कॉज ऑफ डेथ इन मीजल्स, मोस्ट कॉमन कॉज ऑफ डेथ इन मीजल्स, व्हाट इज योर आंसर? मोस्ट कॉमन कॉज ऑफ डेथ इन मीजल्स, इट इज न्यूमोनिया. मोस्ट कॉमन कॉज ऑफ डेथ मीजल्स में क्या है? pneumonia. Rare cause of death in measles, rare cause of death, which is like 1 in 7 million children, SSPE. Rare cause of death is SSPE. Please don't say most common cause is SSP. Most common नहीं है SSP. SSP बहुत rare cause है. ठीक है? Okay. Now, a couple of images which could come, if somebody asks you most common complication of measles in children, otitis media. Otherwise, diarrhea. Most common cause of death measles में pneumonia है. Rare cause है SSP. Alright, tell me what has happened to the children over here. These are some characteristic images which get picked up in exam. This is measles, okay, and this one over here, the red areola type thing, this is Koplik spot, okay. It occurs in buccal mucosa opposite lower second molar, not upper, opposite lower second molar, opposite lower second molar. Whose rash is this one? Area of inflammation around the rash. ये है chicken pox, okay? This is chicken pox. This has area of inflammation. Now these two images, please don't get confused. ये वाला image किसका है? Mumps का है, okay? Mumps has this unilateral parotid swelling. What is the most common complication of mumps? Anybody? Most common complication of mumps. Mumps कौन बताएगा? Most common. अगर question आया most common complication of mumps, most common complication of mumps is which one? Please don't say orchitis oophorytis. Most common complication of mumps is aseptic meningitis. Okay, it is aseptic meningitis. Most common complication of mumps क्या है? Aseptic meningitis. But अगर कोई आपसे पूछ ले most common complication of mumps in young adults, okay, if they ask you young adults, in young adults it is orchitis. ऊफराइटिस, ओके, यंग एडल्ट्स में क्या है, ऑर्काइटिस, ऊफराइटिस. बट अगर क्वेश्चन सिर्फ आया मोस्ट कॉमन कॉम्प्लिकेशन एसेप्टिक मेनिंजाइटिस. एंड द नेक्स्ट इमेज वेयर यू हैव दिस बुल नेक, दिस इज व्हाट एवरीबडी, डिप्थीरिया. प्लीज ट्राई टू रिवाइज डिप्थीरिया मैनेजमेंट फ्रॉम पीडियाट्रिक्स. बुल्स नेक इज डिप्थीरिया. डिप्थीरिया में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट कैरियर स्टेज होता है, ठीक है, और वैक्सीन कैरियर स्टेज से प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करता. वैक्सीन्स डोंट प्रोटेक्ट अस फ्रॉम कैरियर स्टेज. ओके, सो दिस इज इट. ओके, जस्ट अ couple of images. This you can also revise from your pediatrics. Okay, now one update, can I move forward everybody? One update which has come, STI kits. Match the following STI kits. STD kits हमेशा आता है, syndromic management. इसको match करो and just tell me, anybody can tell me the update also which has been introduced in STD kits. अपडेट क्या है? सो यू ऑल नो urethral discharge, urethral and cervical discharge, that is kit number 1. Okay, so urethral discharge is a very dull color, a lot of things. L से yellow, ठीक है, lower abdominal pain yellow. Okay, ladies first, vaginal green, kit 2. Non-herpetic genital ulcer, everything is happy white. Okay, so match the following कर लिया तुमने, ठीक है. Yes, I would take questions at the end, Ritika. Don't worry, we have time right now. Okay. Okay, what is the answer to this? What did you mark, guys? B. Okay, A4, B1, C3, and D2. Good. What is the update over here? Now we have how many kits? 8 kits. Okay. Which kit has been introduced? Which kit? The brown kit has been introduced. So let's have a quick look at the kits. The first one, guys, a very dull color, gray color होता है, urethral और cervical. पहले इसमें anorectal discharge होता था. Now anorectal discharge has gone in kit 8, which is the brown color. Okay. You can give azithromycin. Then ladies first. Okay. What is ladies first? ठीक है. ठीक है, व्हाट इज लेडीज फर्स्ट? लेडीज फर्स्ट हमेशा लेडीज पहले आती हैं, ग्रीन कलर, ठीक है, वजाइनाइटिस, सेक्नीडाजोल, फ्लुकोनाजोल. देन आफ्टर डिस्चार्जेस अल्सर्स, बट एवरीथिंग इज गुड. जेनाइटल अल्सर हुआ है बट इट्स नॉन हर्पेटिक, पेनिसिलिन इज ऑल्सो एक्टिंग ऑन इट, सो अ पीसफुल कलर, वाइट कलर. ओके, देन अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम, इट इज नॉन हर्पेटिक अल्सर बट penicillin is not acting, we need to give BD, doxy, blue color. Then comes the real danger. Okay, then comes the real danger, red color, herpetic ulcer. After discharge and ulcer, what will you have? Lower abdominal pain, which is easy, yellow, cefixime. Okay, inguinal bubo, last mein bubo, black. But now what do you have? One more, brown. Brown is kit number this is, I mean, anorectal discharge. Okay, what is this? Anorectal discharge. This is anorectal discharge. What is this color? Brown. Okay, this is brown. Kit number 8. Okay, here also we can have azithro, we can have cefixime. Clear? So this you should remember. Can I go to the next question, everybody? चलो, बताओ इसका आंसर. NEET PG 2020. A patient presents with, we have moved on to nutrition. थोड़े से diseases हो गए. Now nutrition, then health programs. A patient presents with rough, dry, scaly skin patches on the elbows, knees, buttocks and hair follicle keratosis. Which nutrient deficiency is not associated with this condition? Anyone can tell me. The question is saying not associated. ध्यान से पढ़ो बच्चे, not associated. Yes, it is not zinc. Zinc is not associated with this deficiency. What are we talking about over here? What are we talking about over here? What has happened over here? Rough, dry, scaly skin patches, hair follicle keratosis. Okay, what is this? Out of these, tell me which situation is this one? A image या B image? इसमें कौन सा represent कर रहा है उस question को? Which one is representing? Very good. This is Phrynoderma. Okay, this is Phrynoderma, which presents with what? Toad-like skin. Okay, it presents with toad-like skin. You can see it is a deficiency of what? Essential fatty acids. Most important, linolenic. Okay. Plus there is also deficiency of vitamin A हो गया, vitamin E हो गया, ठीक है. Zinc is not associated with this one. Okay, zinc is not associated with this one. Zinc deficiency क्या present करता है? ये. What is this zinc deficiency? Which is a inherited defect in uptake of zinc cell. What is this? Acrodermatitis. acrodermatitis enteropathica. Acrodermatitis enteropathica. Okay, this is inherited defect. All right, this is inherited defect. In what? In uptake of zinc cell. Both of them have come in your exams, in uptake of zinc cell. Okay, zinc cells. This is inflammatory rashes around the eyes, nose, anal region, lips. Okay, this is acrodermatitis enteropathica. Okay, and essential fatty acids is phrinoderma. Can anyone tell me the answer to this? A 60-year-old patient with history of diabetes, mellitus and hypertension visits your clinic. During the consultation, you advise the patient to adopt a diet that reduces fat and salt intake. What type of diet is being recommended to this patient? What is your answer over here? कौन सा diet इसको recommend कर रहे हो? Staple diet, prudent diet, high protein diet, balanced diet. Don't make a mistake. Think there is a word which is given particularly to prevent cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, all of these. It's not high protein diet. It's, I can see only a couple of you have given correct answer. Guys, इसको बोलते हैं prudent diet. इस पे क्वेश्चन आता है, ठीक है? This is a good MCQ. They give you question on this. What is prudent diet? What is prudent diet? Everybody, prudent diet होता है a diet. See, balanced diet क्या है? In your body, what should be the total protein? Balanced diet is 10 to 15% of protein in our diets, 15 to 30% of fats in our diet, and 50 to 70% of carbs in our diet. Okay. Staple diet is what we eat regularly. Most of the people, what they are eating every day. Okay, like dal, chawal, all that is staple diet. What is prudent diet? So I have written it here for you. Prudent diet. Okay, you can expect this as a question. Prudent diet is particularly a diet to prevent cardiovascular diseases. Okay, prevent CVDs. Fat intake should be 20 to 30% only. Saturated fats which are bad for health should be below 7%. Cholesterol आपके diet में less than 200 होना चाहिए. Salt intake less than 5 gram. This has come as separately. Also cholesterol HDL ratio should be below 3.5. This is prudent diet, particularly to prevent what? Cardiovascular diseases. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. A patient with a history of CVD is advised by the doctor to incorporate oils rich in PUFA into their diet with a recommendation of oils containing more than 50% unsaturated fatty acids. Which of the oils would not be recommended? So, I am asking you, which oil is a bad oil? Basically, it is not rich in PUFAs. It is rich in saturated fats. What is it everybody? Very good. Coconut oil. Coconut oil और butter में तुम्हारा क्या होता है? Coconut oil और butter में होता है saturated fats. Okay. They have the least amount of polyunsaturated fatty acids. Polyunsaturated में which is the most essential fatty acid? Linoleic acid. Okay. This is most essential fatty acid and most essential linoleic. You get it from safflower oil, sunflower oil. Okay. Linolenic acid you get it from soybean oil. Okay. Which is omega-3 guys? Which is omega-3 and which is omega-6? 3 is a smaller number, bigger word, linolenic. Okay, omega-3. Omega-6 is linoleic. And which is more cardioprotective everybody? Which is more cardioprotective? Omega-6. Okay, more cardioprotective is omega-6. More cardioprotective is omega-6. Okay. All right, going to the next question here. This one is important. Richest source, essential, most essential fatty acid is linoleic, and what is its richest source? Safflower oil, sunflower oil, ये सब पूछते हैं. Least important कौन होते हैं? Coconut oil, butter, वो सब में क्या होते हैं? Saturated fats होते हैं. Thank you, Jonky. Okay, ready for the next question, everybody? Nutrition coming right up. Okay, थोड़ा सा it will take time for you to do this question, but try it. ठीक है. Which of the following statements are true regarding Indian reference man and woman? Indian reference man. Okay, Indian reference man and woman. Anybody. Which is true? What you can do is read it, take your time, drink some water also. Meanwhile, take your time and do it. Indian reference man and woman. Okay. Indian reference man. We'll take 5-10 minutes to wrap up nutrition as well, guys. Okay. Indian reference man and woman. What is the correct answer over here? अभी अनीमिया मुक्त भारत भी करना है, ठीक है? Very good. Fans has come up with an answer B. Sonali B. Very good, guys. Akshay Gu B. Akshay Kumar. Very good, Akshay Kumar B. Tanishka B. Okay, guys, reference Indian man and woman. What I can do is I can straight away take you to the explanation. Reference Indian man का body weight 60 नहीं होता है. It is how much now change 65 and height. So what we can do is let's go to this straight away this practice. Okay, this is reference man and woman. Please look at this. Age is very important. You have to remember. We can't keep giving RDAs for every individual. So we have come up with reference man and reference woman. ठीक है? So reference man and reference woman 19 to 39, weight 65 kg, 55 kg woman. This you have to remember. Rest you can just go through once. ठीक है? BMI obviously man का 20.75, women का थोड़ा ज़्यादा है 20.95. Average waist, man of course it's going to be more 85, woman 75 centimeters. Height, men are taller 1.77, 1.62. ठीक है? Activity level 8 hours of sleep. Not that I'm asking you to do now. Even if you take 8 hours of sleep, it's okay. Even if you are studying less, but study it with full zeal, so that is okay. 8 hours of moderate work, 4 to 6 hours of sitting moving, 2 hours of walking and recreation. Okay? This is important Bhakti for FMG exam also. Please don't omit this. जो भी इस PDF में है, whatever I am teaching you, go through it guys. Definitely it's going to help you. So what is the answer over here? The statement 2 and 4. Okay? Alright, let's have a look at some calorie requirements. What is the answer to this? Which of the following is the correct energy requirement for a moderately working Indian woman with an exclusively breastfed 8-month-old infant? Come on, who remembers? There was a way I have taught you to learn this. RDAs याद है तुमको? एक तरीके से हमने learn किया है. सोचो. Try to remember it Bhakti, okay? Just remember कि जैसे males है, waist circumference ज़्यादा होगा, BMI कम होगा, height is going to be more. Okay, so just have a rough idea, but age and weight definitely remember. Guys, I don't think I've got anyone who's done it correctly so far. सबसे पहले RDA. Come to this, let's revise. RDA, what is recommended dietary allowance? This is also a PYQ. It satisfies nutritional need of dietary requirement of 97 to 98% population. Now somebody is writing the correct one. How have you learnt it? Sedentary, moderate, heavy worker. ठीक है, एडल्ट मैन 2110 को 2100 करो, मॉडरेट वर्कर शॉपकीपर लाइक डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, टीचर्स, यू, मी, ऑल ऑफ आर सेडेंटरी, देयर इज नो मूवमेंट, राइट? मॉडरेट को 2700 करो. अडल्ट वुमेन गो टू moderate and heavy, it's the same 2100, this is the same 2700. Now adult woman 1660, if you can remember, good, otherwise you can remember 1700, double of this 3400, that's all. 21, 27, 34 और यहाँ पे तुम्हारा क्या हो गया 17. Okay, if you can remember 1660, well and good, otherwise 1700, 21 and 2700. ठीक है? Pregnancy plus 350 additional in all trimesters. Okay, additional in all trimesters. Lactation first 6 months plus 600. Next 6 months, okay, 6 to 12 months plus 520. ठीक है? Plus 520. Got it? समझ में आ रहा है ना? Okay. Now, look at the question over here. The woman is moderately working. Now, you know moderately working. अभी मैंने आपको बताया 1660, 21, 27. So, it is 2100. To be very precise, it is how much? Adult woman 2130. To be very precise, okay, 2130. Now, exclusively breastfed 8-month-old. That means you will add what? 520 to this. Okay, so this comes out to be how much? 2650 kilocalories per day. See, they might not give you this. They might ask you directly, what is the calorie requirement in a sedentary woman worker, in a heavy woman worker? सीधा भी पूछ सकता है. But this is just to make you aware that how they can also trick you with the question. ठीक है? So this is what is the answer 2650. Trimester wise बताती हूँ, okay? Trimester wise. So please remember, trimester wise में ideally in the first trimester you have very little, no extra or 70 to 85 kilocalorie extra per day. ठीक है, प्लस 70 to 85. Second trimester we need it in the range of 200s, in the range of 200s, 250 to 290 something, okay, 250 to 290 kilocalorie per day. Third trimester maximum weight gain होता है बेबी का, okay, so it is in the range of 400s, 390 to somewhat 450 kilocalories per day, okay, in the third trimester, to be very specific, ठीक है, trimester wise. Can I go to the next question? Chalo. NEET PG 2020, which indicator is considered as the principal impact indicator in the National Iodine Deficiency Disorder Control Program reflecting effectiveness of salt iodization? इम्पैक्ट इंडिकेटर, नेशनल आयोडीन डेफिशिएंसी प्रोग्राम बहुत बार स्टूडेंट्स भूल जाते हैं. दिस इज द लोगो, आयोडीन नमक, ठीक है. सो आई जस्ट वांटेड टू डिस्कस अ कपल ऑफ इंडिकेटर्स. लेट मी टेल यू द आंसर ओवर हियर. प्रिंसिपल इम्पैक्ट इंडिकेटर इज दिस वन, मीडियन यूरिनरी आयोडीन लेवल्स, ओके, दैट इज द प्रिंसिपल इम्पैक्ट इंडिकेटर, मीडियन दिस थिंग. प्रेवलेंस इज गॉइटर इज लॉन्ग टर्म क्रॉनिक, ठीक है, लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट इंडिकेटर, लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट इंडिकेटर, बस इतना जान लेना, ठीक है. न्यूनेटल हाइपोथायरॉइडिज्म इज द मोस्ट सेंसिटिव इंडिकेटर, ओके. एनवायरमेंटल डेफिशिएंसी ऑफ आयोडीन, इट इज एन इंडिकेटर ऑफ environmental deficiency of iodine, indicator of environmental deficiency of iodine. Salt content at production site, this is a process indicator, okay, process indicator. Now if you talk about production site, it is 30 ppm, and this is also a question, at consumer side it is, ठीक है, consumer side it is 15 ppm. उल्टा बोल रहे हो आप शब्दीप, aviators. I really just go grab quickly something and come back. Whatever you miss, you can go through later. Okay, we don't have really too much of time. We just have a couple of 1 to 1.5 hours now. Just a couple of things more remaining, ठीक है. So just go rush, grab something and come back. Okay, chalo. So this is your iodine deficiency disorder control program ka logo and a couple of indicators which keep coming in the exam. One more question, which of the following is false for Anganwadi centers? It is used to run ICDS project. Anganwadi center can be opened on demand. Anganwadi worker must be 10th pass. One Anganwadi is for every 500 to 1000 people in plain areas. Anganwadi center, again this thing. Yeah, what have we written? Yes, consumer we have written this one, manufacturer or production side 30. Yes, good Shabdeep. Alright, what is the answer to this? Which of the following? आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स ICDS प्रोग्राम में ही रन करता है इंटीग्रेटेड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट सर्विसेज स्कीम, ठीक है. इट कैन बी ओपनड ऑन डिमांड, ओके. इफ देर आर 40 चिल्ड्रन, ओके, इफ देर आर 40 चिल्ड्रन इन अ विलेज, 40 चिल्ड्रन विदाउट आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर, वी कैन ओपन इट ऑन डिमांड, okay, it can be opened. Must be 10th pass, yes, like an Asha, but this is wrong. One Anganwadi, no, 10th pass only. Asha and Anganwadi worker, दोनों 10th pass होना है. Please remember that, starts with an A, both are 10th pass. Okay, one Anganwadi worker in plain areas, everybody is 400 to 800 population, is for 400 to 800 population. One Anganwadi worker in hilly areas, okay, it is for 300 to 800 population. Plain areas 400 to 800 population, hilly areas 300 to 800 population, ठीक है. You can open Anganwadi center on demand also, ठीक है. Now which programs logo is this one? One question that comes, this is the program which is running in an Anganwadi center. This is integrated, okay, integrated, no, for hilly areas 300 to 800, ठीक है. Integrated Child Development Services Scheme. What is it? Integrated Child Development Services Scheme, okay, this is scheme. So it offers so many services, 6 services. Who are the beneficiaries? 0 to 6-year-old children, pregnant and lactating women are also going to come and sit over here. Pregnant and lactating females, pregnant and lactating females. Also who can go and sit over here? Reproductive age women. Also who can go in certain states, we also have adolescent girls who can sit over here. Adolescent girls, okay, and then they are given all of these 6 services, ठीक है. Growth chart monitoring is what? आंगनवाड़ी worker vaccine लगाती है, okay, please don't forget आंगनवाड़ी worker gives the vaccine. Alright, coming to our favorite program, Anemia Mukh Bharat, guys. Okay, one more question. ICDS is under Ministry of Women and Child Development. Okay, I'll sum up the ministry at the end. I'm going to sum up the ministry at the end. Okay, Ministry of Women and Child Development. Okay, come to Anemia Mukt Bharat. Which statement accurately describes administration of iron folic acid supplementation under Anemia Mukt Bharat? Can you read it and tell me? ठीक है, अनीमिया मुक्त भारत बताओ. अभी मैं बिना पेन के अनीमिया मुक्त भारत पढ़ाऊंगी. ठीक है, पेन थोड़ा चार्ज करना है, तब तक यू कैन रश एंड गो गेट समथिंग टू ईट ऑल्सो. But a 100-day course of IFA supplementation is required. Administer IFA during first trimester only. IFA tablets is provided during first trimester of pregnancy and continues during lactation for up to 6 months. IFA tablets are provided during second trimester of pregnancy and continues during lactation for up to 6 months. What is your answer? सी क्यों बोल रहा गाइज. अनीमिया मुक्त भारत, व्हाट इज इट डूइंग? इट इज प्रोटेक्टिंग आवर कंट्री फ्रॉम अनीमिया. विच वंस? iron deficiency anemia. What about folic acid? Folic acid, what is the purpose of giving folic acid in Anemia Mukt Bharat? What is the purpose of giving folic acid in Anemia Mukt Bharat? Not neural tube defects. The purpose of giving folic acid is to prevent megaloblastic anemia. Okay, what is the purpose of giving folic acid? Not NTD. It is to prevent megaloblastic anemia. Therefore, under Anemia Mukt Bharat, when is the IFA tablet started? Not from the first trimester. It is started from second trimester of pregnancy and it is given up to 6 months post lactation. So what is the correct answer over here? Option D. Okay, I'll just teach you a little while like this, then I'll take up the pen and we'll continue again. Now look over here, this is just a written material that we can go through. Prophylactic iron folic acid administration is done under Anemia Mukt Bharat. You have 6 beneficiaries, everybody, so just follow this slide. 6 to 59 month old को 20 milligram elemental iron, 100 microgram folic acid, we give it bi-weekly. Will you give them to eat? No, it's given in the form of a syrup. Okay, 5 to 9-year-old children, 4 and 4, 45 milligram elemental iron, 400 microgram folic acid weekly. पिंक कलर का टैब्स होता है. ठीक है, 10 to 19 year, very very important, 60 and 500 microgram weekly. But which color iron tablets are given to adolescents? Everybody in the comment section, which color iron tablets are given to adolescent? 10 to 19-year-old adolescent को लाल, रेड कलर, पिंक कलर और सम अदर कलर. वेरी गुड शब्दीप. आयरन की नीली गोली, ब्लू कलर iron tablets is given to adolescents. 20 to 49-year-old, if you talk about reproductive age female, 60 and 500 but weekly. And pregnant and lactating women, everybody you know, 60 and 500, but that is given daily and it is started from the second trimester onwards and given up to 6 months post delivery. Clear? ठीक है, you're going to remember this. Okay. Alright, this is the logo of Anemia Mukt Bharat. I hope you already know this. Alright, couple of 2 more logos I wanted to discuss with you. ये किसका logo है? I don't have to write anything here, so I'm just discussing it. ये क्या है? पोषण अभियान. What is पोषण अभियान? Everybody, पोषण अभियान is Pradhan Mantri's overarching scheme for holistic nourishment. Okay, and the one beside that is midday meal. What is the new name of midday meal? Anybody in the comment section, midday meal का नया नाम क्या है? What is the new name of midday meal? It is not midday meal. It is Pradhan Mantri Poshan Shakti. ठीक है, Pradhan Mantri Poshan Scheme. That is what is midday meal. And now we have also included preschool children in that. Earlier we only used to have class 1 to class 8 children. अब preschool children भी हो गया. Anyone in the comment section ये मुझे बताएगा how much calorie and protein one plate of midday meal provides. How much calorie and protein one plate of midday meal provides, or now as we call it Pradhan Mantri Poshan. कितना calorie? 1/3 calorie. 1/3 कितना कैलोरी एंड कितना प्रोटीन? 1/3 कैलोरी एंड हाफ प्रोटीन. ओके, कैलोरी ज्यादा नहीं ले सकते ना, हाफ नहीं ले सकते. 1/3 कैलोरी एंड हाफ प्रोटीन. द इमेज दैट यू कैन सी बिलो, दिस इज अ पोषण ट्रैकर गाइस. यू कैन गेट दिस इमेज एंड दिस कैन बी आस्क्ड. Poshan tracker is being used by ANM under Poshan Abhiyan. ठीक है, Poshan tracker is being used by ANM under Poshan Abhiyan. ठीक है, I'm going to write these things in just a while. अभी we are just solving so that you can we can completely finish this on time. Okay, what is the answer to this? Underweight adolescent girl is found to have the following finding on her ocular examination. What is the WHO grade for this finding? So what is the WHO grade for this finding? What can you see over here in the eyes, everybody? Very good, that is Bitot spot. Okay, so it is 1B. Now just listen to me once. What is the first manifestation and first symptom of vitamin A deficiency? Anybody? First symptom or first manifestation. Patient क्या complain लेके आता है? Patient comes with the complaint of night blindness. Okay? So first symptom, not Bitot spot. Symptom होता है जो patient लेके आएगा. First symptom is night blindness. What is the first sign? Something that the doctor is going to see, me and you. What is that? Dryness of the conjunctiva. Conjunctival xerosis. Okay? What is the most specific finding? This one right there in the image, that is the most specific finding, Bitot spot. Okay, all right. Now, so there are a lot of vitamins, guys, that keep coming in your exams. Okay, so we'll just quickly revise this table with me. Okay, if you look at vitamin B1 को क्या बोलते हैं? Thiamine. Thiamine की deficiency क्या कराती है? Are you all following? Is that okay if I just spend a couple of minutes reading out for you and talking? Then we'll use the pen. Okay, it's charging. ठीक है, थायमीन क्या है? B1. Just follow the table. Beriberi, dry beriberi, wet beriberi, infantile beriberi. And don't worry, I'll write this in the PDF and then only give you. Dry beriberi, wet beriberi, infantile beriberi. Okay. Vernix and cephalopathy किसमें दिखता है? Chronic alcoholics. Also you see this thiamine deficiency in what, guys? Rice eaters. Polished rice eaters, particularly in South India, Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Polished rice eaters. It's not like rice is not a good source of thiamine. Rice में thiamine होता है, ठीक है, but because of that polishing, it's done by a process of milling, that thiamine gets removed. Okay. Riboflavin, more specific, angular stomatitis. Chlosis भी होता है, ठीक है, and which type of tongue? Geographical tongue. ठीक है. Okay. Niacin, we all know, pellagra. Cereals responsible है maize and jawar, Castle's necklace. Pantothenic acid, burning feet syndrome, ठीक है. Pyridoxine से क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है बच्चों में. Seizures in infants, everybody, ठीक है. Seizures in infants is your pyridoxine. हो गया? अच्छा रुको 2 मिनट. मेगालोब्लास्टिक, फोलिक एसिड, मेगालोब्लास्टिक अनीमिया, ठीक है, दिस यू कैन फॉलो. B12 में एक पॉइंट है, वेजिटेरियंस में B12 डेफिशिएंसी दिखती है, ठीक है. विटामिन सी का रिचेस्ट सोर्स क्या है? आंवला, इंडियन गूसबेरीज, ठीक है. ऑलराइट, दिस यू कैन डू. विटामिन डी, जेनू, विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी क्या है? वेरम या वैल्गम? व्हाट इज विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी, गाइस? वेरम या वैल्गम? व्हाट इज विटामिन डी डेफिशिएंसी? इज इट लाइक दिस? वैरम, वैलगम. गम किस में होता है? नॉकनी, फ्लोरीन में, फ्लोरोसिस में. दिस इज वेरम. ओके, बोन एग. इफ यू ड्रिंक रम यू कांट वॉक स्ट्रेट. सो जेनु वैरम. वेरी गुड गाइस. ओके, वन मोर थिंग विच हैज कम इन एग्जाम्स. एक पेपर में आया था, सिलीनियम डेफिशिएंसी क्या कराता है? एंडेमिक कार्डियोमायोपैथी, केशन सिंड्रोम. जिंक, वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन इट. Chromium deficiency, you all know, impaired glucose tolerance. Fluorine deficiency, we will be doing it now. ठीक है, using the pen. Okay. नहीं भक्ति, folic acid is for NTD बच्चे, but folic acid under anemia मुक्त भारत is not for NTD. It is to prevent megaloblastic anemia, because if somebody has to take folic acid, they have to start even before they are pregnant. All right. So what was the answer to this, everybody? 1B. Okay. All right. One more question that comes is, what is the prevalence criteria? Okay. Vitamin A deficiency prevalence criteria. If you have to check it 6 months to 6 years old. ठीक है, 6 months to 6 years old. Prevalence criteria, 6 months to 6 years old में we have to go and see whether vitamin A deficiency is a public health problem or not. Okay, so we do a survey among 6 months to 6 years old. What is the question that has come? Bitot spot, everybody, when do you say vitamin A deficiency is a public health criteria? When it is more than 0.5%. Prevalence of Bitot spot is more than 0.5%. And night blindness is more than 1%. Then these two questions are PYQs. You can check it out. ठीक है अभी बताऊंगी जेंसी, पहले मुझे खत्म करने तो फिर मैं तुमको बताऊंगी कितने क्वेश्चंस आएंगे, टेंशन ना ले, ठीक है, अभी पढ़ते हैं. ऑलराइट, सो those two additional points I wanted to discuss. Alright, now यहाँ पे इस टेबल पे एक और पॉइंट याद थाइमीन में लिख लो, white polished rice eaters. Okay, polished rice eaters, because I have to teach you few more things before we call it a day. Okay, then I will take up your doubt. Okay, tell me the answer to this. 8-month-old baby on examinations shows signs of vitamin A deficiency. What is the dosage of vitamin A to be administered to this baby? Yeah, cirrhosis, Prajwal, if you can remember, that's okay. But LRR के लिए night blindness and Bitot spot is what we should remember. Okay, what is this? Now, if you have signs of vitamin A deficiency, okay, it is the baby is up to 6 months old. Okay, here I wanted to tell you something, 1 year and more than 1 year. So, up to 6, or we could do it like this. See, how do you give it? Up to 6 months. The baby is up to 6 months, then 6 months to 1 year, 6 months to 1 year, more than 1 year. We give it on day 1, day 2 and day 14. Up to 6 months, these are the days, okay. Up to 6 months, it is 50,000 international unit. 50,000 international unit, 50,000 international unit. 1 year tak 1 lakh international unit, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh, it is 2 lakh international. More than 1 year, 2 lakh. These are all what? Orally, guys. Okay. So, here the baby was 8-month-old and is showing. So, what will you do? 1 lakh international unit orally. But remember one thing, if the baby is malnourished, okay, if the baby is malnourished, if the weight of the baby is below 8 kg, whatever be the age, ideally, the baby should be, weight should be 11 to 12 kg by time of 2 years, okay? But if the weight below 8 kg, okay, then what is the dose? The dose is 1 lakh international unit irrespective of age, okay? Irrespective of age, got it? If the weight of the baby is below 8 kg, SAM child hai, then the weight is what, everybody? What is the amount that you will give? You have to give 1 lakh international unit, okay? Okay, moving to the next question. A 16-year-old female with dementia was brought to the emergency. इसको mail कर दो. I don't have a photo. I'll give you the photo. ठीक है? 0 भी कहीं लिख देते हैं, कहीं 1, that's okay. It means the first day, Anshika. ठीक है? Alright, brought to the emergency due to severe diarrhea and skin lesion similar to the image. I'm so sorry, the image यहाँ पे, the image has gone here, okay? This is the image that you're going to follow, okay? So, the image has gone here. Which amino acid, if consumed in large quantities, can lead to the above? So, basically, severe diarrhea, skin lesion similar to the image, we all know it is niacin deficiency. Read the question carefully. I have twisted the question. ध्यान से पढ़ो, फटाफट tryptophan कैसे लगा दिया? How did you do this mistake? I have said which amino acid, if consumed in large quantities, can lead to this. Now, large quantities consume tryptophan थोड़ी ना. Tryptophan is deficient. In what happens in jawar eaters and maize eaters? What happens in jawar eaters and maize eaters, everybody? What happens in jawar eaters and maize eaters? Tryptophan is not deficient. Tryptophan की जगह आंसर क्या है? There is excess of, what is an excess? Excess of leucine. Excess of leucine, which prevents tryptophan का conversion into niacin. So, what is the answer over here? Leucine. I asked you which amino acid if consumed in large quantities. So, what is your answer over here? Leucine. Immediately tryptophan? No. Okay. Alright. Come to the next one, a question about fluorine. look at this image and answer. Which of the following level of fluorines in water leads to the development of dental caries? So I am asking you a question about this image. This is what? Dental caries. Moi moi. Okay. What is the answer to this question? I am asking dental caries. I am asking dental caries. बच्चे इस इमेज को देखो and tell me the answer. Think and answer. Nobody is answering the correct one over here. Dental caries ये है. What is dental caries? Now fluorine, Bhakti has got the answer correct. Tanishka has got it correct. Guys, listen. Fluorine in drinking water. What is the level? How much should it be? Fluorine in drinking water. What is the level of fluorine that it should be? 0.3 to 0.5. Okay. Now, fluorine is also known as a double-edged sword. What do you mean by double-edged sword? Double-edged sword means the excess of fluorine is also a problem and less of fluorine is also a problem. Right. Now, I have asked you dental caries. This answer is this one. It is because of lower fluorine. Now, when I ask you excess of fluorine, ये है dental fluorosis. Okay, this is what? Dental fluorosis. Dental fluorosis occurs when fluorine is more than 1.5. When fluorine is more than 1.5. Not 0.5, more than 1.5. This is mottling of the upper incisors. When does skeletal fluorosis occur? Skeletal fluorosis ka level is this one. This is skeletal fluorosis. Skeletal fluorosis. Okay. And when does crippling fluorosis occur? Valgum. Knock knee. This is crippling fluorosis, everybody. This is crippling fluorosis. When does this? What is this? This is ऐसे करके. ठीक है, knock knee syndrome. ये है Genu-Valgum. Okay, this is crippling fluorosis. So be careful with the question. And Nalgonda technique was the technique to remove excess of fluorine from water. ठीक है, Nalgonda technique. Okay, going to the next one. A 44-year-old patient from Chhattisgarh presents with progressive muscle weakness, stiffness of both lower limbs and complete paralysis. On examination, motor paresis present. Most important, history asked. What is your answer over here? Dental caries. Okay, very good, Anvesh. What is your answer? Dietary history. Very good. What has happened over here? The person is from Chhattisgarh, weakness, stiffness of both lower limbs. This person is a characteristic case of neurolethyrism. Okay, food adulteration. I'll discuss with you this one. So you'll ask about dietary history. Which dal is he consuming? Alright. Look at this one first. Also tell me the answer to this. Then we are going to discuss the table. A 45-year-old female with no comorbidity complains of swelling in both her legs. Similar symptoms were noted in the family members too. On examination, there was no signs of inflammation in both the legs. On taking detailed history, it was known that mustard oil is a staple part of the diet. So what is it? Mustard oil. Mustard oil ko we contaminate with what? Argemone oil, and complains of swelling in both legs. It is non-inflammatory edema. So this is what? Epidemic dropsy. Epidemic dropsy is because of sanguinarine. Okay, this is a classic case of epidemic dropsy. Okay, I am not taking too much of detail over here because I am assuming everybody remembers this. Even if you don't, you can just go through this table over here, guys. See, this was your buzzword. No signs of inflammation. It presents with non-inflammatory edema. Food adulteration table is also given in this PDF. Neurolethyrism is खेसरी दाल. क्रॉनिक ऑनसेट होता है, टॉक्सिन दाल में बोआ होता है. ठीक है, विटामिन सी इज यूज्ड फॉर इट्स मैनेजमेंट एंड वी हैव बैंड द क्रॉप. एपिडेमिक ड्रॉपसी, mustard oil is mixed with argemone oil. The toxin is sanguinarine. This came in NEET PG. What is the tests that we can do? Nitric acid test and paper chromatography test. Endemic ascites, millets में मिक्स हो जाते हैं, क्रोटोलेरिया झुनझुनिया सीड्स. Aflatoxicosis is a PYQ. Groundnut cereals, maize, who is eating aspergillus flavus releasing aflatoxins resulting in hepatocellular carcinoma. ठीक है, last but not the least, this is ergotism. Ergotism is sorghum, rye, bajra, and who is eating it? Not the storage fungus, the field fungus, claviceps. Okay, and this again is leading to GI complaints and ergotism. Okay, now whose image is this? This two-stick stage, one-stick stage, two-stick stage, crawling stage. All this is khesari dal. This is a characteristic feature of what? This is a characteristic presentation of neurolethyrism which can come in your exams. This one non-inflammatory edema. This image is of epidemic dropsy, all right. And this one over here, if you see, this came in INI-CT exam. This is the flower, or you can say जिससे oil मिलता है, Argemone mexicana, okay. This is Argemone mexicana flower, all right, which is giving you the oil. Okay, a couple of logos. FSSAI has given us the national food standards, okay. This has given us the national food standards, and this FSSAI was adopted from Codex Alimentarius, which set the international food standard. But exam mein this logo came. What is this logo? This is BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards. ठीक है? चलो. So now guys, we have with us an hour left, and we have to see a couple of things: diseases, NHPs, diseases is going on, NHPs, biostats, and a few smaller topics like occupational disaster, 1 or 2 questions, okay? So just stay with me for 1 more hour, and then I think we'll wrap up the session by then, okay, hopefully. Chalo, let us see now. Tetanus. Can you answer this? A person has received complete immunization against tetanus 10 years ago. Now he presents with a clean wound without any lacerations from an injury sustained 3 hours ago. He would be given. What is your answer to this? He would be given. Okay. So tetanus में guys एक question आता है, the source and reservoir is the same for tetanus, okay? Source and reservoir is the same. Source and reservoir is the same for tetanus, okay? It is the soil. So all you have to do is follow a table again. Now over here, category A, full immunization within 5 years, okay? Category B, more than 5 years but less than 10 years. Category C, full immunization more than 10 years ago, and category D, unknown. You will always divide it into clean and unclean wound. Remember, immunoglobulin is only added in unclean wound. Okay? So now over here, if you look at the question said that she has been completely immunized against tetanus 10 years ago. So that means she falls in which category? C, and she presents with the clean wound. Clean wound, we never add immunoglobulin. So what are we going to do? We are just going to give her single dose of TT. Okay? Single dose of TT. Alright. So here we are going to just give single dose of TT because it's a clean wound and immunization was more than 10 years ago. I think you can remember this tetanus. Alright. Answer to this: which of the following can be best used to determine acute malnutrition? One of the patent PYQs. Acute, weight for age, height for age, weight for height, mid upper arm circumference. What is the answer? Acute malnutrition is low. Confused नहीं होना है. Low weight for height. Acute malnutrition is low weight for height. You can also call it as emaciation. You can also call it as wasting. If you talk about height for age, okay, if you talk about height for age, this is chronic malnutrition, or you could also call it as what everybody? Stunting. And weight for age is underweight, okay? Weight for age is underweight. It is just acute on chronic. What it is? Acute on chronic. It is acute on chronic. Chalo. Now we are going to go to the programs. So let me see the first initiative. Everybody, JSY. What's your answer? A primary gravida goes for delivery to a government institution in an urban area of Madhya Pradesh. She was motivated by an ASHA worker for institutional based delivery. According to Janani Suraksha Yojana, alright, what is the incentive received by the pregnant woman and the ASHA worker? What will you remember? How will you remember it, guys? The first important thing, that you have to remember, Madhya Pradesh. If you talk about Madhya Pradesh, everybody, it's a low performing state, okay? It's a low performing state, and we have to go to, and she's coming from urban areas. Remember, the incentive that we have under JSY, ASHA ko hamesha kam paisa milega than pregnant woman. Okay, ASHA will get less money than pregnant woman, and in rural areas, everybody, we will get more money than in urban areas. Okay? So first of all, we divide our states into low performing, high performing, okay, on the basis of delivery. Now in low performing states, whether she is from rural or urban area, ASHA always gets 600. Have a look over here. Low performing state, whether the ASHA is from, rural areas, urban areas, ठीक है. Asha package, whether in rural area she is from low or she is in high performing, she gets 600. In urban areas slightly less, 400. ठीक है. Mother's package, of course in rural areas is going to be more, low performing में the highest, ठीक है, 1400. Half of that high performing, 700. ठीक है. Urban area little less mothers, 1000, and what is in high performing state, 600. Clear? High performing state how much? 600. So now what is your answer over here? Look at the question once again. What is the question saying? She's come from Madhya Pradesh. That's a low performing state. Okay. And she's come from an urban area. So how much will you give? You will give 1000 to the mother and 400 to the Asha. Remember one rule over here. The rule says the Asha will always get less money than the pregnant woman. And second rule, in rural areas, we will always get more money than in urban areas. Okay? That is JS5 for all of you. Okay? Alright, can you answer this? A pregnant woman, you know, JS5 is one of the oldest scheme. It keeps coming in exams. Okay, a pregnant woman residing in an urban area registers under JS5. All of the following services are provided under this scheme except cash assistance we are giving under JS5 to promote institutional deliveries, maternal death review, safe abortion services, HIV counseling and testing. ठीक है? And concept का बात तो है Prajwal, it's a lot, you know, PSM honestly is a lot, so that's why you need to keep revising, keep talking with somebody and discussing so that, you know, it remains in your head. HIV counseling and testing is not a service under this is a service under National AIDS Control Program, okay. Alright, now services that we have under JSY में question आया था Village Health and Nutrition Day. Remember, it is celebrated once a month, okay, in Anganwadi centers. Under JSY, we also have safe abortion clinics. Suraksha Clinic is an initiative. I'll show you the image of Suraksha Clinic later. Suraksha Clinic is an initiative under NACP, okay. Suraksha Clinic is also an initiative which is under NACP, ठीक है. Okay, now there is one update guys. RMNCH को क्या नाम दे दिया गया है अब? क्या लिखा हुआ है? RMNCAH plus N. What does this N stand for? Nutrition. Okay, remember this. It is now RMNCAH plus N. And what does this N stand for? N stands for nutrition. Okay, all the nutritional initiatives are under this. Okay, now there is one initiative guys, Suman. Please have a look at the logo of Suman. Very very important, 4-star. आजकल full form भी पूछ रहे हैं exam में. Last NEET PG में they asked the full form of I think NSSK, Navjat Sishu Suraksha Karyagram. They can ask you the full form of Suman. What is the full form of Suman everybody? SU stands for Surakshit Matritva. Don't say Abhiyan, it is Ashwasan. Okay, Surakshit Matritva Ashwasan. Okay, so in this we are giving everything free, but I want you to remember this one. Proper care with respect and dignity. So they can ask you which maternal health initiative focuses on care with respect and dignity. It is Suman initiative. And in Suman program, we have also, you know, we have included pregnant women during pregnancy, during delivery and after delivery till 6 months. Very, very important. This is the first maternal initiative where we are including women up to 6 months post delivery. And of course, babies up to 1 year. Okay? That is Suman. The logo and these points you have to remember. You also have a service guarantee charter. So they can come up with a question. Okay? Service guarantee charter is for with Suman. Yes, we have to respect Suman with dignity. Good, Avnish. Okay? Couple of logos over here. What is the first logo, guys? Lakshya keeps coming in exam. So just have a look at the logo. Lakshya is labor room quality improvement. Okay, so that is Lakshya. What is this? Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. 9th of every month, free antenatal services are given to mothers. Okay, free antenatal services are given to mothers in 2nd and 3rd trimester mostly. Agar mother is high risk, red card. Okay, high risk is for red card. No risk. If there is no risk at all, which card I will give? Of course, I am going to give her no risk card, green card. Okay. If she has PIH, I am going to give her a blue card. And if she has any other morbidity, any other comorbidity, we are going to give her which card? We are going to give her a yellow card. Okay. We are going to give her a yellow card. And this one, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, in this you have to remember, cash incentive of rupees 5,000 is now being given in 2 installments, okay, for first live birth only, first live birth. Earlier it was given in 3 installment, but now 2 installment, yes. And if the second, very good aim, hi, agar the second child is a girl child, then we will give a single incentive of 6,000. Okay, if second child girl child, if second child girl child, if second child is girl child, then we will give 6,000 as single incentive, 6,000 as single incentive. ठीक है. Answer, training health workers for intrapartum care and immediate postpartum care is which health initiative? Training health workers for intrapartum and immediate postpartum. See, a death of a woman can occur during pregnancy, during delivery, or even after. Maximum deaths happen. What is the most common cause of, most common direct cause of maternal mortality, guys? Most common direct cause of maternal mortality. Anybody? Most common direct cause of maternal mortality. Most common direct cause of maternal mortality is, jaldi bolo, PPH. Very good, PPH. And most common indirect cause क्या है? Most common indirect cause of maternal mortality, of course, is anemia. ठीक है? Maximum death occurs during postpartum, but there was a scheme which was introduced to train health workers for intrapartum care. That is when the delivery is happening. So what is that scheme? That is Dakshata. Okay, that is Dakshata. Intrapartum care के लिए that is Dakshata. What is NSSK? Navjat Sishu Suraksha Karikram. This is 2 days training. 2 days training in basic newborn care and resuscitation. Basic newborn care and resuscitation. Basic newborn care and resuscitation. All right. JSSK, Janani Sishu Suraksha Karikram. This everything free. Free drugs, free diagnostics, free deliveries, free referral, free transport, and also we were taking care of infants. We were taking care of infants. So what I've done is I've summed up all this for you. So here see. Which program focuses to increase institutional deliveries, everybody? Which program focuses to increase institutional deliveries? So we are giving incentives to promote institutional deliveries, JS5. Janani Suraksha Yojana. Free service for pregnant and sick infants. Everything free. What is this? JSSK. Janani Sishu Suraksha Karikram. Free screening for ANC females on 9th of every month. Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. Labor room, Lakshya. Train doctors for intrapartum care, Dakshata. And the last one, zero tolerance 6 months post delivery, Suman. Okay? This is your go-to slide for exam. Just go through this, go through the logo, your job is done. Okay? Alright, one more question. Rashtra Bal Swasth Karikram. Anybody can tell me? Checkups conducted for children aged 9 to 18 years under Rashtra Bal Swasth Karikram is done for every. What is your answer over here? Checkups conducted for children aged 9 to 18 years under Rashtra Bal Swasth Karikram is done for every. Once a year, once in every 3 months, once a month, semi-annually. क्या लिख रहे हो? देखो, राष्ट्र बाल स्वास्थ्य का राष्ट्र बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम क्या था गाइस? अर्ली चाइल्डहुड स्क्रीनिंग एंड इंटरवेंशन सर्विसेज. ओके, राष्ट्र बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम. वी आर स्क्रीनिंग 0 to 18 years old. Now, where are you screening 0 to 18 years old? Newborn are screened for birth defects at the time of birth. Children between 6 weeks to 6 years at Anganwadi centers, and children between 6 to 18 years, government schools by mobile health teams at least 2 times a year. Alright, so this answer to this might be a new question for you. Okay, the answer to this is it is being done semi-annually. We are screening for 4 Ds. What are the 4 Ds that you screen the children for? You screen them for 4 Ds. The children, you can screen them right at birth. 6 months to 6 years, Anganwadi centers. After that, you can screen in government school. So, you screen for 4 Ds. What are those 4 Ds? You screen for defects. You screen for deficiencies. Okay, you screen for diseases. And you also screen for developmental delays. You screen for developmental delays. Now, what was the question that came? In this, there is an update, guys, that now we are also screening TB and leprosy. TB and leprosy added. Okay, TB and leprosy added. एम्स ने क्या क्वेश्चन पूछा था, विच वन वी डोंट स्क्रीन, कंजेनाइटल ग्लोकोमा. ओके, कंजेनाइटल ग्लोकोमा नॉट स्क्रीन, कंजेनाइटल ग्लोकोमा नॉट स्क्रीन. yes, 32-33 diseases are being screened. Congenital glaucoma is not screened and TB and leprosy is also being screened. Okay, these are your maternal health initiatives. No, you don't have to learn this table. Please don't learn. Whatever has to be learned, I've written over there. What is the update and congenital glaucoma. Now, home-based newborn care, guys, child health initiatives में ये पढ़ लेना. Home-based newborn care is done by Asha workers, okay? And how many visits she has to make? Home delivery, 7 visits. Hospital delivery, vaginal, 6 visits. And in case of C-section, 5 visits, okay? Rest you can give a read over here, but this is most important for your last-minute examination, okay? 7 visits मतलब day 1, 3, 7, 14, 21, 28 and 42 days. ठीक है, ये मतलब एटलीस्ट रीड होम बेस्ड न्यूबॉर्न केयर क्या होता है. ओके, alright, according to WHO, minimum number of antenatal visits. According to WHO, minimum number of antenatal visits. According to WHO, minimum number of antenatal visits, guys. What is the minimum number of antenatal visits according to WHO? What is your answer? It is 8. Okay, according to WHO, the minimum number of antenatal visits is 8. First trimester, she should get 1 visit. Okay, second trimester she has to go second, that means 2 visits. So we are left with how many? 5 visits. Okay, so the third trimester 5 visits. And what about Government of India minimum visits? 4 visits. Government of India 4 visits. But anybody asks you ideal ANC visits. What is the ideal antenatal visit? So ideal antenatal visits is 13 to 14. Right? Don't get confused. Minimum according to WHO is 8, according to Government of India is 4, and ideal antenatal visits everybody is 13 to 14. Alright, now we come to the program. Health in your own hands is the tagline of which national health program? Another 15 minutes on the program, 10 minutes on biostats. Okay. Health in your own hands is the tagline of which national health program, everybody? Health in your own hands. Take care of your own health. What is this? TB elimination, AIDS control, national leprosy eradication program, national program on prevention, and very good. Health in your own hands. Take care of your own health. Primordial level of prevention is the best for this one, primordial level. Don't let anybody develop risk factors. Okay, primordial level prevention. Don't let anybody develop risk factors. Another question. Look at the logo. Health in your own hands. What is the name of this program? Which of the following diseases are included under the scheme which is represented by the logo given below? Now, there is an update. We have changed the name of the program, everybody. पहले क्या था program का नाम? First, the program's name was National Program for Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Diseases and Stroke. But now it is simply National Program for Prevention and Control of NCDs. Health in your own hands. Now, if we have changed the name of the program, we've come up with something. So, CVD, Diabetes, ST elevation MI, COPD, Chronic Kidney Disease, non-ST elevation MI, COPD, Cancer, Bronchial Asthma, RHD bronchial, इसको bronchial asthma नहीं है, COPD है, ठीक है, and it's not ST elevation, it is non-ST elevation MI, ठीक है. What are the newer inclusions? We have added COPD, CKD, non-alcoholic fatty liver, okay, non-alcoholic fatty liver, okay. ST elevation, non-ST elevation MI has been added now. RHD, rheumatic heart disease, also Ayush, ठीक है, not asthma. Got it? Okay. Next question, identify the logo. कौन से प्रोग्राम का लोगो है? यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ कवरेज, नेशनल मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोग्राम, इंटीग्रेटेड डिजीज सर्विलेंस प्रोग्राम, नेशनल फैमिली वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम. CVD तो है ही, डॉक्टर मॉर्फिन, CVD तो है ही. See, whatever was earlier, a national program for prevention and control of cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, stroke. Let me write over here. Bache, these are the newer inclusions. Okay, these are the newer inclusions. वो तो है ही. CVD, stroke, cancer, diabetes, all these are present. ठीक है? Okay. What are you writing? Very good. National Family Welfare Program. India believes in two-child norm. India believes in two-child norm. India was the first country to start family welfare program and blindness program. Okay, first country to start this program, family welfare program as well as blindness program. Now, just a couple of things. Universal health coverage का logo ये होता है, guys. It's celebrated on 12th December. Health for everyone. This is the logo of National Mental Health Program. What is this? This can come in your exam. National Health Mission. What is the update over here? What has the name become now? Update क्या है? Okay, update. National Health Mission. What is the update for National Health Mission? Now it is known as, don't get confused, Pradhan Mantri Samagra Swasthya Mission. Pradhan Mantri Samagra Swasthya Mission. Pradhan Mantri Samagra Swasthya Mission. Okay, that is, it's like the overall umbrella. Everything falls under National Health Mission. Okay. Okay. One more thing that can come, guys. IDSP. Just see the logo. ये है IDSP. इसका logo देख लो, ठीक है? Because it's under surveillance, all right? So this is IDSP. 33 diseases are routinely being reported in India. IDSP. Just have a look at the logo for last minute revision. Rest you can read from the slide. Okay, WHO steps approach includes all except. Okay, WHO steps approach. One patent MCQ which has been floating: behavioral, psychological, physical, therapeutic. WHO steps approach. वो तो मोदी जी से हमें like you know it's good, every government comes up with certain schemes, okay, which actually turn out to be good dear. So क्या है इसका आंसर? Very good, therapeutic. I'm just going to read it. Step 1 is questionnaire. In questionnaire we take information on we take information on lifestyle behavioral factors, lifestyle behavioral psychological factors, lifestyle behavioral psychological factors. All these information हम लोग लेते हैं. Physical is step 2 in which we do anthropometry, all right? You take the height, you take the weight, you take the BMI, all those things, blood pressure, and in biochemical it is the lab, ठीक है? Blood glucose and everything. Blood grouping has nothing to do with STEPS approach. Basically STEPS approach is surveillance of risk factors for NCD. It has nothing to do with treatment. It is surveillance of risk factors of NCDs. Okay, surveillance of risk factors of NCDs. It is for what? We are doing a surveillance of risk factors. It has nothing to do with treatment. ठीक है? STEPS approach. Next question. It was observed that those individuals who had lower BP in childhood had low BP in adulthood, and those who had higher BP in childhood had high BP in adulthood. Which term best describes? Rule of halves, STEPS approach, tracking, health promotion. हेल्थ प्रमोशन का कॉन्सेप्ट एक चार्टर में आया था, ओटावा चार्टर. ओके, हेल्थ प्रमोशन इज ओटावा चार्टर. दिस इज विच लेवल ऑफ प्रिवेंशन? प्राइमरी लेवल ऑफ प्रिवेंशन. What is the answer? Tracking phenomenon. Very good. And this is the logo. This is self-explanatory. If you track the blood pressure from childhood to adulthood, if the blood pressure is low in childhood, it will remain low in adulthood. If the blood pressure is high in childhood, it will remain high in adulthood. Hypotensives रहते हैं, hypertensives रहते हैं. Image has not come. This is the image of tracking phenomenon. ठीक है? Tracking of blood pressure. What diet do you have to control hypertension? Remember, DASH diet came in UPSC exam. Okay, came in UPSC exam. DASH diet is what the full form came. Anybody? Dietary approach. Full form पूछते हैं. Dietary approach to stop HTN, hypertension, and it's the same like prudent diet only. ठीक है? Alright. This image is what everybody, rule of halves. Rule of halves. Okay, rule of halves. All right, and this thing you should know. See, you should know the markings, guys. Out of all the hypertensives in a community, only half of them know that they are hypertensives. Out of them, only half of them are being treated, and out of that also only half are being adequately treated. What they did was, instead of asking you directly, they asked you to label the part. Okay, so the outer circle that you see over here, this one is the whole community. Next circle that you see is hypertensive subjects. This one is diagnosed hypertension. You should know all the circles. This one is diagnosed and treated, and the last one which came PYQ, this is adequately treated. That is why I have given this. So when you get the PDF, just zoom it and see it once. कि लेबलिंग आउटर सर्कल्स का क्या है, ठीक है, क्योंकि दे हैव आस्क्ड अबाउट द इनर मोस्ट, दे कैन आस्क द रेस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स ऑल्सो. Alright, moving ahead, indicators of obesity. Tell me the answer to this. Which of the following indicator of obesity is obtained by dividing weight in kg by square of height in meters? Obesity indicators. Weight in kg by dividing the weight in kg by square of height. क्या है आंसर इसका? Very good. This is BMI. BMI is Quetelet index. This is BMI. BMI is what? Quetelet index. Okay. Weight in kg upon height in meter square. एक question बताओ. Out of this, which one is height independent obesity indicator? Which one is height independent obesity indicator? Anybody? Height independent obesity indicator is which one? It is corpulence index. Very good. Not Lorentz. Height independent. Height independent. Okay. This corpulence. So I have written it down for you. You can just go through it. ठीक है. This slide BMI है. Ponderal index is height in centimeter upon cube root of body weight. Okay. This one comes corpulence index. It is actual weight by desirable weight. Should not exceed 1.2. Alright, another this thing you can just go through the skin fold thickness, waist circumference, waist hip ratio कितना होना चाहिए. Skin fold thickness everybody is measured with a Herpenden caliper. Alright, and the triceps is the first muscle to gain and lose weight. Okay, these can come in your exams. कभी कभी ये पहले बहुत पूछते थे waist hip ratio कितना होना चाहिए, and this one, so we have just revised it. Alright, ponderal index is just a way to measure obesity. Okay, you just have to know the name right now. Quetelet index, ponderal, corpulence index. Lorentz formula is the biggest of all. Okay, formula हमेशा बड़े होते हैं, so it's the biggest of all. And one is Broca's index. Alright, come to the next question. Now we'll revise vector bond program. Okay, integrated vector bond. सपना का mascot अभी आएगा, ठीक है. Integrated vector bond. So we have NVBDCP, TB, HIV, leprosy. Okay. Integrated vector management is adopted by NVBDCP to control vector-borne diseases. Which out of the following route yields permanent results? Any guesses? Yeah, if you know that, can you tell me? Good. Source reduction. Very good. Source reduction is actually the environmental measure. Okay, environmental measure. This is under anti-larval measure. This is a anti-larval measure. This is the best measure. Gambusia fish also controls the larva. ठीक है. So if you see abate and Temophos, they are also anti-larval. So I have just put this table for you. Now if you remove the source reduction, if you talk about, that gives us the permanent results. So don't forget to read this, guys. Anti-larval environmental control comes in your exam is source reduction. Don't let water collect anywhere. Chemical control. आजकल program में instead of Paris green we are using abate or Temophos. Okay. Biological is the one which comes Gambusia fish. Okay, that is Gambusia fish. Then anti-adult measures, you have space sprays and indoor residual sprays with DDT, malathion, pyrethroids. Okay. What is the logo? Now if you look at the logo, everyone, this is the logo of vector-borne disease control program. And how many letters is present in the word vector? Vector has 6 letters. Vector has 6 letters. So this is protecting you from how many diseases? 6 diseases. What are those 6 diseases? It protects from malaria. It protects from anybody. It protects from Aedes. That means Aedes से कौन-कौन से हो गए? Dengue. Dengue, chikungunya. It protects also from Japanese encephalitis. It protects from filariasis and Kala Azar. Alright. And the target is annual parasite incidence less than 1 per 1000. ABER is annual blood examination rate, which should be more than 10%. Let's go to another MCQ. A patient from northeastern state was diagnosed to have an infection with falciparum malaria. What is the most appropriate treatment for this? Treatment and prophylaxis turns up in this question. So can you tell me the answer to this? Northeastern state से आया है Plasmodium falciparum. Plasmodium falciparum, northeastern state. So we know falciparum is ACT. Northeastern is ACT plus SP. Sorry, ACT LM. ठीक है, आर्टिमीथर ल्यूमीफैंट्राइन. All right, and if you talk about other states, if you talk about other states, it is ACT, SP. Of course, we also add primerquine. So here it was northeastern states, so it is what? Artemether and lumefantrine. ठीक है, but you can go through this table which I have written. Vivax के लिए it is chloroquine and primerquine. Falciparum, ACT. Alright, northeastern states it is ACT LM, other states it is ACT SP. Mixed infection has come one of the times guys, Vivax, Falciparum, everything, ठीक है. So ACT and primerquine for 14 days. Pregnancy में what is it for Vivax? It is chloroquine, pregnancy chloroquine. Falciparum in pregnancy, if it is first trimester, it is quinine. First trimester, it is quinine. If it is second or third trimester, what is it? ACT LM, northeastern state, ACT SP, other states. But primerquine is not given in pregnancy. No primerquine. Alright, you will not add primerquine in pregnancy. ठीक है? Chemoprophylaxis, short travel, A to D, doxy. You will start 1 to 2 days before doxycycline, 1 to 2 days before, and it has to be continued for up to 4 weeks post travel. Long term travel, A to M, distance क्या है? Long है. So this is what? Mefloquine. This is started weekly. Okay, this is given weekly. 250 milligram weekly देते हैं 1 to 2 weeks before we started, and it should be continued 4 weeks later. ठीक है? Doxy is short term and Meflo is long term. Okay, this is an important slide for NVBDCP. Go through this. Okay, one more question. A patient reported fever for 1 week duration, also complains of abdominal distension, loss of appetite and lymphadenopathy. Patient is responding poorly to antibiotics, antimalarials. The patient got Vidal done, but it is negative. However, RK39 is positive. थोड़ा सा बाकी है डॉली. Okay, क्या है इसका आंसर? Very good. RK39 diagnostic kit. This is for Kala Azar. Yes. Visceral leishmaniasis. So answer is this one. This word is this one. ठीक है. मलेरिया के लिए guys optimal kits होते हैं. मलेरिया के लिए optimal kit नाम होता है इसमें RK39. And for Kala Azar, everybody you should know one thing कि Kala Azar में we are targeting to eliminate Kala Azar by 2027. Eliminate Kala Azar by 2027. And in Kala Azar, which is the insecticide of choice? Okay, the insecticide of choice, ठीक है, insecticide of choice is pyrethroids. काला आजार को कंट्रोल करने के लिए pyrethroids यूज करते हैं. Any person who has fever, splenomegaly and antimalarials are not acting, expect काला आजार. ठीक है, काला आजार में ये table anyone can fill for me. Visceral leishmaniasis, काला आजार. They ask you Leishmania donovani, phlebotomous argentypes. Cutaneous में papatasi है and mucocutaneous is sargenti in case they ask you. ठीक है. One more disease, filariasis. What is the update in filariasis, guys? To control filariasis, identify the correct statement regarding the elimination of lymphatic filariasis. So, what is it? Now, we want to eliminate lymphatic filariasis. Lymphatic filariasis is also being transmitted by Culex. Okay. WHO recommends dual therapy. No, this is the update. What is the therapy? Triple therapy. It recommends what? Triple therapy. We are using DC, albendazole plus we are also using ivermectin. DC, albendazole and ivermectin. Okay. The target which is now there is not 2025, it is 2027. Okay. It will be considered eliminated when number of microfilary carriers are less than 5%. No, it is less than 1%. And so what is the correct answer? When children who will be born after initiation of the program are free from antigenemia. They should not have any filarial worm in their body. Okay? So, two diseases that we are targeting in 2027, both are important, Kala Azar as well as filariasis. We are targeting to eliminate them by 2027. Okay? लेट्स गो टू अनदर थिंग गाइज, येलो फीवर के कंट्रोल में टाइप ऑफ वैक्सीन बहुत पूछते हैं. लाइव वैक्सीन होता है, इट इज 17D. ऑलराइट, इन्फेक्टिव ट्रकोमा एलिमिनेट हो गया, सो देयर इज लेस चांस. आदित्य, ठीक है. वैलिडिटी ऑफ वैक्सीनेशन सर्टिफिकेट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम 10 days एंड लास्ट्स लाइफ लॉन्ग. ओके. Quarantine for travelers without vaccination 6 days, and you have to have this Aedes aegypti index. That, see, Aedes can fly up to 100 meters. So all the houses around the seaports and airports have to be kept free from breeding of Aedes larva up to 400 meters, because it can fly up to 100 meters. You have to keep it free from breeding of larva up to 400 meters. Okay. So what is the percentage? Less than 1%. ये चारों MCQ हैं. These all are MCQ. So I just wanted to tell you this. Quarantine is 6 days. Quarantine is 6 days. The immunity starts after 7 days of vaccine administration. ठीक है. Brito index, if you talk about, ठीक है, Chandler's index, okay, that Chandler's index is for hookworm infestation. ठीक है. Coming to leprosy now, let's quickly have a look at all the updates of leprosy, guys. Leprosy is the most desired program these days. Okay, after leprosy we will look at the update of TB as well. So leprosy is the most desired program these days. What are the necessary criteria that need to be fulfilled in order to initiate multi-drug therapy? Hypopigmented patch with sensory loss, peripheral nerve thickening, high peripheral nerve thickening with sensory loss, skin biopsy demonstrating bacilli. What is your answer? Hypopigmented patches with sensory loss, of course. Peripheral nerve thickening also with sensory loss, everybody. That is very, very important. What have you written? Not all. देखो, skin biopsy is not a criteria to initiate MDT. Okay, you can initiate MDT without this also, because in paucibacillary leprosy, the skin biopsy is not positive at any site. What is the answer over here? 1 and 3. Hypopigmented patch with sensory loss and peripheral nerve thickening with sensory loss. ठीक है, that is the criteria for initiating MDT. As you can see over here, guys, hypopigmented patches ऐसे करके दिखते हैं on trunk extremities. Peripheral nerve thickening. Skin biopsy is used to confirm diagnosis, but it is not a criteria for starting MDT. ठीक है. Most common type skin lesion, hypopigmented, most specific hypoanesthetic, but what is the most common nerve involved? Ulnar nerve. ठीक है, ulnar nerve. Alright, another question that comes, this is the logo. We all know what is the name of the program, everybody. National Leprosy. Don't say elimination. What is the name of the program? It is National Leprosy Eradication Program. National Leprosy Eradication Program. And currently, has leprosy been eliminated from India? Yes, leprosy has been eliminated from India. Less, the prevalence criteria was achieved long back. The prevalence criteria is less than 1 case per 10,000. Prevalence should be less than 1 case per 10,000 population. If I go and start surveying, then it should be less than 1 case per 10,000 population. It has already been eliminated. Leprosy has been eliminated from India. Now guys, you can see this logo, right? ये lotus flower है. This is a patient. This is a patient. This hand is the program. Okay, this hand is the program, and this rays is the MDT, multi-drug therapy. Then one of the favorite questions which keeps coming in leprosy, what is Sapna initiative, everybody? What is Sapna initiative? So this girl with a backpack, Sapna, actually she is a cured case of leprosy. Okay, she was a cured case of leprosy, and she is the one who is spreading awareness on leprosy. Okay, spreading what? Awareness on leprosy. Village school girl. But Sapna का concept आया था मीना से. सपना का कॉन्सेप्ट किससे आया था? मीना से. मीना वॉज एक्चुअली एन इनिशिएटिव ऑफ यूनिसेफ, गाइज. मीना वॉज इनिशिएटिव ऑफ यूनिसेफ, एंड मीना वॉज फॉर चाइल्ड्स राइट. ओके, मीना वॉज फॉर चाइल्ड्स राइट. नाउ व्हेन योर राइट्स आर प्रोटेक्टेड, यू फ्लाई. सो मीना इज फ्लाइंग. सपना विद अ स्कूल बैग पढ़ने जा रही है. So she is spreading awareness. ठीक है. And this Sapna initiative was adopted under the Sparsh initiative. Okay, it was adopted under the Sparsh initiative. Sapna जो initiative था, ये किस program के अंदर adopt हुआ था? Sparsh program. ठीक है. Okay. Now, do we have prophylaxis of leprosy? Which drug is used? A question keeps coming on that. Prophylaxis of leprosy is being done with rifampicin. Alright. If you have any patient of leprosy, if you are coming in contact with any patient of leprosy, we take the drug rifampicin. Alright. One more thing for updates, guys. Now, paucibacillary leprosy as well as multibacillary leprosy. How many drugs do we use, guys? Paucibacillary and multibacillary. दोनों में कितने drugs use होते हैं? So now from April 1, 2025 to treat leprosy, alright, we have 3-drug regime. 3-drug regime has been adopted for both PBL and multibacillary leprosy. You can go through the doses over here. Alright, paucibacillary as well as multibacillary leprosy. Rifampicin is always given as supervised monthly doses. Clofazimine as well as dapsone. And when are we targeting a leprosy mukt Bharat? Leprosy mukt Bharat कब तक कर रहे हैं? Leprosy mukt Bharat is what we are doing by 2027. Leprosy mukt Bharat. Kala Azar, filariasis, leprosy mukt Bharat. All these 3 we are targeting by 2027. Okay. Chalo. What is this? Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Aviators Academy. You can just take a break for 5 minutes and come back there. Alright. Okay, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare aims to eliminate which disease by 2047? Naya update hai. All these are updates, guys. 2047, very good. Sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia. So we have come up with a new program, which is what? Sickle cell elimination program. Okay, so I'll just show you its logo. ये उसका logo है, National Program for Prevention and Management of Sickle Cell Disease. All this you will find in the new video lectures of PrepLadder PSM. But abhi, just for revision, quick look at this. I just want you to remember one point over here. To control sickle cell, we are screening people in the age group of 0 to 40. This can come as an MCQ. Okay, targeting by 2047 and screening up to 0 to 40 years for sickle cell. Also, guys, there's an update. Snake bite is now notifiable disease. Okay, snake bite क्या हो गया? Snake bite अब notifiable हो गया है, ठीक है? Snake bite is notifiable. Alright. चलो, HIV, the following program does not provide service to which group of individuals? NACO, National AIDS Control Organization. Its headquarter is in New Delhi. It launched the National AIDS Control Program. So, National AIDS Control Program में कौन covered नहीं होते? MSM, migrants, long distance truck workers, industrial workers, of course industrial drivers. Industrial workers. Okay, high risk groups is who are the high risk groups, guys? Please remember, commercial sex workers, MSM, men having sex with men. Then we have injectable drug users. Okay, injectable drug users, they are also high risk groups. And we have one more, which is transgenders. Okay, transgenders, ये सब high risk groups हैं, ठीक है? So industrial workers is not a high risk group, ठीक है? Bag of sauces is not notifiable. Yes. What is the answer to this one? A person is HIV positive. Most common opportunistic infection among people living with HIV in India is TB. Sputum AFB for the patient is positive. So, if somebody has HIV TB co-infection, what is the best line of management? क्या करोगे? सबसे पहले you are going to give curd. सबसे पहले you will give ATT followed by ART after 2 weeks. If you give ART first, it's a danger. It will lead to immune reconstitution syndrome. ठीक है? So, what is the purpose of this? Prevent immune reconstitution syndrome. Prevent immune reconstitution syndrome. Alright? Prevent immune reconstitution syndrome. We have to start ATT first, then ART. Alright? Chalo. Okay. Now, tell me the answer to this one. FNSC कर रहे थे, needle prick injury. What is the drug of choice? So, needle prick injury, what is the drug of choice in case of needle prick injury? Everybody, needle prick injury, what is the drug of choice in case of needle prick injury? So, needle prick injury, it is again TLD, not ZLD. TLD should be started within 72 hours. Start within 72 hours, okay? And the better, the shorter, matlab the earlier the better. Best if started within 2 hours, okay? Best if started within 2 hours. Got it? Okay. This logo has come in NEET PG. This is prevent parent to child transmission of HIV. Any woman who is HIV positive pregnant, what are you going to do? Any woman who is HIV positive and pregnant, you're going to put her on TLD. That is the drug of choice. Any person who is HIV positive, start ART irrespective of CD4 count. Okay. So, you will put the woman on TLD. Irrespective of gestational age, you will not wait for gestational age, irrespective of gestational age, alright, you're going to put her on TLD. Okay. Now, the problem is for the baby. So, I have written it down for you. Let's follow this, guys. Low risk infant. Low risk infant कौन होता है? Low risk infant होता है mother received ART. Okay. Mother received ART for at least 4 weeks, for more than 4 weeks. If the mother took ART for more than 4 weeks, you will give syrup nevirapine or zidovudine. We prefer nevirapine. Irrespective of feeding from birth to 6 weeks. Problem is high risk infant. Mother did not receive ART or ART less than 4 weeks. Okay, less than 4 weeks. So, here you have to add Nevi and Zido. If the mother is exclusively breastfeeding, it will be for 12 weeks. Otherwise, it will be for replacement feeds. Mein it is 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Never mixing of feeding is allowed, guys, in an HIV positive woman. ये नहीं कि कभी breastfeed कर रहे हैं, कभी replacement feed कर रहे हैं. ऐसा नहीं होता. Okay, you cannot do that. And of course, we do the baby testing also. ठीक है, early infant diagnosis is being done at 6 weeks, guys. Okay, test DNA, PCR, then confirmatory at 18 months. Cotrimoxazole will be started from 6 weeks. Okay, cotrimoxazole from 6 weeks. Chalo. So, now come to TB. A patient is diagnosed with sputum positive TB. He took ATT for complete intensive and continuation phase. Patient found sputum negative after completion of intensive phase and continuous phase. What is the present status of the patient? What is the present status of the patient? What is the present status of the patient? Very good. The patient is cured. Okay, this is a PYQ, so I am discussing it. You should know the difference between cured and treatment complete. Okay, you must know that this treatment failed nahi. Usne, he took ATT and then again sputum is found negative. That means he is cured. Cured is treatment is complete with negative report at the end of the treatment. And what is treatment complete? पूरा दवाई ले लिया but अभी कोई sputum report नहीं आया. What is recurrent TB? Sputum positive. I have completed my TB treatment. Again, I am sputum positive. That is recurrent TB. Loss to follow up. I was on ATT, but then I discontinued. Okay, for more than 1 month. Treatment failure. I am on treatment, but unfortunately, my sputum is still coming positive. So, that is treatment failure. Okay. Okay. Answer. People living with HIV presents with complaints of fever and cough for 2 weeks duration. What is the first investigation of choice? What is the answer to this? Person living with HIV, उसमें सबसे important या first investigation of choice क्या है? Anyone who is living with HIV. Please remember, sputum of course सबसे जल्दी result देता है, ठीक है? But investigation of choice for a person living with HIV is CB-NAT, okay? And suppose TB is not present in a person, then we have TB preventive therapy. TB preventive therapy is being done with rifampicin and isoniazid. Okay, rifampicin and isoniazid. You should know this, alright, isoniazid. That you will also get from your pharma. Okay, next let us do some updates which have come in TB everybody. So, this is the logo of TB, National TB Elimination Program. We are targeting to eliminate by 2025. What is the first update that has come? Anyone knows what is the, क्योंकि person living with HIV में investigation of choice हमेशा CB-NAT होता है. Sputum is not investigation of choice, ठीक है? Okay, now what is the update everybody for TB? What is Nikshay Poshan Yojana? Nikshay Poshan Yojana mein how much is the nutritional incentive now? Nikshay Poshan Yojana, nutritional incentive is ₹1000 per month, okay, ₹1000, not 500, yaad rakhna. Another update everybody, what is the treatment of MDR now? What is the treatment of MDR or pre-XDR? What is the treatment of MDR and pre-XDR? What is it now? It is now now 6 months. You can let that Chobzi and Cozy go. Now it is 6 months. What is the regimen? Do it in detail from pharma. BPAL-M regimen. Bedaquiline, Pretomanid, Linezolid, Moxifloxacin. Okay, BPAL-M regimen. These two updates you should remember. And the 3 image based question जो आता है TB मुक्त भारत. ठीक है, TB मुक्त भारत is an initiative which has been launched to accelerate elimination of TB. Okay, so यहाँ पे the concept which has come is of Nikshay Mitra. We have come up with what? We have come up with Nikshay Mitra. We will adopt TB patients. ठीक है, this of course is Nikshay web based portal for TB patients. Okay, Nikusht क्या है? Nikusht ओके, निकुष्ट क्या होता है? वेब बेस्ड पोर्टल फॉर लेप्रेसी पेशेंट्स. एंड व्हाट अबाउट निश्चय? निश्चय इज द फ्री यूपीटी किट. ऑलराइट, फ्री यूपीटी किट which has been provided by ASHA workers. निश्चय, this one is DOTS 99. So for TB you should remember these couple of updates which have come and these couple of points that can come in your exam. Alright, chalo. Now let's just have a look at one or more things. Okay, Ayushman Bharat logo I have missed guys. Logo ऐसे करके है ना आयुष्मान भारत का green color में. Okay, this is, sorry for that, actually here you have logo of Ayushman Bharat. So discussing about Ayushman Bharat, anybody can tell me the logo is Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri PMJ scheme, जन आरोग्य योजना. सो वो किसके लिए है? प्रोवाइड कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव आउटब्रेक रिस्पॉन्स, essential drugs and diagnostic services, promote accessible, affordable quality healthcare to the rural areas, reduce morbidity due to vaccine preventable diseases in children, offer health insurance coverage. So what is Ayushman Bharat? Very good. हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कितना है? ₹5 लाख. ऑल राइट, ₹5 लाख पर फैमिली पर ईयर. पर फैमिली पर ईयर. नंबर ऑफ फैमिली मेंबर्स इज नो रिस्ट्रिक्शन. age of the family members is no restriction. nahi, I missed the logo. I'm so sorry, I don't know why I missed the logo. Okay, it's a green color like this. Okay, just check it out once. I'm so sorry for that guys. Okay, also in the PDF, since we don't have too much of time, just go through this PDF later. See, I have written all the points for Ayushman Bharat. Okay, it has included within it 2 existing programs. पहले एक program होता था which is still there, राष्ट्रीय स्वास्थ्य बीमा योजना, Senior Citizen Health Insurance Scheme. Both these insurance package schemes have been introduced under, have been included under Ayushman Bharat. We are upgrading the health and wellness centers. अब उसको क्या बोलते हैं? आरोग्य मंदिर. Okay, what do you call it? You call it as the आरोग्य मंदिर. Then 5 lakh per family per year दे रहे हैं. No cap on family size and age of members. Economically disadvantaged sections को we have included. Second covers secondary and tertiary care hospitalization. IPD care के लिए है, covers up to 3 days pre-hospitalization and 15 days post-hospitalization. Okay, so you can cover these points from the PDF. And one more point over here guys, it's a flexible scheme. Okay, the states can choose. It's not like it's a rigid scheme. States choose कर सकते हैं. And private hospitals जिनके पास 10 beds हैं, they can provide services under Ayushman Bharat. Okay. Chalo. Now we have almost summed up the programs. Now I would be spending 5 minutes on environment, 5 minutes on one more 2 or 3 topics like this, okay, so that you don't miss out on certain important questions. Okay, what is the answer to this? All of the following provide evidence of fecal pollution of this thing except, बताती हूँ, उज्ज्वला उजावला अभी बताती हूँ, ठीक है. All of the following provide evidence of fecal pollution of water, okay, except fecal streptococci, coliform, clostridium tetani, enteropathogenic this thing. Tetani नहीं है, ठीक है, it's not tetani. E. coli, everybody, E. coli provides most reliable evidence, okay, most reliable evidence of what? Most reliable evidence of fecal contamination of water, most reliable evidence of fecal contamination of water, okay, that is E. coli. Then fecal streptococci is recent, okay, recent contamination of water, all right. And Clostridium perfringens is what? Clostridium perfringens tells us about perfringens. Clostridium perfringens tells us about remote contamination, okay, long standing remote contamination of water. That is Clostridium perfringens, okay. Okay, can you do this? How many grams of bleaching powder will be used to disinfect 455 liters of water if the fourth cup is the first cup to show color change in Horrocks apparatus? What does Horrocks apparatus tell us, everybody? What does Horrocks apparatus tell us? Horrocks apparatus helps us calculate chlorine demand. What is chlorine demand? Chlorine demand is how much of chlorine is needed to disinfect water. ठीक है, पानी को साफ करने के लिए. So what is the formula that you have to remember over here? The formula is N into 2 grams of bleaching powder. N into 2 grams of bleaching powder will do what? Will disinfect, okay? Will disinfect. How many liters of water? Which is fixed. You can't make any changes to that. Will disinfect 455 liters of water, okay? And what is N? N is equal to the first cup. N क्या होता है? First cup, which does what? First cup which shows color change. First cup which shows color change. Okay, first cup. So over here you can see fourth cup is the first cup. So N into 2, 4 into 2, how much? 8 grams. Okay, don't change this word, 455 liters of water. N into 2 grams will disinfect 455 liters of water. This one is the image of Horrocks apparatus. The indicator that we use over here is starch iodide. Okay, the indicator that we use over here is starch iodide. Okay, color produced in OT test after 5 minutes. Now, what is OT and OTA test doing? OT and orthotoluidine arsenide test. They check for free chlorine. What do they check? Free chlorine or residual chlorine. So, what is the color that is produced after 5 minutes? अगर आपको free chlorine test करना है ना, if you have to test for free chlorine, then you see yellow color first 5-10 seconds. Okay, first 5-10 seconds. After that, whichever color you see is due to free and combined chlorine. ठीक है, OTA test is always better. OTA test is better. Why is OTA test better? Because it detects both free and combined chlorine separately. Both free and combined chlorine separately. It can detect both free as well as combined chlorine, everybody separately. ठीक है, okay. Which of the following instrument measures low air velocity? Kata thermometer, globe thermometer, dial thermometer, dry and wet bulb thermometer. What is it? Low air velocity. So we all know low air velocity, very correct everyone, Kata thermometer. It doesn't measure high air. Okay, Kata thermometer ka image dekho. So this one's a Kata thermometer. Originally it was for cooling power of air. Now it is used to measure what? Low air velocity. Okay, if they give you both in the option, your priority is this. Red color, thin narrow bulb. Don't get confused with this one. What is this, guys? Like a globe, oval in shape, thick and wide bulb. Okay, what is this? This is globe thermometer. What is it? Globe thermometer. Globe thermometer क्या measure करता है? Corrected effective temperature, or like we call it as radiant heat. Okay, that is globe thermometer. But another question that comes is air humidity instruments. All these instruments, okay, you should know the names. They are what? Air humidity instruments. The first one, this is what? Hygrometer. This is hygrometer. These two are sling psychrometer. Sling psychrometer. Sling psychrometer. This one is most commonly used. Dry and wet bulb hygrometer. Dry and wet bulb hygrometer. ये सबसे ज़्यादा commonly use होता है, ठीक है? And this one is Assmann psychrometer. What is it? Assmann psychrometer. This is Assmann psychrometer. ठीक है? Okay. First priority should be these images from air. ठीक है? Okay. Sewage में all are methods of sewage disposal except sewage is what? Liquid waste with excreta. Sewage has 99.9% water. Okay, and plus 0.1% solid. Plus 0.1% solids. What is your answer over here? Sewage disposal में रिवर आउटफॉल, लैंड ट्रीटमेंट, ऑक्सीडेशन, ये सब सीवेज डिस्पोजल के लिए लिक्विड वेस्ट. Bangalore method is solid waste disposal. Okay, Bangalore method is solid waste disposal. Rest all are sewage disposal. Okay, rest all are sewage disposal. You know, sewage disposal, they definitely ask you, sewage disposal mein there is something which is biological oxygen demand. Okay, its level ranges from 100 to 300. Okay, if it is when do you call it as strong sewage? When it is more than 300. And there is one suspended particle count. Suspended particle count. If this suspended particle count is more than 500, we call it as strong sewage. These two questions keep coming in exams. Okay? And for the treatment of sewage disposal, we will just go through the names, guys. Primary treatment, 3 jagah hota hai. You screen the dirt, goes through grit removal. Plain sedimentation. Sedimentation tanks mein we have anaerobic process. Okay, anaerobic process. But then you have a secondary treatment. You can either use trickling filters or activated sludge process. They ask you इनमें कौन सा process होता है? Aerobic process. Aerobic process. ठीक है? In the primary sedimentation tank, it's anaerobic. Over here, it is aerobic. And in other methods, you have all of this. Sea outfall, river outfall, land treatment, sewage farming, oxidation pond, oxidation ditches. These are all methods of sewage disposal. Know the names because नाम पूछते हैं. जैसे ये वाला image देखो. Trickling filter. Where do you use trickling filter? Now this is a PYQ. Where do you use trickling filter? So this is used for primary treatment or secondary treatment. This is used for secondary treatment of sewage. Okay. And over here it occupies a very large space. Okay. Trickling filter, like you can see. ठीक है. Primary is anaerobic. Primary sedimentation tank is anaerobic. Secondary में it is always aerobic. Either you go for trickling filter or you go for activated sludge process. ठीक है. This image, this is a very big. It's occupying so much of space. This is trickling filter. Okay. Therefore, it is not preferred. Trickling filter is not preferred. You don't prefer this. But if you look at this, this is a PYQ. Activated sludge process. इसमें aeration tank होता है. ठीक है, this occupies less area, so this one is preferred. This one is preferred. Got it? Chalo. Okay, last question from this chapter. In control tipping, amount of land required for trench method to be practiced for a population of 10,000. Now 4 acres, 5 acres, 2 acres, 1 acres. कितना land चाहिए control tipping या sanitary landfill में everybody? How much land do we need for control tipping or sanitary this thing? 1 acre. Very good. Control tipping or sanitary landfill. ठीक है, इसमें basically for solid waste disposal, you know, we have a trench method. So for a population of 10,000, we dig a trench which is like 2 meter in deep. Okay, and for that to dig a trench, this one, this is trench method. So you have to dig how much? You have to dig a 2 meter deep trench, and for this we required 1 acre of land per year for a population of 10,000. Okay, if you go camping, how will you bury off the waste? You will do solid waste deep burial. ठीक है, आप क्या करोगे अगर camping जाओगे? Burial. ठीक है, camping, burial. And if you are living in a rural area या village में, how do we dispose of the solid waste? We construct pits. Okay, manure pits. Okay. So that's it for environment. What is the answer to this? What is the maximum work hours per week including overtime according to Factories Act? Overtime include कर रहा according to Factories Act. Overtime. Overtime according to Factories Act, everybody. 48 hours, 72 hours, 60 hours, 70 hours. Good. 60 hours. Overtime. Otherwise it is how much? 48 hours. Otherwise it is 48 hours per week. Okay. Or 9 hours per day. ठीक है, 9 hours per day. Okay. Next question. Factory Act, you all know, no child below 14 years can be employed according to Article 24. 500 cubic feet space चाहिए per worker. ठीक है, more than 50 workers पे we have a creche or a daycare. 250 workers पे we have a canteen. 500 workers अगर होंगे, more than 500 workers, we can have a welfare officer. Okay, welfare officer. All these are PYQs, guys. And 1000 workers अगर होंगे, we will have a security officer. Not yeah, safety. Yeah, sorry, I wrote security. Safety officer. Sorry, safety. Security तो होता ही होता है. Safety. Thank you. Yeah. Safety. चलो, next question. Safety. Employee diagnosed with TB. Guys, I'm going to take you 15-20 more minutes, okay? For an employee diagnosed with TB, extended sickness benefit कितने साल के लिए होता है? ESI Act 2 साल, okay. 2 years. ESI Act में the question that keeps coming is your benefits. So you're going to revise that everybody. ये ESI Act का logo है. ESI Act is under Ministry of Labour. 1948 में आया था. It employs 10 people. Okay, the benefits are given to individuals who are earning up to 21,000 per month. Okay, but in case of disability, anyone who's earning up to 25,000 per month will also get the benefit. और employee का contribution होता है 3.25%. Okay, that is employee contribution. But if you talk about employer का contribution होता है 3.25. employer, okay, employee is 0.75%. ठीक है? Okay, now just look at the benefits. Patient presence to an ESI hospital for treatment. So for treatment, what is the benefit that we are talking about? For treatment, what is the benefit that we are talking about under the ESI Act? Under which benefit? Sickness, medical, maternity, dependent. Good, medical benefit. Okay, so I have again made a chart for all of you. You can go through this. जो medical benefit होता है ना guys, it's cashless. It is actually full medical care. Alright, we don't take any money for it. It is full medical care. It is what? It is a cashless benefit that we are providing to the people. Okay, you can get it through ESI hospitals. That is direct medical benefit. Okay, direct medical benefit was also asked in exams. This is via ESI hospital, and you also have indirect medical benefit. Indirect medical benefit is via empaneled hospitals, okay, not directly. So go through this table. It has all the benefits. Sickness benefit 70% for 91 days. Extended sickness benefit is for 2 years, at least for 34 diseases. Enhanced sickness benefit, vasectomy and tubectomy, full wage दिया जाएगा. Maternity benefit 26 weeks of confinement के लिए होता है. Can be availed 8 weeks prior. MTP 6 weeks and pregnancy confinement it is 4 weeks. ठीक है? Rest you can just read through it. Okay? Alright, what's the answer to this? 55-year-old male who was working in the dye industry with exposure to aniline dye presented with bladder problems. What is the most probable diagnosis? What is the answer to this? Very good. This is transition. Yeah, bladder cancer, aniline dyes, transitional cell carcinoma. ठीक है? Dyes में you always get this question, guys. जहाँ पे इस chart को देखो. If you look over here, everybody, benzene is an ethylene oxide is leukemia. ठीक है? Please remember benzidine, bladder cancer. ठीक है? Dye exposure, bladder cancer. Most common occupational cancer is which one? Most common occupational cancer. Most common occupational cancer, ठीक है? Most common occupational cancer is everybody skin cancer, squamous cell, ठीक है? Most common is skin cancer. चलो, rest you can go through this table, guys. I have written all the points. Silicosis is associated with TB. It's the most snowstorm appearance होता है. Upper part of the lung feels affect होता है. Nodular fibrosis. Alright, most common pneumoconiosis. It is the most common pneumoconiosis. Alright, asbestosis. Most dangerous है. Most common presentation is adenocarcinoma of lung. Most specific is mesothelioma. Ground glass appearance. Asbestos से B for basal parts. Anthracosis coal mines में होता है. Bisonosis cotton dust. Bagasosis everybody not notifiable. Not notifiable. ठीक है? Bagasosis is non-notifiable. All right? It is non-notifiable. Remember that. And thermoactinomyces sacchari. So please go through this slide. Cardboard industry में होता है. Farmer's lung, grain dust और moldy hay. ठीक है. Okay, workshop. What is the answer to this? Workshop is discussion of 4 to 8 experts in front of an audience. In front of an audience, if you have sandblasting is silicosis. Sandblasting is silicosis. 4 to 8 experts, if they discuss in front of an audience, it is panel. Okay? Discussion between 6 to 12 members is FGD. Always buzzword. Workshop, series of 4 or more meetings. Speeches given, this is what? Symposium. Okay? Speeches given is symposium. Nobody can intervene in between. Alright? Okay. Best method to teach an urban slum about ORS. What is the answer? Demonstration. Seeing is believing, learning by doing. Okay. Alright. What is the answer to this one, everybody? A hand washing awareness session was conducted. So you have a sender. The sender frames a message. Message goes via a proper channel to the audience, okay, और audience से sender के बाद. तो यहाँ पे audience को सबसे पहले क्या होता है? It should generate an awareness. It should be interesting. The person should evaluate that really this will happen and then adopt it. Okay. Last but not the least, international health. So this is sustainable. This is sustainable development goal. Everybody target for MMR is to achieve maternal deaths of how much? Less than 70. MMR less than 70. Neonatal mortality rate कितना है? 12 per 1000. And under 5 mortality rate कितना है? Less than 25 per 1000 live births. ठीक है? Applied nutrition program is under which organization, guys? UNICEF. So you can just check out. I have made a table for you. Okay, go through that table. Cancer treatment, Colombo plan. What is it? Cancer treatment according to setting up of cobalt therapy units. Okay, this was provided to medical colleges. Okay, now you can just go through this table later, guys. जैसे United Nations SDG frame किया, UNDP also framed the SDG, gave HDI. UNICEF gave us Kobe FFF campaign, also applied nutrition. ILO labor, United Nation का headquarter New York में है. UNDP, all organizations which start with the UN have it in New York. UNICEF also New York. ILO का headquarter Geneva में है. FAO is in Rome, guys. USAID is in Washington. All right, Washington. Yeah, World Bank, everybody is in Washington. Okay, World Bank is in Washington. International Red Cross is in Geneva. Foundations are all in New York. Okay, you can read. They are helping in rural health, construction of toilets and all that. Okay, Rockefeller Foundation, also the headquarter is in New York. Okay, rural health में it's helping. Toilets and sanitation, it's more of a work of USAID. Got it? SIDA, TB program, Danida, blindness. Colombo plan, you all know, care and cobalt radiotherapy unit. Okay. So now that was it. What we're going to do is we are going to quickly have a look at everybody. One more question from disaster. Triad system में highest priority and dead patients are respectively color coded by. What is the answer over here? Highest priority. Okay. Highest priority. Yes. Yes, Aki. Highest priority, you all know highest. देखो guys, एक चीज याद रखना, red. Red is highest or high. ठीक है, red is highest or high. First 6 hours. ठीक है, then you have yellow. Yellow or you could also have blue. ठीक है, this is medium. Medium priority is 6 to 24 hours. Then you have green. Okay, you have green. Green is what? Ambulatory. They are moving. And then you have black. Black is what? Dead. Dead or moribund. Okay, dead or moribund. ठीक है, triage. Triage is according to likelihood of survival. Like anybody who's pneumothorax, hemothorax, you will put it under red category. Okay, so this is red and black. All right. Okay. Most common disease reported after disaster. Everybody, you all know most common disease which is reported after disaster is gastrointestinal. Vector-borne diseases take time to develop, and all vaccines are contraindicated post-disaster. But post-disaster, you will only give which one? Measles. ठीक है, post-disaster measles तो वो भी बच्चों को देना है. ठीक है, बट अगर आप बात करोगे पोस्ट-डिजास्टर मीजल्स बच्चों को देना है. ठीक है, और अगर आप बात करोगे हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स को सारे वैक्सीन दे सकते हो एक्सेप्ट मीजल्स. ठीक है, चलो, so that was it. Now we'll just 5 minutes, we'll just quickly look at some biostat question and one sensitivity specificity question. Okay, and then we'll be done for the day. So let's have a look at a couple of biostats questions, okay. Alright, which of the following is not an example of a continuous variable, guys? Now, continuous variable means quantitative variables, okay? Quantitative variables, okay? Quantitative variables. See, quantitative means they are measurable, okay? You can measure them. They are measurable. Measurable means they have a unit. कोई भी वेरिएबल जिसका यूनिट है मेजर कर सकते हो वो क्वांटिटेटिव होता है. व्हाट इज क्वालिटेटिव? यू कांट मेजर. क्वालिटेटिव आर काउंटेबल. ओके, क्वालिटेटिव वेरिएबल्स क्या होता है? क्वालिटेटिव वेरिएबल्स आर काउंटेबल. Okay, they are not measurable, no unit. Like if you talk over here, age का unit है years and months. I can compare age. Pulse rate has a unit, right? Beats per minute. Blood pressure has a unit, mmHg. But blood group, can you count, can you measure blood group? Does it have a unit? No. Just ask yourself, does it have a unit or not? So blood group has no unit. It is just countable. How many people have blood group A? So it has no unit. Alright, so what is blood group over here? Blood group over here is a discrete variable. All you need to do is ask yourself, can you measure? If you can measure, if it has a unit, it is quantitative. If not, it is qualitative. Okay, look at this one. In a survey of sleep apnea scores among 10 persons, the highest value of 58 was wrongly recorded as 85. So we had the highest value of 58. Now you've wrongly recorded as 85. Now if I ask you, calculate mean. Mean क्या होता है? You're going to add up all the observations. So instead of 58, you will be adding up 85. So mean will increase. But if I ask you, listen, add up, tell me median. So median is what? Middle value when data is arranged in ascending order. So 58 will go towards one of the end. है ना? Median तो 58 की जगह it will be 85, but median is going to remain there only. So what is the answer? Mean will increase, median will remain the same. ठीक है? Okay, tell me the answer to this. A study was done to assess malnutrition among young children. 100 children were selected from rural and urban areas. Out of these, 30 among rural and 20 among urban were found to be malnourished. ठीक है? Which of the following statistical test will you use? Now, very simple rule, guys. I'm going to quickly tell you the approach over here. Always look at the variable. Variable अगर qualitative है, the variable in question is qualitative. You are going to use a non-parametric test. Okay, you will use a non-parametric. Here, what we are talking about, malnourishment. Malnourishment is qualitative. You can't measure malnourishment. You can count how many children are malnourished. So we'll use a non-parametric test. Paired, this one, ANOVA, all these are parametric. What is left? Chi-square. Always look at the variable. Okay, like I'll show you another question. See, in a study, 2 groups of newborns are checked for their weight based on whether their mothers receive food supplements or not. Appropriate test. Now here what are we talking about? Weight. Weight quantitative है या qualitative है? Weight is measurable. So what is this? It is quantitative. So when you have a quantitative variable, something that you can measure, you will use what? You will use a parametric test. Now here, do you have 2 groups or 1 groups? You have 2 groups of women, of newborns. You don't have before and after intervention. You have 2 groups of people. So what will you do? 2 groups of newborns are checked. Students, unpaired, t-test. Why are you saying paired? यहाँ पे clearly लिखा हुआ है 2 groups. अगर एक group होता, we would have used paired before and after intervention. Okay. So to do this, just look at the question. If it is a qualitative variable, what are you going to do? You will use a non-parametric. If it is a quantitative variable, what are we going to use? We are going to use a parametric test. Okay. So that's the thing that you should know. The table has been made for parametric, non-parametric. Go through the names. Parametric test has always associated with alphabets. Non-parametric has all funny name, hi-fi, it's all funny names, it's all hi-fi names, okay, it's like all hi-fi names. Paired t-test, यहाँ पे Wilcoxon, sign rank, McNemar. Unpaired, made 2 and more than 2 groups. Mostly the answer will be chi-square, okay, 2 groups, you will mostly have chi-square test, okay, just look at that and your answer will come. Okay, calculate the median TSH over here. So how will you calculate the median? Arrange in ascending order. Okay, so once you arrange in ascending order, it's going to go like this. Okay, it's going to go like this if you arrange in ascending order. Okay, and over here, how many variables are there, guys? When you arrange in ascending order, you will see it's 8. So when you have even number of observations, arrange करके average ले लेना 2 middle का, ठीक है, 2 middle observations का we have to take the average. It will come out to be this. Just remember this, middle observations, okay, average of the 2 middle. If it was odd, we would have just done like this. This is average of 2 middle observations, okay, average of 2 middle observations. Got it? चलो, just last few things, guys. Standard error of deviation का formula मैं बता रही हूँ. Standard error of mean का formula होता है standard deviation upon square root of n. Here it is 8, here it is 400. So it is 8 upon 20. Alright, this is 8 upon 20. So it will come out to be 0.4. What is the formula for standard deviation, everybody? Square root summation mu I minus mu whole square upon by n. Sample size less than 30, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा? Denominator would be n minus 1. Okay, just a couple of things I'm telling you. Mean is 100. Mean क्यों लेना है? Here we have to take mean of 400 variables. We are not taking the mean, we are taking the sample. Alright, everybody, chalo. Last 2-3 questions. What is this over here? This is a skewed observation. If it goes towards the right, like it's pointing towards the right side, so it is right-sided skewness. The center one is always the mean. The lowest one is always the, the center one is always the median. Okay, the most, this is the mean, and the topmost जो होता है वो हमेशा mode होता है. ठीक है, right-sided skewness में mean is more than median is more than mode. Left-sided skewness में mean is less than median is less than mode. Okay. Alright, what is the last question for this one? What is the answer to this? So here we are talking about normal distribution. Mean plus minus 1 SD covers 68% observation. Mean plus minus 2 SD covers 95% observation, and mean plus minus 3 SD covers 99%. So if you follow this, 200 plus minus 20. Okay, so that is 180 to 20. Alright, chalo. So that was it, everybody. Can you tell me now? Here you can look at the quantitative or charts distribution also. We have written quantitative data किससे है, qualitative data किससे है. Let's do a few images. This one over here, wherever you're going to see a gap, guys. Gap is a 3-letter word, bar is a 3-letter word. ठीक है, so this is a bar diagram. This is simple bar. Okay, this is simple bar. This is multiple bar. Bar diagram is for which variables? Qualitative variables. Okay, qualitative. It has a gap. This one over here is a component bar. Okay, component bar. But whenever you don't have any gap, the variables are continuous. That means quantitative variables. ठीक है, ये हो गया तुम्हारा histogram. Histogram is always joined, everything joined, and if you join it by straight lines, this is what? This is a frequency curve. ठीक है, okay, this one over here, line diagram. Okay, trends of event, line diagram. This one over here, ogive, cumulative frequency curve. There's no dip at all. This one over here is the spot map. This is what? Spot map. Some of you were asking about box and whisker plot. This one is box and whisker, guys. This you can check out later also on the app. You can check out box and whisker plot. अगर आपको equal distribution दिखता है ना दोनों side, it's a normal distribution. But if you see gap on any side, like over here, if you see here the gap is more on the right side. So outliers are more on the right side. This is right-sided skewness. Okay, wherever the gap is more, it becomes skewed like this. And if it is a vertical diagram, just rotate it. Okay, if it's a diagram like this, इसको rotate कर दो. जब rotate करोगे, look at it clockwise. Okay, wherever the gap is more, it becomes that side of skewness. ठीक है? This one is Venn diagram. This one is what? Venn diagram. Alright. So that's it. Screening में I just wanted to do one question for screening everybody. Sensitivity, specificity, let's quickly revise it. What is the usual time of diagnosis over here in the following figure? Which point is the usual time of diagnosis? B is the first point. Okay, first point of diagnosis when there are no signs and symptoms. X is the critical point of diagnosis, okay, critical point. And what is Y? Y is the usual time. Usual time means signs and symptoms are present. So this one from right to here, this is what? Lead time, okay, this is lead time. Okay, so that's it everyone. Last calculation for the day. Can you do this and then we'll end the session. Anybody has any doubt, you can put in the comment section. Try to do this one last calculation for the day, then we'll call it a day. I think we've studied a lot. Okay, anything else that we might have missed out, guys, please check it out from RR. Okay, just try to do this question. This is the last question for the day. ठीक है? Yes, MPH के लिए भी है. पहले ये question करो, then we'll have thank yous and bye byes. During a screening, 5,000 persons were screened for a disease. Among the 500 disease, 300 reported true positive, and out of 4,500 healthy, ठीक है, 3,000 reported true negative. Now guys, हमेशा याद रखना, don't get confused, okay, you have to make a 2x2 table. The disease always comes on the column side and screening test result always comes on the row side, okay. 5,000%. So this 5,000 think is what? A plus B plus C plus D. 500 diseased, A, B, C, D. Disease, yes. So 500 क्या है? A, B, C. This is what? A plus C. 350 reported true positive. ये क्या है? A. Out of 4,500 healthy. What is this? B plus D. 3,000 reported true negative. This is D. Okay? This is D. So I made a table for you. Alright. So out of this you had to calculate sensitivity. Now what is sensitivity? Sensitivity is ability to identify all those who have the disease. That is TP upon TP plus FN into 100. What is specificity? All those who do not have the disease. That is TN. TN plus FP into 100. What is PPV? You have come out positive. Okay. You might positive predictive. Out of all those who've been, tested positive, I am screening test positive. Do I really have the disease or not? So it is, how many have been tested positive? TP plus FP. So it is TP. All positives. What is NPV? Out of all those tested negatives. TN plus FN. Out of that TN. Okay? So just think and try to figure out. Now guys, if you've missed out any topic, I've tried to cover everything mostly. If you've missed out, you can go through the RRs. Now any other question that you have? Yes, Ujjwala is for human trafficking. Ujjwala, okay, if you talk about Ujjwala, alright, let me go here. So that's it for today. Just a couple of things that you wanted, anyone wants to discuss. Whatever has been missed out, you can check out on the app as well. Ujjwala, Ujjwala होता है for trafficking, ठीक है. Ujjwala होता है LPG cylinder and Ujjwala होता है LED bulbs, ठीक है. Yeah, anybody who's cured, अब she doesn't have the immunosuppressed condition, तब तो दे ही सकते हो, ठीक है. Type 1, type 2 errors, okay, Yanvish, you might as well, ठीक है. Type 1, type 2 errors are just that, see, suppose we have a drug, alright, there is no difference. You can remember type 1 from the word true. Type 1 means true, null hypothesis true, but rejected. Your drug was not good, but you showed it good in your trial. And type 2 error you can remember from false. Null hypothesis false but accepted. Your drug was good but you couldn't show it. Okay? So type 1 error is a false positive trial and type 2 error is a false negative trial. And p value tells us how much of type 1 or type 2 error we can commit. Okay? Anemia मुख भारत में सल्फेट होता है अंशिका, ठीक है. Alright. चलो एमपीएच भी बताएंगे प्लीज पूरा स्टार्ट तो एमपीएच के लिए दिस इज इनफ. इन एमपीएच यू शुड मोर फोकस ऑन एपिड एंड बायोस्टैट्स. ऑल ऑफ दोज थिंग्स आर मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड लाइक बायोस्टैट you can cover a little more from my RR sessions. Okay, this was just a summary guys. I hope it helped you remember and please do well. We still have a lot of time. Okay, so go through this. We've come up with new version X videos also. You can check out those videos. It will make your learning even more easier. Go through your RRs. Oh, thank you so much, Nvesh. ठीक है, and do share this video with your friends also. PDF will be shared in the Telegram group. Anything else I will cover up in subsequent Prep Ladders YouTube sessions. So don't worry at all. ठीक है, और पढ़ते रहो. Be happy. That's more important. Health is more important. And I'm going to see you again soon, everybody. Sorry for the glitch that happened before, but Telegram PDF मतलब PDF Telegram में मिल जाएगा. ठीक है. So thank you so much. Have a good day. God bless you all. Keep studying.